today, and it'll be interesting to see how they'll go about doing so. And to provide some insight into Boronia's preparation today, it's going to be interesting given they have lost their senior coach due to illness just before the game, and it's a very good afternoon to the caretaker coach. He's the assistant normally, but taking the reins this afternoon. Very good afternoon to Drew O'Hayes. How are you, Drew?
Yeah, good boys. How are you?
Not too bad.
It's O'Hare, sorry, Dave.
That's
my writing.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Drew,
I've got doctor's writing.
a very important game today, obviously, against a quality side such as Ferntree Gully. We mentioned that Pete Brown's fallen ill before the game. Do you think that will affect the preparation in some way, or do you think you're relatively well prepared as a unit coming in?
Yeah, look, we're well prepared. Pete's got us pretty well drilled, so we know what we've got to do, and it's certainly against a good opposition today. Ferntree Gully have been going really well, and to be sitting inside the 5 this time of year, we've got to pay them respect.
This game has enormous ramifications for you. You've got, you're in just outside, you're half a game outside as a result of the draw you had, and these guys, or Ferntree Gully, are just above you. So the loser of today's game, it's going to be pretty tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and particularly with the draw that we've got for the back 5 games. We play 3 of the top sides as it stands at the moment in the last 3 rounds. So today's a really important game for us, and the loss or the draw against East Burwood a few weeks back didn't help us, but it sort of put us out of sync a little bit. So we control our destiny a little bit in the sense that we've got that 2-point differential. So if we can win today, we can jump right up, I think, to our 3rd spot. So it is a massive game for us today.
Indeed. We mentioned before that, in a sense, you've done very well in terms of defeating the quality side in Division 3, but you mentioned also that draw against East Burwood and perhaps struggling against the lower sides. Do you feel that you've addressed that inconsistency to an extent in the last few weeks, and it's something you're going to focus on in the run home towards finals?
Yeah, look, it's certainly something that we've had a look at. We have been a little bit inconsistent this year, and I guess the side has certainly got themselves up for the bigger games, which are classed as the bigger games, but then fallen at some games that we probably should have won. So, but then by the same token, it's not dissimilar to the AFL. Any side on any day in 3rd division, it's always a close division, can knock any side off. So you've got to respect every side. It was disappointing a few weeks back against East Burwood. They played really well. We probably didn't execute as well as we would have liked. But then, the week after we showed what we could do against Templestowe here. So, we're up and down a little bit, but we're trying to find the right consistency getting towards finals.
I suppose you've had a look at the ladder. How many more wins do you reckon would get you into the playoffs? Have you sort of assessed that?
Yeah, from our point of view, it's really a case of, week by week. But you look at the last 6 weeks, and ideally you want to win the 6 games. With a tough run home, we'd sort of we'd have to win at least 4 of the games coming home. To give ourselves probably a really good shot at winning enough games to get into the finals. But by the same token, you might need to win the 6 games to get in because it is that close.
Indeed it is. And do you take any confidence or solace out of the fact, I know round 1 was a long time ago, but you defeated this same side, Ferntree Gully, to the tune of 81 points. Do you take confidence out of that, knowing that you can match up well against this Eagles side?
We take confidence out of the fact that we know we can match up against every side in the comp. So today, Ferntree Gully is no different in the sense that we respect them. And round 1, 13 weeks ago, a long time ago,
it is,
the reality is they're a different side now. It was their first game in 3rd division. There was a lot of hype at their ground about the unfurling of their flag. They come off the back of an undefeated season last year, or near as good as undefeated last year. So it was a massive day for them, and we sort of got them on the hop a little bit, got on top early, and we were able to sort of keep that lead all day. So 13 weeks ago, too long ago. Today, we just respect them for being in the top 5 as another opponent that we've got to sort of get on top of and try and beat. We
spoke to Pete a few weeks back, I think was the Scoresby game I think we're out here for, and we asked him about the recruiting at the start of the season, and he said basically there was very little recruiting in terms of bringing in outside players. You're just developing the guys within the club, which is obviously very important. You've got some good young players coming through. Tell us about some of those.
Yeah, we have, and that's really been Pete's focus since getting to the club a couple of years ago. Baronia's always had a good junior program, and Pete really sort of took it upon himself to bring some of those young kids in that were, had some good junior years, but were unknowns. And we've continued to develop those guys like White and Fairchild. Wright's back in after a long spell out. Even Lake, some of the guys that have been around for a while have really come a long way under Pete. And it has been a focus of the club to focus on the junior program and the junior guys as opposed to bringing in outside recruits. So that holds us in good stead, particularly with the change in the EFL. with the salary cap and the point system and things like that, it sort of holds us in good stead going forward, that we can look to the future, and if there is a recruit that we actually want to target, we can go out and find someone like that. So,
Sure.
Yeah, they're going really well.
Well, Drew, really appreciate your time. I know it's been an unusual preparation to today's game, but really appreciate it. Hope it goes well today. Good luck in your role as caretaker coach, and we wish you all the best.
Great, guys. Thank you very much.
Good luck, Drew.
Thank you.
Drew O'Hare joining us, the caretaker coach for Boronia this afternoon in place of Pete Brown, of course, the assistant in his normal role. But Pete was fantastic in the sense that he's probably developed his assistant coaches to be in this position in a sense. Do you think they have that strong core coaching group?
I think most senior coaches, I mean, they
even at local level now.
Yeah, but I think right across the board, I think it's very inclusive. I mean, they incorporate them. I mean, the assistants will be all over the game plan. I mean, they're almost like his right-hand man. And there's always that chance that they are going to fall over, which is what's happened today. But I think Drew will do a good job, and I think Boronia on this ground that they know very well. It's quite a quick ground as well, and I think they'll be tough to beat. But you could literally flip a coin. It's going to be a really tough game to call. Yeah,
hopefully it's going to be a tight game too as you tune in either via 98.1 FM Radio Eastern, or of course streaming live at efl.org.au, or of course on the YouTube channel, which I know you're an avid viewer there, Brett.
I am all the time. Yes, I'm always on there.
We talked
checking myself out as you are now on the monitor.
I only just discovered the camera.
Where's Carly Simon singing "You're So Vain"?
Oh, oh, you're just hilarious today, mate.
I tell you what, I got more where that came from. Yeah.
That's what his wife said.
Oh, unbelievable. Brett, we talked about the fact that Pete Brown was an ex-AFL player, played 5 games for St Kilda.
Yep.
I mentioned another name, Ferntree Gully captain Simon Godfrey, of course, I believe played for Melbourne back in the 2000s.
Yeah, I thought that name rang a bell. Yeah, well, we can talk to Peter Farrell when he comes in. He'll probably tell us a wee bit more. But, I mean, that's the thing about the EFL. There's so many former AFL players floating around, or they've
I like it.
Yeah, it's good. It is good. It just gives it another. I mean, not at the expense of the local guys.
No, of course not.
But every team's got 1 or 2 in there, and it just helps out. I mean, give them the benefit of their experience, mentor the young guys, and I think it's great.
Well, we had Rex Hunt last week on the pre-game. I think he used to call Simon Godfrey the vacuum cleaner, obviously, for obvious reasons.
He was a very interesting man.
What about Sam Goodman, another name on that list for Ferntree Gully? He's been brilliant all season. We know a quality player that he is. He was best on ground last week in their 68-point victory over Warrandyte. He's going to be hard to stop from Boronia's point of view in terms of looking at the Ferntree Gully side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've got plenty of class. I mean, Big Billy Morris and I went into the rooms to have a wee chat to Peter Farrell to jack him up for the interview, and Billy Morris walked past me, and he's about 9'5". He's huge and a really big guy as well. So he's obviously a very good player as well. So he's had a good season. But there's plenty of class. I mean, Frank DiDonato at fullback, very solid as well. So they'll be tough. But I mean, as will Boronia, they've got plenty of class in their own side.
What about in the sense that Ferntree Gully probably, I wouldn't say that they're one-dimensional, but they do have that primary forward in Lee Boyle, who's kicked 27 goals so far this season, kicked 4 last week. Do you think they double-team him, the Boronia defence?
Oh, look, they'll have done their homework and they'll be aware that he's a key player, so obviously they'll go to him. But, I mean, every club's got to have a plan B. And if you find yourself being a bit too one-dimensional, you're going to get found out pretty quickly. And obviously the fact that Ferntree Gully have got themselves up into contention, they're in 5th place at the moment. So obviously, without having seen them play this year, they have obviously got some other routes to goal as well, which I'm sure they'll utilise today.
We speak about the fact that it is beyond the blue round, Brett. It's a very important issue, isn't it? And it's something that's come to light and come to a head in the AFL and local footy community, particularly in the last 12 months, I've found. And both of these clubs, Boronia and Ferntree Gully, have been affected by it in a serious way, with a number of their junior players or lower level players succumbing to depression and various other mental illnesses. It's a very important issue, regardless of what walk of life you come from. We see some of the top paid AFL players experiencing mental illness and anxiety. It's something that needs to be addressed, isn't it? And I'm glad at least that we're talking about it in an open manner in this day and age.
I think it is absolutely awesome. For too long, it was seen as a sign of weakness. You buried your head in the clouds. You didn't want to talk about it. And the fact that it's come out now, the AFL obviously got on the front foot and addressed it. And we've taken the EFL obviously with Beyond Blue Day. I was talking to Phil Merton, the CEO of the EFL, out there before, and he's really excited about the day. And he says that it's just been great to have this initiative. And obviously these two clubs, as you say, both have had personal experience. But let's face it, I mean, and it's quite alarming, if that's the right word, the number of people you bump into, and a lot of people won't tell you
No.
But you will find out that they've had either personal experience themselves or know someone that's either had mental illness, some sort of anxiety, depression.
Any form of mental illness, really.
Oh, I've had personal experience with it myself. So everybody has. And it's not a sign of weakness. It's something we all go through at some stage. And the sign of weakness really is not putting your hand up and asking for help.
That's right.
But it's hard, because of that stigma that we've had. But that's being broken down now, and it's a great thing. It really is.
It is. It's not just the stigma necessarily. I think people are very private and find it difficult to express their emotions, particularly men, and that's why it's a big part of the AFL community. Because I think males, by nature, and I'm not being sexist here, but they do struggle to convey their emotions.
Oh, without doubt.
Women.
There's not being sexist about it. I mean, it's that sort of, particularly, I suppose, without stereotyping, the real blokey bloke, who's down there, on the trade sites, they don't want to buy, don't want to talk about it sort of thing, but it's not a weakness. As I say, it's more of a weakness. You're the one that's going to suffer if you don't put your hand up and ask for help.
That's it. The longer you put it off, the harder it is to overcome.
And let's face it, I mean, the end results can sometimes be tragic. So,
Well, you're of a different generation to me, Brett.
What are you saying?
I'm not being. I'm not going to say that you're old. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm just saying.
What you're saying.
I'm stating a fact. But you're of a different generation. I'm in my early 20s. Obviously, I'm probably used to that environment where you can talk about mental health because it's a big issue across all sectors of society now, and it's addressed. You come from a different era in a sense. I'm saying that carefully, but did you find it difficult? It wasn't something that was spoken about, was it, 20 years ago?
No, absolutely not, without question. That's what I'm just saying. I mean, it's really only come to light. Look, it's hard to remember when it sort of happened, but I suppose with the advent of Beyond Blue, so we're probably only talking.
Well, it was only established about 20 years. That was when Jeff Kennett found the idea, wasn't it, about 20 years ago?
We're probably talking in the last maybe 10, 15 years. And even when it was established, I mean, it still took people a while to embrace it because there was still that, I can't talk about that, but yeah, good on him and good on the guys at Beyond Blue. They do a fantastic job, and good on them for bringing it out and making it something that people can now talk about.
Indeed, and even with AFL footballers, I think it really only started with the advent of Nathan Thompson coming out about, I think it was just over 10 years ago, and revealing his struggles with depression.
We've had, 2 in the last week?
That's right. It's becoming more and more common, isn't it?
Harry O'Brien a couple of years ago. We've had basically 2 guys come out in the last week. Tom Boyd, and there was someone else.
Alex Fasolo recently.
That's right, yeah. So now there's that, let's come out and tell people about it. And all it does is it gives people the opportunity to say, okay, he's not travelling so well. So, and be supportive sort of thing, instead of looking at him and thinking, gee, what's wrong with him sort of thing, because people can obviously go into themselves and
It's a chicken and egg scenario. Sometimes there's that stigma surrounding it, but at least we're breaking down the barriers, Brett. Hoping to catch up with Peter Farrell, the Ferntree Gully coach, very soon. But in the meantime, why don't we have a look at some of the games across all 4 divisions today as you go local for your footy in the Eastern Football League? We may as well start off with Division 1 here. It's been a very interesting season, hasn't it? Can someone stop the Vermont juggernaut? Is there someone you can see that could perhaps challenge the Eagles?
I've got to be honest with you, I can't. And I say that because I saw 2 of the big contenders last week in Noble Park and Blackburn, and on the evidence of what I saw last week, all right, I know Blackburn have got some injuries, etc. They beat Noble Park last week. And Noble Park will be very, very disappointed because that was a game that was almost the unlosable game. So that's a huge blow for them. Blackburn, it sounds like they're not going to get too many of their injured players back.
That's a struggle, isn't it? Because if they had their full team based on what we saw last week, they could challenge.
I couldn't believe what I saw last week. I mean, good on Blackburn, but how Noble Park lost that game. So to be honest, at the moment, neither of those 2 sides. South Croydon, maybe. I haven't seen them in recent weeks.
Maybe that lack of finals experience might be telling for them, though. I mean, you never know, but they do have less of an experience. They're not associated with finals in the same way that Vermont is.
I suppose the dark horse, the club that you might think might just scrape up there and somehow make it into the granny is Baldwin. Well, they got off to such a terrible start this year, but they've bounced back a wee bit. They've got themselves into contention, and because they've been there before and done it, they may be the side to watch. I mean, I'm not sure what their draw is like coming home. You've got that there.
Well, I'm just going to say today Vermont and Bournemouth face each other, so
We'll do too. Yes, they do.
We'll have a better idea of where they stand. Do you think they can challenge them today?
Look, I don't know. Vermont look almost unstoppable, don't they? But it will be a good test.
But if Bournemouth could beat Vermont at home, you never know, can you?
Yeah, I think they'll be struggling to win today. But I mean, it would be a huge win, and it would certainly make people sit up and take notice. But it's at the moment you'd have to say it's Vermont's premiership to lose, quite frankly, in Division 1.
No, fair enough too. I think that's a fair call. 3 games, of course, in Division 3 in this Division 1 rather in this split round. Obviously, accounting for the fact that the Division 1 players played a part in that representative game earlier on in the season, and it's also a double header. I'll mention that on the EFL media coverage coming up this weekend with East Ringwood taking on North Ringwood in the Sunday game, following on from their round 1 game, the corresponding game on a Sunday back in April. But in the meantime, we're going to have a chat very shortly with the Ferntree Gully senior coach, Peter Farrell, who has just entered the caravan now. A big game for Ferntree Gully, though, Brett, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We'll come back to our tips very shortly, but Pete Farrell has been good enough to join us. Pete, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
How you going?
Not too bad.
Is his mic on there, Bruce?
Am I on?
That's better.
I'm on? Yeah, good to see you, Brett. How are you?
Absolutely. Then Damo is here with me, of course.
G'day, Damo.
Hello, mate.
Massive game for you guys today. I mean, you, a win today will cement your spot, but a loss today, and Boronia could jump over you and make it really difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the division's so tight, from 1 to 7. The next 6 weeks are going to determine how that looks, obviously, and every week's important. Every week's like a final now, I think, moving forward for a group of sides in it. So.
Indeed, and we mentioned to the caretaker coach for Boronia earlier today whether they take any solace out of that round 1 meeting. I know it was a long time ago where Boronia defeated you guys by 81 points. Do you look at it in the sense that there are a number of things you could draw from that game to rectify and improve on coming into this game?
Oh, look, I think, Damo, we did that way back then. Probably it was a great learning opportunity for us, provided we took the learnings out of it, and we certainly did. We sat down after that game and addressed several things that we needed to go through. It was certainly not panic stations for us.
No.
We've come up a division, and we've got a new group again from what we had last year. There's another 10 players in the side, from the premiership side last year, and round 1's such a long time ago now. It's 3 months ago, so yeah, that's right.
Yeah. How pleased are you, though, that you've come up a division? And often, you come up a division and you struggle. I mean, we look at like Knox, for instance. So you guys, I mean, you've come up and you've been really competitive. I mean, that must be really exciting for you.
Oh, it is. We're excited just to be up here, Brett. It's great to get out of 4th Division as a football club after 22 seasons. And to be competing, it's really good for us. We've got a lot of good young footballers, as I've mentioned, and some really good older heads. So we're excited by every week and every challenge that we're confronted with.
Do you think the sense that you've been waiting a long time, waiting to seize the opportunity to enter Division 3, has that built up over time mentally, and now that you're here, you're grabbing the opportunity in a sense?
Oh, look, I think, that's been building for 22 years, I suppose. So the people that are here now, the people, they change every year, don't they? There's a core group of people that I'm sure that's the feeling, but I think everyone's just excited to be playing reasonable footy and going up a standard, and, everyone's aspirational to keep improving. That's our main sort of focus. Yep.
Let's talk a bit about today's game. Boronia, both you sides, just looking at your recent form, you've both been a bit scratchy. You started off okay, but you've had the odd loss. I think there was a draw in there somewhere. So your form's just been a little bit patchy. Is that something that you're worried about going into this game?
Oh, look, our form's been good the last 2 weeks, so that's one positive for us. We had a couple of weeks where we were a bit off, I think. We won a game and we certainly didn't execute the sort of game style and the structures the way we'd like to, but we addressed that. And losing games of footy is a great opportunity for us to learn, like I said earlier, and we certainly embrace that opportunity every time it presents. So, yeah.
Tell us a little bit about Simon Godfrey as captain. We spoke a bit about him pre-game. What sort of impact does he have on the players?
Yeah, look, so Goddard was captain last year. This year, Jai Goodman's captain.
Yes, and, taken over.
Yeah, that's right. But Simon Godfrey as a leader is, look, in all my time in footy, Simon Godfrey's outstanding is probably the one word for me to describe him. Simon Godfrey the person, Simon Godfrey the footballer, his experience, his wisdom for a young man. He does a lot of great work in behind the scenes with players and the coaching group, and like I said, he's played at the elite level. He played over 100 games at the elite level. And,
at Melbourne. Yes.
Yeah, at Melbourne, that's right. And just his wealth of experience and knowledge and his willingness to share that is invaluable for us. Has been for 3 years now, Damo. So.
Today's game, Boronia are quite tall. They've got some big men in there. One of the guys that I've seen play quite a lot, I'm a bit of a fan of his, is Ryan Henderson. He does a lot of good work for them, and they've got some other guys. And, of course, you've got... I'm not as familiar with your side, so are you as tall as Boronia? Where do you
I don't want to give too much away. No, look, obviously...
We will be able to see when they come out.
You'll see soon in the next hour.
I mean, Billy Morrison's a big guy, obviously, but what about the others? Yeah,
look, we've got some good-sized key position players. Hendo's a great ruckman. He'll no doubt slip forward at times today. Yeah. And Josh Hannon's 6'7", and Jaden Collins 6'8". So these are big boys. Jared Rutherford up back at 6'4". We've got some of our own tall players. They're not 6'8", I don't think, but they're tall enough. Yeah.
Just before we let you go, Pete, obviously Beyond Blue Cup Day and Beyond Blue Round, it's a great initiative. Your club has been touched on it by a personal level in the sense of mental health and mental illness. How do you see the issue as a senior coach? I know to an extent it's not your charter, but in the same breath you have to mentor the players, and perhaps you notice the signs to an extent amongst young men. Do you think this is a great initiative at local level, or do you think we're addressing the issue in a more open manner these days?
Oh, I think we definitely are. It's a great initiative, there's no doubt. It's a serious issue in society, mental health issues. I think, I'm not sure on the stats, but certainly young males are hit hard by that.
Yeah.
It's our responsibility as leaders, coaches, presidents, football clubs to ensure that we're really aware of that and creating an environment that's we're doing everything we can to support all the young males and females that are coming through the system at local footy level. And we take that really serious, and I think it's critical. And today's a great initiative, just highlighting that. So.
Absolutely. Well, Pete, really appreciate your time today.
No
best
worries.
of luck for the game. I know it's a crucial one in the context of your season, so all the best.
Good on you, Damo. Good on you, Brett.
Pete.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Thanks very much. Brett, of course, Pete Farrell joining us on the pre-game show here at EFL Game Day. A big game for Ferntree Gully, the Eagles, today, and I think he seems very in tune with what's happening.
He's very relaxed, isn't he? And just
Yes.
that we say this every week, but the access we get to the coaches, I mean, he's on the verge of preparing his side to go out and play, and he's coming here and given us 5-10 minutes of his time, and it's just awesome. We can't thank the coaches and the players enough for their access. It really does make our job so much easier.
Indeed, and he's keeping a keen eye on the reserves game as well. Of course, Boronia currently leading that by 3 goals over Ferntree Gully. Very important in terms of depth, how the reserves perform. Let's move back on to Division 1 action. Just a couple of games to go, and it was going to be a very interesting contest this afternoon, of course, between Norwood and Blackburn. Can Blackburn continue on their performance based on Noble Park last week and how they defeated them so comfortably with an undermanned side? Could they repeat the dose, do you think, Brett?
Look, I think they will. I've got to be honest with you. I think Norwood are the biggest disappointment in First Division. They really have been. I was quite bullish on them at the start of the year. I saw them play a couple of times, and I thought they were really good. They're a bit one-dimensional. They rely an awful lot on Lee Williams, but they have got some other good players. The likes of Poynton and the guys through the midfield. So I don't know what's happened to them, but they've dropped right off the pace.
They have, yeah.
And even without some of their key players, I mean, Blackburn they were impressive last week to a point. They weren't great, but to knock over Noble Park, so I think they will beat Norwood up at Mullen Reserve today.
Yeah, fair enough. I think Blackburn can continue on their good form. The only question mark I have is whether they can repeat the dose after that good performance last week, whether it took a lot out of them because it was such a physical and intense encounter. And I mentioned before the radio game tomorrow, it's a double header this weekend. East Ringwood hosting North Ringwood in the Sunday game tomorrow to complete that aspect of the split round, the first leg. It's going to be an interesting contest. North Ringwood probably have lost their chance to get into the finals, even though it's a mathematical possibility still, if you want to go on a technical basis. But two sides who have been relatively lowly this season, of course, East Ringwood in second last position with 3 wins. They try and salvage some pride at this stage of the season. It was a low-scoring contest when they both met in the corresponding game on the Sunday back in round 1. I think only 5 goals were scored between the two sides for the entire day. Given the weather in Melbourne, do you think it'll be a similar type of contest, very low scoring and intense and physical?
Look, if it's like this tomorrow, it could be quite a quick contest, but neither side have been terribly impressive this year. Neither side have an awful lot to play for, although that said, East Ringwood mathematically could still get relegated, but I think Bayswater would have to perform a minor miracle to get out of that 12th spot. So it's a flip of a coin. I think North Ringwood will probably win, but it could just as easily go the other way.
Indeed. It'll be an interesting clash, I think, in terms of pride. I think East Ringwood might get themselves up for it in the sense that it is their home game. Maybe that would count for something. It's a standalone game on the Sunday. Do you think sides could lift in that position?
Maybe. I mean, they'll probably, because it's a Sunday game, I mean, obviously a lot of people have extra things to do on Saturday. Some people work, so you might find there's a really big crowd out there tomorrow because, I mean, Sunday's a bit of a cruisy day. So the crowd might be bigger. That might help them. But as I say, you still, whether you play at home or away, you've still got to perform.
That's true.
So flip of a coin. But I think North Ringwood at least will probably take it.
Indeed, and be interesting to see how the two sides would adapt to the conditions if it indeed rains down tomorrow. I think from memory, though, with the forecast, the rain, in terms of its heaviness, won't come until Monday. So it's going to be an interesting day in terms of the conditions today, too, for this clash, whether it will rain. I think a few showers are forecast, but nothing too substantial, even though in the press it's been very well documented that the rain and the cold weather will be coming, given that it is the middle of July. We're smack bang in the middle of winter, Brett. You'll be rugging up, of course, this weekend.
It's actually, well, we're in the caravan, of course, at
even
the
though
moment,
it's a bit mild this winter.
But it is actually not too bad outside. I mean, it's I think it's only 10 or 11 degrees, but it's actually very pleasant. So just looking at the forecast for tomorrow, actually, and it's, possibly some rain around tomorrow, and we could get the odd shower here today, so that may affect things.
Indeed. Good crowd lining up here at Tormore Reserve as well, with Boronia and Ferntree Gully, given their geographical neighbours in a sense. I know they're not traditional rivals in the EFL, but they're from the local area, probably delving out of the same talent pool to an extent, given their neighbours just down the train line as well. Do you think there's a little bit of rivalry there, in addition to the significance of the game in the context of the
possibly.
season?
I'm not sure if they're traditional rivals.
No.
I haven't been around long enough to sort of delve into the rivalry, but yeah, there might be, but I don't think there'll be. They don't worry about too much about things like that, so I think it'll just be all on the day, and as you say, the Beyond Blue Cup, and there's just so much at stake really in terms of clinching that playoff spot, so that'll be the number one thing on those guys, on everyone's mind today.
Just having a look at the radar on the 128 kilometre loop, there's a few scattered little pockets of rain, but nothing too substantial today, so hopefully we'll have a clean game of football, and I think the surface has held up relatively well here at Tormore Reserve, given traditionally it can be a glue pot of a ground, but I think throughout the last few weeks it looks all right, the surface.
It looks, I'm going to duck out there just very quickly before the main game starts, but it actually looks quite firm on top, and in light of the fact that we've got a reserves game as well, it hasn't looked to cut up too much. I think it'll be pretty, it looks like a pretty good surface. I think the game will be played largely on top of the ground today, providing there's no rain.
And if you're in the area, get down here. There's some good activities out here with the Beyond Blue van setting up, of course, in addition to raising awareness to mental health. They have some activities here. I noticed Bruce Press, our wonderful technician, is playing a bit of Jenga there. You're not much of a Jenga fan, are you?
Not at all, mate. Not at all.
Actually,
I'm more interested in what's on the other side. If you go out to the door to my left or our left, the coffee van's out there, and I keep getting a whiff of it. So I'm rather more interested in that rather than the what is it, Jenga?
I would always knock it over, I must say, playing Jenga. It's not one of my favourite games. I'm very clumsy.
I've got to be honest, I'm not familiar with it at all. But anyway.
That's why I don't work in construction.
It's that generational thing you were talking about.
That's right. Our generation doesn't play board games, Brett. They all play on the computer or the PlayStation. We don't know anything about board games,
Get the Monopoly out.
That would at least teach people about money, because a lot of people in our generation don't know how to spend their money. They go crazy.
Frivolous.
I'll tell you what, we'll get a start on some of the other divisions as we preview today's action. Of course, it is a smaller round in terms of Division 1 with only the 3 games this weekend. In Division 2, also a split round to an extent here, just the 2 games after the 3 last week. If you want to recap some of the results from the first leg of round 12, Mooralbark defeated Croydon by 6 goals last week. A very good win there for the Mustangs, who have been very impressive the last couple of weeks, I must say.
They have, yeah. They're really starting to hit their straps.
Another side who's been impressive, Wantirna South. They defeated Mitcham quite comfortably a couple of weeks ago, probably against the odds to an extent, and they defeated Lilydale by 19 points. The Falcons having a disappointing couple of weeks. And Doncaster East just got the job done over a lowly Mulgrave. The Lions, in the Mulgrave sense, would have been very happy and pleased with their gallant performance, even though they didn't get the 4 points.
They've just slipped up a wee bit, Doncaster East. I think they had a loss in there too, from memory, somewhere just in the not too distant futures past, should I say. So they need to get their act together. Excuse me, but they've got a week, of course, to do that. But that Wantirna South result was a really big one, beating Lilydale. That was a huge result.
Indeed. Mitcham, of course, hosting the Waverley Blues. That'll be an interesting clash. And, of course, Knox taking on Upper Ferntree Gully. We'll preview those games and plenty more, of course, Division 3 and Division 4. We're at Tormore Reserve for the Beyond Blue Cup between Boronia and Ferntree Gully. A crucial game in a tight Division 3. Make sure you stay with us on the EFL Game Day warm-up. Plenty more to come right after this.
Up the Mitcham Tigers!
Down the Burners!
Let's go, Panthers!
What a mark! Let's go, doggies!
Tobin Brothers Funeral, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
For the best EFL rap on radio, don't miss EFL Sunday. From 10 till 12 every Sunday morning, the EFL media team bring you all the final scores, goal kickers, best players and ladders, following a big round of EFL footy. The gang talk to the biggest names from across the league each and every week. EFL Sunday, from 10 every Sunday morning on 98.1 Radio Eastern. EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. EFL.org.au is the place to be online. And best of all, the latest listen back to any EFL radio program at any time by checking out the latest news and EFL.org.au. Have your say in the EFL Eastern Football League. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
Up the doggies!
Go, the Bloods!
Great goal, Devils! Can the Valers!
Tobin Brothers Funeral, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to EFL Game Day. This is the warm-up. We're here at the Division 3 encounter between Boronia and Ferntree Gully from Tormore Reserve. Of course, a great initiative, the Beyond Blue Cup, that we air, obviously, every July. I think it's great to raise mental illness awareness throughout the community, whether it be at the higher rungs of professional football or at the local levels as well. It affects each and every one of us in a sense that we know people who suffer from mental illness, and it's an important initiative and gospel, I suppose, to spread that it's okay to talk about your mental health issues. Let's get into the preview of some of the other games in Division 2. Of course, only the 2 matches in this leg, the second leg of the split round in Eastern Football League action. We're in round 12. I mentioned before the break, Mitcham hosting the Waverley Blues. The Tigers, well, they be looking obviously to try and amend some of those results in recent weeks when they lost to Wantirna South. They're taking on the lowly Waverley Blues, who have had just the 1 win so far for this season. Surely the Tigers can get the job done here, Brett.
Well, whoops. It helps when you turn your mic. I think they've been really disappointing, Mitcham. You sort of expected bigger things from them, but they haven't played well this year. But surely if they can't knock the Waverley Blues over, I think they'll give it up.
Yes, I think Mitcham should win quite comfortably as well. And, of course, the other game, Knox taking on Upper Ferntree Gully. Knox have been a red-hot force to be reckoned with this season, haven't they, Brett? No losses yet. Unblemished record, 11 wins and 0 losses for the season thus far. Upper Gully, a lowly side. Probably their finals chances are beyond them now, given they're a few games back. So Knox probably have the greater incentive, even though they're a game ahead of Doncaster East on top of the table.
I think so. I think Knox obviously coming down from Division 1, that tougher competition. So they're almost playing probably still at first division intensity. and it can be a little bit hard for some of the other second division sides to adapt. So I think Knox will get up in Upper Ferntree Gully, they're 7th at the moment, probably out of the reckoning. So I think Knox will take that one pretty comfortably.
Indeed, and at home as well, I think that really helps. They play that home ground at Knox Gardens Reserve very well on Argyle Way, of course, Brett. Let's move on to Division 3 action now. Probably a greater leg of games compared to Division 1 and 2 this weekend. Round 13 action. We're in the middle of July, of course. Ringwood hosting the Basin this weekend. The Redbacks, I think, have been relatively impressive so far this season. An important game for them given their logjam in Division 3 that we mentioned, which affects both the sides playing today in Boronia and Ferntree Gully. They take on a relatively lowly and I suppose disappointing Basin side to an extent, who have probably seen their finals chances pass them by. You'd have to tip the Redbacks here,
without doubt. I saw the Basin play 2 or 3 weeks ago and they were very, very underwhelming. They're not playing well, so I think, and Ringwood, as you say, they're up and about, they're in second place, they're right in amongst it, and I think they'll win, and they'll win pretty comfortably, especially out at Jubilee Park.
Yeah, I have to go with Ringwood there as well. They play that open, expansive ground relatively well. They'd have that greater advantage there, whereas the Basin, in contrast, they have a very small, narrow ground where it's very physical and obviously intense.
And very windy, Damo.
Yes, it's Ringwood. It's very windy everywhere. When you live at the foothills of the Dandenong Ranges, you're under a rain belt. We're used to it, I think. You're right, though. Ringwood, of course, probably leading in that department in terms of using the wide expanses of Jubilee Park.
Yep.
Let's head on to the next game, of course. East Burwood hosting Scoresby. The Rams on the bottom of the table with just that draw to record. No wins yet for the season. They take on Scoresby, or I think a little bit more rejuvenated in recent weeks. There's still a finals chance here. You would think there'd be the greater incentive, even though the Rams would want to avoid that dreaded wooden spoon of relegation and avoid going down to Division 4, which would have been unheard of 15 years ago.
Scoresby have had their chances, haven't they, this year? They're at 7th place, but they've probably lost some games or come close to winning some games that they probably should have taken. So I think, even though it's at East Ringwood, I think Scoresby, as you say, more to play for, and I think they'll get the job done today.
And of course, they defeated Boronia last week
to
the tune of 23 points, which was a surprise.
Massive surprise. I mean, that's a sort of season that Boronia has had, and we talked about that before, the inconsistencies for both these sides. And I mean, Boronia travelling along, if they'd won last week, they would have been in the 5, and instead of that, they're effectively playing, not quite for their lives today, but that was a big loss.
Gee, you'd be worried if you were playing for your life, wouldn't you? I'd be very nervous. Warrandyte,
figuratively speaking.
I love that expression. Warrandyte hosting Churnside Park today. Of course, Churnside Park have always been stuck around that lower rung of Division 3. They've never been relegated, but they're such a young side that they seem to be entrenched in that same spot. But they probably go in as favourites against a very lowly Warrandyte side who have come up from Division 4 in recent seasons. You would tip the Panthers here, or would you going to go for Warrandyte?
No, absolutely. Go for Churnside Park. I did see them play earlier in the year against Noble Park, and they went that flash. They were all right in the first quarter. There was a huge wind out there, so they kept Noble Park pretty quiet in the first quarter, but then they got overrun after that. Neil Winterton, good coach out there, and he's got them playing okay footy, not exactly going through the roof, but as you say, they've got a young side, and I think they'll probably upset. Well, they won't upset. They'll beat Warrandyte today at Warrandyte.
Well, no side could make the finals out of those two, so probably playing for pride at this point of the season. Let's move on to the next game. South Belgrave taking on the inimitable Park Orchard side, who are a game on top of the ladder. Probably the only side at this point of the season in Division 3 who can breathe a little easy. Mind you, they don't want to lose to a lowly side because that could cost them in the long run.
Park Orchards, I've been really bullish on Park Orchards, probably because I've seen them play about 50 times this year.
That's a long trip for you coming from Narry Warren, I must say.
It's all good, mate. I love Park Orchards. I love watching them play. But having said that, they got rolled by Templestowe last week, albeit by a point. They're still top of the table, but I still think they've got the goods. They've got a very good side, Park Orchards. They've got goal-kicking options all over the park. They've got a really good midfield. They've got a strong defence, and I think they'll be far too good for South Belgrave, even though it's at South Belgrave today.
Indeed, and Templestowe, you mentioned that side before, defeating the top of the table Park Orchard side. They take on Heathmont, who we saw them a few weeks ago out at H.E. Parker Reserve. They were disappointing against Park Orchards. Do you think that they could conquer Templestowe here? This is probably just as important a game in the context of the Division 3 season as it is today between Boronia and Ferntree Gully, because both sides are in that little rung and on the same amount of points.
In a word, no. We saw the Jets, as you say, and I didn't think they were all impressive.
Didn't rate them?
No, and I think Templestowe, coming off that upset win against Park Orchards, maybe just starting to... I mean, Templestowe were great last year, and they've been a bit slow to get going this year, but maybe signs that they're just starting to peak at the right time of the season, and I think they'll get up against Heathmont today.
Indeed, it'll be an interesting contest, that's for sure. I'm probably going to go with Templestowe at home. They always play a little bit better there, but you never know. It's one of those seasons which has been very unpredictable in Division 3, and we've seen it at the top level as well in the AFL. I think it's
games have been harder to pick than a broken nose day, mate.
Indeed. How's your tips going, by the way? Shocking, just like mine.
Not that crazy.
Won't talk about it.
Actually, funny enough, last week I picked two big upsets. But was probably offset by the fact that most of the other tips I had were probably all wrong anyway, so it sort of balanced out. So I was bullish that I'd pick the two upsets, but then, as I say, it sort of balanced out. So.
You may as well get an octopus. You know, when they used to have the FIFA World Cup and the octopus would pick the right winner every time. We should hire an octopus.
Darts.
That's right. Well, it's been one of those seasons, hasn't it? You could probably close your eyes and just pick a side out of all the clubs.
You could.
What about Division 4 action here, Brett? Of course, we've reached round 13 of that particular season as well. Forest Hill hosting Coldstream today. This is an important game in the context of the season.
This is a massive game. I haven't seen either of these two clubs play this year. I've followed their fortunes a little bit. But
you wouldn't drive out to Coldstream from where... Oh, you could take a shortcut through the hills, couldn't you, from Narry Warren?
I could, but I won't. Coldstream started off so well. I mean, obviously they've had, they've recruited well. Michael Cardamone's up there now. They've recruited well, but they've just sort of slipped away. Forest Hill, great year last year, but they're struggling a wee bit as well. Having said that, they're 4th and 3rd respectively.
Both with 8 wins.
Yeah, this is a really tough game to call.
Toss of the coin, go for a draw perhaps.
I'm going to go for Coldstream in an upset. Or a mild upset, I suppose.
It's funny because Brett Davidson, I think, tipped a draw between Fair Park and Silverton last week, and he got it right. We always tip a draw with a tongue-in-cheek, but we very rarely ever pick it. But he got it.
Tipping a draw is a bit like picking the lottery numbers. Actually, I'm going to go for the draw.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Forest Hill and Coldstream. I'm going for the draw.
All right. Yeah. I'm going to tip Coldstream here. I think they can probably rejuvenate themselves with a win here over Forest Hill in what is a very important game to establish and solidify 3rd spot on the table in Division 4, and perhaps a final spot, it must be said. That's probably the pick of the games in Division 4 this round. Domvale host Nunawading. Both sides who have experienced their fair share of hardship in recent seasons. Domvale have done well this year. They've reached and elevated themselves to 2nd spot on the table, only a game behind the top of the table, classy Whitehorse Pioneers. Nunawading, even though they haven't won a game, they've been a little bit more competitive compared to recent seasons.
But of course, if they haven't been celebrating a week because their reserves, of course, had a win last year.
So it made national news.
It did. It was on the news. It was on the footy show. It was on everything. So good on them. And now we just need the seniors to have a win. But I don't think it's going to come today, unfortunately.
Oh, you never know. Stranger things have happened.
No, I think Donvale, without having seen them play, obviously, just again following their fortunes, they've got a big game coming up in a couple of weeks. They're playing the Pioneers, I think.
Yes, top of the table.
That will be a massive game. So I think, Donvale certainly right up there in contention to win 4th Division, and I think they'll win comfortably today.
Indeed. How many goals, how competitive do you think Nunawading will be today?
Oh, look, it's hard to say. I mean, what happens when you get like a bit of a blowout, if indeed it is a blowout, which we think it will be? I mean, the side, like Donvale will go out there, they'll give it everything for 3 quarters. They'll be, 12, 15 goals in front with the last quarter, and a lot of teams will just ease off and drop off. So instead of your natural inclination, you'd think, they'd go really hard, win by 150, but in actual fact, they're probably just going to ease off and, it's a bit like being in a horse race and you're 10 lengths in front. As you come to the post, you're going to probably ease off.
Unless you're Winks, in which case you keep going.
Right, Dave.
It's true.
But I think Donvale will win, and I think they'll be in the grand final, probably against Park Orchards.
The Pioneers, you mean?
The Pioneers, sorry, I beg your pardon.
No worries at all. I think Domvale will win quite easily there, but I'm tipping Nunawading could kick a few goals and perhaps reduce the margin.
I thought you were going to say you're tipping Nunawading. I was going to just send you to the hospital for a quick check-up.
Yeah, I probably need that in any case. That's what most people say anyway. Surrey Park hosting Fair Park. The two parks go at it out at Surrey Park Reserve. Of course, on the corner, I believe, of Canterbury Road and I think Station Street. Is that right? Near Box Hill. And a very interesting ground. You get a nice view out there as well. We speak about the view here at Torball Reserve and how good that is. That's a nice view of the Yarra Valley Ranges in the background and, of course, Box Hill in the background as well. This will be an interesting game given that both sides are on the same amount of wins. Of course, Fair Park had that draw last week, which elevates them half a game clear, but both sides, I think they've been relatively disappointing disappointing to an extent this season. Neither of them can make the finals from this point.
Look, having said that, though, I went out, must have been 2 weeks ago now, and Surrey Park beat Whitehorse Pioneers.
So on their day, that's the thing, though. On their day, they could win and beat the top sides.
And they were very, very good. Beat Briskin, particularly across halfback, was outstanding. So they'll win today against Fair Park. That said, Fair Park they were competitive last week. They're one of the sides that obviously aren't going to be, they're not going to be there come when the whoops are cracking. But I think Surrey Park will win. But Fair Park might go all right.
Fair enough too. I'm going to tip Surrey Park as well. I think they'll be the better on paper of those two sides. What about Kilsyth hosting the Whitehorse Pioneers? This is probably the secondary game to watch in Division 4 this weekend. The Pioneers, of course, on top of the ladder by a game. They'd be hoping to maintain that particular record, but Kilsyth can be a challenger on their day, and there's still a slim chance for the finals as well, but if they lose today, it's going to make it very difficult. Yeah,
I don't think they'll win today. Although the Pioneers, you might argue that they've gone off the boil a little bit.
You've been a bit complacent,
Well,
Brett?
they lost to Surrey Park, and then even last week, they played Sylvan last week and they only won by 29 points. And that's no disrespects to Sylvan, but they're not exactly travelling brilliantly. So I think the Pioneers have a bit of a point to prove today, and I think they need to go out and they need to win, and they need to win well. And I think they probably will get the job done against Kilsyth.
It's going to be an interesting contest. I think the Pioneers will be too good as well, but don't be surprised if Kilsyth perhaps at least try and challenge the top side and make it a competitive outcome at the end of the game. What about the last game of the round? The Glebe Waverley Hawks hosting Sylvan. The Hawks, they're another side on the cusp of reaching, of course, that top 4 position and a final spot. They're only a game and very slim percentage behind Forest Hill, so a big outcome for them today, whether they can win or not. They're taking on Sylvan, who are, of course, second last on the table. This is a must-win for the Glebe Waverley Hawks. Surely they can win.
This could be a really important day because you just say Forest Hill and Coldstream, and of course Forest Hill are right there. So if Coldstream upset Forest or beat Forest Hill today, and the Hawks win, bingo. So they have to win today, and I think they will beat Sylvan without too many problems.
Yeah, I think so too. The Glebe Waverley Hawks, surely with the incentive behind them, compared to Sylvan, who are merely playing for pride at this point of the season, should get the job done today. That wraps up all 4 divisions. I tell you what, we've got a little bit of time on our hands, Brett Best, we're talking about some of the more scenic grounds in the EFL, and I know this is a point of contention amongst a lot of EFL pundits across the competition. It's true, we love our venues. I'm a bit of a venue nuffy myself across any sport. Doesn't matter what it is, whether it be race courses or soccer venues. Where is the best ground in the EFL? You've travelled around quite a bit. What would your verdict be?
You're turning this into an episode of Postcards.
Wouldn't mind that, actually.
Look, I haven't been to every single ground, but certainly as far as picturesque goes, this is certainly right up there with the mountains in the background. It's very nice, this ground. I love Tormore. It's about the 3rd or 4th time I've been out here, and I guess probably because I've been out here so many times, I do have a little soft spot for it. So, yeah, no, it's right up there, certainly.
You like Noble Park, given you're a local in the area and you support the team?
I do. Look, I love the Bull Ring, but you wouldn't say it's one of the more scenic grounds.
It depends what you define by scenic, I think.
I mean, facilities-wise, it's right up there, but in terms of scenery, it's probably just an inner suburban ground, nothing too much to get excited about.
Well, the Mitcham Ground Walker Park is considered to be the MCG of the EFL. Have you ever been there?
Actually, I tell a lie, I did go there last year.
Yeah.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest, but I did go.
They're not going to be happy with that. The locals.
Couldn't have been that memorable, but yeah, it's more my bad memory, Damo, rather than anything else.
Well, I like it, but in the sense that the local Mitcham supporters get underneath the scoreboard, and I think the atmosphere is very good because it's a smallish ground, it's encompassed, and the atmosphere, you can really feel the supporters cheering. Probably the only downside to it is that mud patch, which I think they've eradicated on the members' wing, and I love the grandstand too. I love grandstands. So.
Grandstands, yeah. Good grandstand, you can't beat it.
Indeed. Well, I like the Ringwood Grand. You ever been to Jubilee Park?
No, I haven't.
Okay, fair enough too. I know you love Park Orchards. That's not a bad scenic ground because you got the forest in the background.
That's true. Park Orchards actually is a fair ground. It's just the way things have fallen, but I think I've seen more of Park Orchards this year than any other team almost. I feel like I should be their patron or something. But no, yeah,
should be their ambassador.
That's right up there, yeah, absolutely, ambassador. It's not important, yeah.
What about Bayswater? Of course, the Division 1 Grand Final ground, great standard as well.
Yeah, Bayswater is obviously that's the
premier ground, isn't it?
It is the premier ground, and that's why we have the finals out there every year. So I suppose we put them at the top, and then everyone else sort of chasing. But as you say, in terms of it depends what you define as a is the best ground? Is it facilities? Is it view? So everyone's got a different take on it, I suppose.
Yeah, and if you have any feedback, feel free to tweet us through at Footy EFL. What do you think the best ground in the league and the competition is? You can state your case. I know many of the followers out there follow a club, so they can state their case for their home club. But I agree, Boronia to an extent, the scenery is very good. It's certainly one ground that I look forward to. One I like, because I'm a keen bike rider, as you know, Brett, Mulgrave. The Eastlink Trail travels on the outer wing, and I think it's a very good ground because you've got the nice little wetlands and forest in the background on the outer wing amongst the interchange benches. I think that's not a bad ground to go to.
I haven't been there again, so I have to take your word for that. But yeah.
The only bad thing about it is it's near Waverley Park, so it's underneath that rain belt. Did you attend many games there in your time, Brett? No, you're
not
a New Zealander,
no.
of course.
Not anymore, Damo.
Sorry, an Australian citizen.
Australian citizen, thank you very much. I tell you what, it's getting a little bit black out.
I don't think it's going to, judging by the radar, I don't think we'll have any significant showers
I'm not
today.
overly perturbed because I'm not on the boundary today, so it can do what it likes. Actually, if we've got
I'm happy to swap.
If we've got a bit of time to kill, something we can have a quick word about is and we've sort of covered it a bit in the last week, but the 5th Division, which is coming into play.
The restructure.
Yeah, I was talking to Phil Merton, the EFL CEO, just before we got on air, and he's pretty excited about it. He thinks it's a good initiative, and I think it's going to be terrific. It'll just be interesting to see how they how the thing's structured as it comes to the end. But it's going to do wonders for some of the weaker clubs.
It narrows it down a little bit and probably pockets where the level of competitiveness is, isn't it?
The other thing he brought up too, which is a really good point, he said a lot of the clubs, and we talked about them, you come to this part of the season and they're sitting 7th or 8th or 9th. They're not going to get relegated. They can't get into a playoff spot. So effectively, they've got nothing to play for. So this is, I think, one of the big things behind having this 5th division. It's going to hopefully give, it won't work out perfectly, but it's going to give more clubs more to play for later into the season. And if it does that, that can only be a good thing.
Indeed. And I think it'll add a breath of fresh air maybe to the structure of the competition as well.
Absolutely.
The Premier Division, it's probably following on from the VAFA to an extent.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to have the Premier. I think they've done the right.
Sounds very upper class.
I think they had to, because you don't want Division 5.
No.
So you've got
5's a weird number, isn't it?
Well, it just. Yeah, you just don't want Division 5. So I think Premier and the next 4 divisions. But they've got a year to embed it next year. Obviously they've been working on it. They've decided that it's what they want to do, and then hopefully it'll come into play in 2 years' time, and it'll be great. Yeah.
We speak about also equalisation, how the EFL has implemented the salary cap and points system that they have at the moment. Do you think the fact that in Division 1, even though in some divisions with Vermont dominating and of course Knox dominating in Division 2 without a loss, Ball would have been knocked off their perch, and South Croydon are up there in second spot in Division 1, for example. Do you think we're seeing a more equal competition in a similar manner to the AFL?
Look, I think so. I don't think, it's looking a little bit like this year, like Vermont are running away with it. Obviously, when they get to grand final day, anything can happen. It's assuming they make it, because the other contenders look to be a little off the pace. But, all the other divisions are relatively open. So, who knows? I think the equalisation is working well. It's just something that you just got to look at each year, assess it, and you just keep tinkering with it as on a need to basis, I guess.
It's always a difficult thing to balance, isn't it, with the way that money comes into the clubs, etc.
Well, that's right. You've got to get
gains the advantage. It's always going to be difficult to balance.
That's right. Well, it is. But as I say, the EFL do a fantastic job. We're not the best community football league in the country for nothing.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. We are, without question. We're streets ahead of anyone else, and that's not blowing your own trumpet, but, we are really. But, that we do it well. We've got great administrators. We've got great teams right through the whole football community, and it works brilliantly. So,
Just working on that initiative, of course, today is Beyond Blue Cup Day across the EFL, and this, of course, is the premier match in terms of that particular initiative. Boronia hosting Ferntree Gully today. You think that clubs are really improving on that front, and obviously we've had a number of incidents with these two clubs, Boronia and Ferntree Gully, affected within the past 12 months at lower levels of their club. But do you think that clubs are improving in that sense, that we've moved away from the barnstorming attitudes of yesteryear, where you know, you couldn't really talk about mental health because there was a stigma attached to it. Do you think in the local clubs, based on what you see as an observer, have improved in that area? I think as a society we have.
No, absolutely. I think overall, I was going to say not just in the clubs, but overall in society. And it used to be a time that you know, we didn't really talk about it. But, you know, it's out there now, and most people, you know, you'll still have the odd bigot out there that'll, you know, harden up, but they're few and far between, certainly way less than they used to be. Indeed,
it's certainly an issue to be managed, and it's great that the EFL are supporting the initiative with Beyond Blue Cup round. That's it for the EFL pre-match. The match of the day between Boronia and Ferntree Gully, live here from Torball Reserve, is not too far away. Brett, thanks for your time on the pre-match.
Thank you, Damo. It's been nice to be here. We've talked everyone's ears off, so hopefully...
They're sick of your New Zealand accent, Brett. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not being mean.
I'm an Australian citizen.
Your accent doesn't dictate it, mate. We'll take a break and we'll see you and, of course, myself on the coverage of this game between Boronia and Ferntree Gully. Make sure you stay tuned, whether it be on 98.1 FM Radio Eastern or streaming live on efl.org.au. More to come after this.
Go Zebras! Can the Dockers!
Can the Eagles!
Up the Bulls!
Tobin Brothers Funeral, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
A new time and a new team, driving you home in 2016. Join a brand new lineup for The Huddle as the gang take a light-hearted look at the Eastern Football League every Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it local. Bigger and better in season 2016, Netball EFL is back. The fastest growing competition in the eastern suburbs continues to expand. Don't miss the fast-paced action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to EFL Game Day. This is the Division 3 match of the round between Boronia and Ferntree Gully, live from Torball Reserve. It is, of course, Beyond Blue Cup Day, and a lot at stake in Division 3, given the logjam between 2nd and 6th positions, with not too many points separating both sides this afternoon. In the Reserves game, that's just wrapped up. Boronia taking the points there over Ferntree Gully, 8-15-63 to 5-8-38. So win to the home team to the tune of 25 points. Certainly a lot at stake for both sides in the senior competition today. Brett Beston has joined me throughout the pre-match and managed to provide a good enough coverage there. It was great to talk to the two coaches for today. Of course, Boronia, for those just tuning in, have lost their senior coach for today. He's fallen ill, Peter Brown, and the assistant coach will be his replacement. So that may be a disruption to the preparation for Boronia, but you'd think with their unit and the amount of preparation that they've done over the week, they'll still be in line to be a very competitive force today, given the structures.
It's only a bit of a disruption in terms of, you know, there'll be just there's that initial shock, you know, Pete's not going to be here, we have to make the change. But as you say, the assistants are all over the game plan, and, you know, they've got contingency plans in place for this sort of thing. It must happen. I mean, it is the middle of winter and people do get sick. So
yes.
So they'll adapt. I mean, they've had a chance now. They'll be just going out there and playing the normal game that they talked about all week, and I don't think it'll have a massive bearing. And obviously the assistant will coach. He's got the notes. He'll know what the game plan is, and he'll implement it, and things will go on as normal.
Indeed. Just to introduce you to the call team today, ahead of them coming on air, of course, Gavin Casey and Ben Warren Smith will be in the caller's seat. Alana Coleman and yourself, Brett Beston, will be in special comments, which I know you're looking forward to, and myself and Tim Fitzsimmons will be riding the boundary today here on EFL Game Day. Very good crowd here, I think, today. The car park is filled up here at Torball Reserve. Reserve. Not too many spots left, but make sure you get down here, of course, if you are in
well,
the
I
area.
can say I was here 2 hours before the main game started. I got here about 12,
Yeah.
and I couldn't get a car park inside, so I had to park out in the street. But this is a great ground, and there's always plenty of people here. And of course, being that it's the Beyond Blue Cup Day today, probably a few extra supporters than there would be normally.
Indeed, and a few dogs out here. You like bringing your animals. That's one of the great features of local footy, bringing the animals to the ground, even though I'm not much of a pet lover myself.
I've got to be honest with you, I'd look a bit funny walking around with a cat on a leash, but, I suppose I could probably, I could do it.
Indeed, just don't bring them out onto the
We don't
ground
have
for
dogs.
obvious reasons.
We don't have dogs.
Oh. I remember, this was years ago, but with the Army, there's this Army Reserve Cup competition, which was the reserves for the AFL at the time, and they used to bring dogs out onto the ground at half-time. They'd leave their belongings, obviously, and the police with their horses used to ride out onto the ground.
Oh,
They'd leave their belongings on the
was...
ground. The full forward had to try and dodge it when they made their lead. That was funny.
No
Disrupted the game plan.
No pooper scoopers, Damo, to go out and...
No, they couldn't afford them back then because in the mid-'80s all the clubs were broke. So.
Oh, that's true, yes. We live in a different time.
No, but I think it's a great community atmosphere here today at Torball Reserve, and good to see the Dandenong Rangers glistening in the background. It's a great sight here at Boronia's home ground, probably one of their great features as well, and it's good to see a number of the supporters supporting the initiative of Beyond Blue Cup Day. Gavin Casey will be in the caller's chair today. We'll be looking forward to hearing his insight, of course. One of the more premier callers in the Eastern Football League media team. He's been doing it for a long time. How long have you been going, Gav, just out of curiosity?
Probably at least 10 years.
At least 10 years?
With Donvale were in a Division 1 grand final when I started, so just imagine that then.
I saw a picture of you from 2004, which was over 10 years ago. You were there with Darren Boyd, of course, went on to bigger and better things.
Yeah, of course.
So you've been over a decade, I think. You've even lost count yourself, mate.
Yeah, that's it. Well, it's been on off at times, so it's been some years you can't always commit to it. So, I've been... Probably 2004 might be the first year then.
Goodness me. Long service medal, have they given you a long service medal?
Yes, it's normally a slap over the head, really. Not a slap on the back.
Well, what about today's game, Gavin? Boronia hosting Ferntree Gully for a great cause. Of course, it's Beyond Blue Cup Day. An important game in the context of the season for both sides. Who do you think's going to come out on top? It's a hard one to pick.
It is a hard one to pick because at times they've both been inconsistent. Boronia have dropped points to East Burwood like no one else has, so it might put it... And it's an interesting part of the season now where they're on the draw. So, but Ferntree Gully have had a fine season. Probably unexpected that they'd be this competitive, to be honest with you. Yeah. But so I'm really interested to see how they go today because if they lose, they'll lose track. Touch with the top 5, won't they? And it'll be very hard for them to make finals if they lose today.
It's a crucial game for Boronia because if they lose today, they're currently just outside the playoff spot. So they lose today, and of course if the other results go against them as well, they could be in a fair bit of strife, and they've got a really tough draw, as we alluded to, coming home as well. So it's going to make it tough. I think Boronia will win. I like Boronia. I've seen them play a few times. I like what they do. They've got Ryan Henderson, who gives them first use in the ruck. He's fantastic. Young Hannon played on the ruck. He was fantastic as well last time we saw them play.
You've got to say first names with Boronia, though.
Yeah, I know, because all the brothers. Yeah, Luke Hannon. And the other guy that I absolutely love, and he hasn't been playing his best footy this year, but I think he'll have a big game today, is Jess Bolton.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
good runner.
I think he'll be good. He was terrific across half-back, and I think he will give them that impetus. And then you got Brendan Rabasada running around as well, kicking goals. So, I think it'll be close, but I'm tipping Boronia to take the chocolates today.
And, of course, the Beyond Blue bands have been handed around.
Yes, we've all got those on.
Yes.
Very nice they are.
They are great to raise awareness for tackling anxiety and depression. And joining us also on the game day coverage today, it's a big welcome back to Alana Coleman, who'll be sitting in the special comments chair today. How are you going, Alana?
Yeah, I'm really good, thanks.
Lovely to have you back. It's been a while.
I know.
Have you been travelling or sauntering around the world or something, or what have you been doing?
I did in the Queen's birthday break. I did have a little week off, but I've been back for a month. I have been here, haven't I?
Yes.
Yeah, when was I?
Back in April, wasn't it?
The Vermont game.
Yeah.
I was at Vermont. What was I? I was on the boundary. I have been here. I haven't been
Don't
here
ask me to check tabs.
So you were here, Gav.
Yes, I
right.
was.
So
I can't remember what happened last week, so don't ask me.
I was going to say, I don't even know where we are now, so I don't even know what my name is, so don't ask me. But I'm here, and it looks nice, and it's not raining, and it's not cold for a winter's day, and we should be in for a really good game. So where else would you want to be on a Saturday, guys?
Do you have a tip, Alana?
I haven't thought that far ahead yet, but if I'm just going off the top of my head, I'd go with Ferntree Gully.
Fair enough too. It's great to see you back out here on the match day coverage. Gavin, this is an interesting one to tip, as we mentioned. I must ask you first, though, Simon Godfrey, we had Rex Hunt on the show, the pre-game show last week. You going to call him the vacuum cleaner like Rex did all those years ago?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, well, that's a good reminder. I'm sure his protege in BWS will want to do that.
Absolutely worshipped Big Rex.
There's no more Rexisms this week.
He was using it all week last week.
His microphone is that saturated with, he was all drooling all over Rexy last week. It was amazing. I actually listened as I went to Doncaster, and Doncaster, what a great win they had last week over Baldwin, but that's a different matter.
It certainly was.
But here today we've got Division 3 football at Boronia, Tormore Reserve. It's Boronia in the brown and gold versus Ferntree Gully in the blue and white stripes. So the first bounce is congested now. Pack goes around after the first ball up, and the umpire will take it again. Coming to centre wing, pavilion side of Boronia. Getting his hands on it was Goodman, but he was quickly tackled. But the kick flies out of the pack and it goes forward for Ferntree Gully. As now turning with the ball is Smythe. Smythe now spears a pass in and he hits the leading target in Kennedy. And Kennedy, quick to play on, doesn't have the shot from 40, puts it to the goal square. Contest for the ball. Now it's dropped out to the pocket, and Boronia do nicely getting numbers to the fall of the ball. Just can't hand pass their way into open passage, but it's still keeping in close to the line. Couple of Sockers, nice play from White. He made about 40 odd metres from the first time he got it off the boot, and he's been rewarded with a free kick as well. So White did well there, playing a bit of a soccer game in from the back line, and he's going to play it out from half back. Gets a Shepherd to help him get it long down the line. Mark couldn't be taken there for Boronia, but at ground level, Hannon's got it. Shares it off to his teammate in Rapisado, but he gets dispossessed and holding the ball against him. Nice tackle as Ferntree Gully take it through Godfrey, that man we talked about just before. And like a vacuum, he trapped Rapisado there. And it's now just Ferntree Gully just couldn't transition the ball from half back, and they've been caught on the outer side and it's gone taken out of bounds for a boundary throw in. That affects Mike. How great is it that it can pick up all the noises and the rolling suitcase?
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, God.
It's not a train.
I thought we were having a hurricane about to...
So, yeah, dare say you have a private conversation at this ground is going to get picked up. Ball still on the outer side. No team scored yet in the first 2 minutes. And the back of the pack, Hawks do well to claim the ball, go for the middle of the ground. Henderson just drops the mark, but he butters up. Now they're sharing it through the middle of the ground. Can Boronia get it from half back to half forward? Bounce the ball to the leading option. And Boronia get it for the first time inside 50. It's a bouncing ball. Punching at it was Hannon. But at ground level, it is Ferntree Gully mopping up. The short pass just makes Russo stretch for the ball. And he gets spoiled indiscriminately and will receive a free kick on half back.
So Michael Russo just squeezed a kick up, hit up the target there in Sam Goodman. Looking to probably go for the switch here. He's looking sideways, then comes back to the grandstand side. It was a weighted kick. It was nice in the end. Noops, I think it might have just got touched. He wasn't paid the mark, got the handball away. He's top. He's dispossessed of the football. Charging through Halo. Couldn't quite grab the football. Goes after it again. Quickly wrapped up by Ben Robertson. Will have a bounce inside the centre square here out of Tormore Reserve. Will cross down boundary side shortly to Damien Watson and Tim Fitzsimons for a ground report. From the stoppage, Goodman tried to trap a quick kick inside the centre square, was smothered from Boronia, but it eventually comes out. Now here's Sam Goodman. He was dispossessed as well. Good tackling early by both sides. Henderson, he wrapped him up nicely. Kick forward now for Boronia. Going, bouncing, might go all the way here. A fantastic goal there, kicked by Simon Godfrey. Well, it can't be Simon Godfrey,
No.
Gav.
Sorry, Fairchild.
By David Fairchild. You ask your teammates out for a hand and they point to a player from the opposition.
Well, I was on the right line.
You can wipe that straight off the highlights reel, although it should have been on there. Damon Fairchild, fantastic goal there for Boronia. They get the first score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 1 straight 6. And Gav Casey might only be calling in maybe 6 weeks' time. We'll see.
Great week too in the lead up to that, boys, by Henderson. Really looking forward to the matchup today between Henderson and Morrison. It's going to be a real highlight.
Yeah, number 6 for Boronia, Fairchild, got the goal.
It's on a roll too, you killed me.
Yeah, sorry about that. You were looking at me funny and I was going, I'm pointing to the right person, aren't I? Anyway, it's Ferntree Gully getting the centre clearance. They go long and direct, but chopping in front is Boronia through Burgess, but he didn't take the mark, and at ground level, it's a ball up as Boronia. That was a long kick inside Ferntree Gully's forward line, but Burgess did well to drop into the hole, showed courage, got in the way. At ground level, 20 metres out from Ferntree Gully's goals. They would like a quick answer at the 5-minute mark to Boronia's goal through Fairchild.
Not Goodwin.
That's the blooper of the year.
Well, it wasn't me who made it. Anyways, might throw people under the bus, but I don't get run over. So it's now Ferntree.
It's the way to do it.
Yeah, Ferntree Gully have got ball in hand through Farrell, and he goes further wider. So it's Crow, another short pass, and they're just keeping possession on the outer side. The Ferntree Gully Eagles, and they go into the pocket. Mark not taken by Boyle, but ground level, Ferntree Gully still got an opportunity, might drive it into the corridor. Nice short pass marked by Godfrey, but it's not a mark because it wasn't 15. Play on goes. Ferntree Gully get to 20, big mark over the top. It's been many hands get on the ball, so at ground level, Ferntree Gully still a chance, but being wrapped up, and it's a ball up, only 15 metres from goal. So the Eagles look to get on the board.
Nearly a really good mark there by Hannon.
So Rucks go at it. Henderson doing nicely, but he doesn't get it to his teammate. Ball's been spooned out backwards to Horlow. And now it's Godfrey on the left boot, puts it in the pocket. Who's he seen? Well, it's not his teammate, and it'll be a turnover.
Burgess got it away. He's white now for Boronia on the far side of Tormore Reserve. Kicks it out towards the wing position. Leading the race there was Jacob Crow on the left boot. Bangs it back inside for the Gully. Up towards the half-forward line. Knocked away that time and over Lachlan Kennedy's head, and we'll have a boundary throw. And that's crossed down boundary side for the first time this afternoon to Damien Watson and Tim Fitzsimons.
Indeed, BWS, I should say, in terms of the weather conditions, a top of 13 today, but hopefully only scattered showers throughout the afternoon.
Usually a difficult ground to play, Boronia. Wind usually favours one area. So Boronia, the Hawks, through Robertson, move themselves along the wing position here. Far side, in the arms there of Jess Bolton, one of my favourites in Division 3.
And mine too.
His kick got knocked over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Hasn't been on his best form, Jess Bolton. We were talking about it before the game, so looking for him to have a big game today.
To bring the ball back in. Special comments from Brett Beston and Alana Coleman today. Morrison almost completely trapped it from that stoppage, couldn't get it away quick enough, and going to ground there was Sam Goodman for the Gully and hands it back to the umpire. So we'll have a bounce. 1 straight 6, Boronia. Ferntree Gully yet to score. Henderson, big fly over the top. It was trapped there by McAlee. He's got the little look away, handball away. Fair few plays around this football there, but nicely done there by McKernan, whose handball went about 10-15 metres, but it was hugging the boundary line, and over it goes for a boundary throw-in.
Don't you just love Ryan Henderson? I've got a serious man love for Ryan Henderson. I think he's a fantastic player, he really is.
You're going to go head-to-head with BWS love for Morrison.
I've got a lot of man love for Brad Henderson.
Very good.
The umpire brings the ball back in. Henderson beat Morrison that time, and now the Gully will use the middle of the ground, and a good mark has been taken there by Russo. Got the handball away, and they stream forward to the Eagles up towards the half-forward line. A good stretch, and mark has been taken this time by Noops. Switches the ball inside. It was a good-looking kick. It was a fantastic bit of play there, and Lee Boyle comes out and takes the mark about 50 metres out from goal. Cross down boundary line to Tim Fitzsimons.
Yeah, we can see the importance here of that wide ground. If sides are able to spread it from the contest and use that open space, it creates real positive opportunities up forward for both sides, I think, today.
24 goals for the season. The big full forward, Lee Boyle, comes in now. Distance shouldn't be a problem. It's a good-looking kick off the boot, and it stays straight as well. They've squared the ledger. Have the Ferntree Gully Eagles on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 9 minutes into this first term, and it's 1 straight 6 apiece, Alana Coleman.
Yeah, it's a really important goal for them because I felt like Ferntree Gully had all of the possession, all the ascendancy, and hadn't hit the scoreboard. So it was a really good forward entry piece of play. You're all talking about some man love. I can't really have any woman love out here. It's inappropriate. But
I think the trainer's a lady.
No.
Next.
You think? Oh, dear.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you have to think about it, it's probably not someone I'm going to be in love with. So I was going to say the player that has struck me as being quite proficient and important early on is Simon Godfrey.
You guys have it?
Henderson versus Morrison. Morrison won the tap for Ferntree Gully, went backwards out of the circle, and now the Eagles take control. Launching kick to half forward. Leading option comes out wide, just pushed underneath it. Was Noobs, but it's still Ferntree Gully have got a big chance. Running player in Aitken. He gets it into the middle of the 50. Now the sweeping hand pass goes back to Cox. Cox goes sideways, but the pass doesn't hit the target. But here's a big running shot coming up for Blizzard, who from 45 just gets inside, but he pulls his kick and misses everything. No score for Ferntree Gully.
Just a lack of efficiency with that disposal really let them down then. It was probably a certain goal otherwise.
He sold a little bit of candy and let roost. It was just ended up being a floater off the boot. So I'll be disappointed with that, but it was a good attacking play on the goals. So if you've just joined us, it's 1 straight 6 apiece. Ferntree Gully and Boronia today out at Tormore Reserve. 2 big players who'll be looking at finals action this year in Division 3 going at it today. Kick comes out towards the half-back line now. Once again, it'll come into the arms of Goodwin, who goes back inside forward 50, gets a tumbling football, couldn't quite trap it there, was Rutherford for the Hawks. He hits the deck, quickly met, and we will have a bounce. About 25 metres out from the Ferntree Gully goal line. They've probably been on top in the last 3 or 4 minutes here. They'll be looking to get a score. Henderson had the front spot, knocked it pretty close towards the boundary line. Smythe tries to keep it in. Little toe poke off the ground. Is it out of bounds on the full? No, it's not. Players asking for that or deliberate.
No, they got it.
And it has. Okay. Rightful call. Here's Jess Bolton for the Hawks. Short pass was on. Burgess takes it in the back pocket. Tormore Road side of the ground, grandstand side. Haven't seen much of the play so far today. The kick is a very up and under. It was a difficult one to mark there in that instant. Getting a little handball away was the hyphen Barton Smith. He got quickly trapped and will have a bounce 50 metres out from the Ferntree Gully goal line.
One player Boronia might miss a little bit today down back is Jared Lake. I'm not quite sure what's going on with him, but he's not playing today.
So Rucks go at it, coming over the top Noobs, but he doesn't win much of a tap, so the pack just swarm onto the ball. It's another ball up, 50 metres out from Ferntree Gully's goals. Henderson, the taller ruckman, wins the tap out to the boundary side, but the ball again is wrapped up underneath the players. And will be another ball up, close to the boundary line, still 50 metres out, as Ferntree Gully do the attacking again. Dominating the inside 50s in this match, but it's all tied up. 1 goal apiece. Big opportunity for Cox. He centres the ball to the goal square, and the mark is taken forward. Good judgment, and it's Boyle who kicked the goal earlier today. In the 12 minutes gone in this first term, he's lining up for his 2nd goal, and it's well deserved. Ducks and Drakes, I love when they name the sides and they put someone like Boyle at half back, like we wouldn't know he's going to play at full forward. But he's lining up for his 2nd. And 29th for the season so far.
26th.
I think he's kicked 27 before now, but I'll check it. And anyway, it's 2 goals to Boyle, 2 goals to Ferntree Gully, and they take the lead by 6 points. Ferntree Gully 2 straight 12, Boronia 1 straight 6. And I'm right again. Thank you.
Something I've noticed, Ferntree Gully in the forward line have been, everyone's been in front. They've been reading the play off the packs really well, and even in the contest. So that kick to centre was a really, really disciplined thing to do, and the forward just read it beautifully. And no surprise that he's kicked his 2nd goal already. So
yeah,
really good play.
Well, you got to be predictable. Your forwards love predictability, and Cox certainly put it to where he knew it was going to go.
Yeah. Perfect kick, and
2 Boronia defenders are standing there too, both beaten. So that's something that they'll need to work on.
it was weighted well for him. Eyes only for the football. Good piece of play. Straight kicking from both sides. 2 goals to 1 goal. Ferntree Gully have the lead. 13.5 minutes into this first term. And instantaneously we'll have a restart.
Someone needs to tell your love child to get off the ground in the ruck, BWS.
Henderson having a big day already.
Yes.
Well, my love child was Brad Henderson from the media team. That was my little click there.
I can't keep up.
Keep up, Alana. Come
Sorry.
on. In the middle of the ground now, it'll be the Gully trying to get the clearance. Jacob Crow quickly wrapped up in a tackle, and once again we'll have a bounce. No advantage to either side. Loving being out on the wing here today at Boronia. Fantastic viewing point. Get down here. There's a lot of people down here. Big luncheon for the football club today. And a good crowd. Watching two good sides in Division 3 go at it as Henderson drives the ball long. It was a good one, quickly mopped up there by Hannon, got it away. They went and tried to use a few little tricky handballs. Going after it there was Watson of the Lachlan variety. He just got it away to his brother Nathan, who couldn't keep it alive. And over the boundary line she goes, 15 metres out, or 20 from goal, right near the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. EFL Game Day 98.1 Radio Eastern, and streaming live around the globe on EFL.org.au. Footy scores, keep them coming this afternoon. 20 great games as you go local for your footy across the east. At Footy EFL via Twitter. Barry Cott's working feverishly on the score centre today. He'll keep us abreast of all those important scores as they continue to roll in. Still about 30 metres out from the Boronia goal lines. They'll be looking to get the answer. McKernan tried to barge his way through. We heard a whistle. It'll be a free kick to the Eagles here. And it'll be going the way of Jacob Crow. He's had a bit of the football early. Wants to switch it out. Morrison was calling for it. Big Billy took the mark of the handball away. And now they'll use the grandstand side. Kick up towards the wing position. Little push in the back there by Jesse Smythe. And the umpire saw it as well. And the free kick will go to the Hawks. So it's Harry Burgess on the right boot. It's a beautiful pass. That was gun barrel straight as well, and he just went straight down the throat there of Luke Hannon, who will go back and have a ping from 50 metres out directly in front.
He's a great player, Burgess, and that was a fantastic kick. But once again, the Ferntree Gully defence, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them there, and just caught out again. But terrific positioning by Hannon, and he'll go back and he should kick this.
So Hannon comes in. He'll kick on the paint of 50. Leans over it. He's got the distance. He hasn't got the accuracy, though. It started left and it stayed that way through for a minor score. The first of the afternoon, 16 minutes into this first term, and it's Boronia 1-1-7. They trail by 5 points. Ferntree Gully, 2 goals straight. All players today, of course, wearing the bright blue socks. And we're at the Beyond Blue Cup today, beyondblue.org.au, tackling anxiety and depression as the ball comes back in towards the wing position there. Morrison dived over it. Chopping over him there was Fairchild, and we'll have a bounce.
Yeah, so Morrison had to really make a contest of it, which he did because he came in late from Blizzard's long kick out. And it's a ball up at half back for Ferntree Gully. Morrison wins the tap boundary side where it's all Hawks. Claiming the ball is Allen. Allen kicks it inside 50. Pack goes at it. Being knocked around. Fairchild was in there, but it's Ferntree Gully through Godfrey. Sweeping a hand pass. He got it onto Aiken, who gets it onto another runner in top. Top goes further wide, but it may be too wide as Barton Smith has to go in the tackle. Watson keeps it in front of himself, and he might have got a hold in the man. Smart play from Watson. Now centres the ball to McKernan. McKernan takes it at half forward, looks to centre forward where it's opening up through Collins. Collins had to come in with a courageous chest mark because he looked all on his own and took Godfrey come in from the side to bump him as he marked it. Here's a short pass it on as the lead, and it's a good lead. Nicely marked, and he's on the gallop is Patterson. He's running back to the wing with all that momentum, but he'll only kick from about 40 metres out. So on the replay, there's just the pass in front of him. Didn't have to break stride. See how he's still galloping after marking it. And Patterson, it's even speeding up. So he's going as quick as, enjoying this replays, as Patterson now lines up from about a 45-degree angle. And he just intercepts the arc now. Kicks through the ball. It's going close to the line. Doesn't get the disc journey. Just misses the left as well.
Well, it might have hit the post nearly even then, but it didn't.
1-8 Boronia. They trail by 4 points as Ferntree Gully are 2 straight 12.
Might have expected a better effort from Patterson there. He's been good this season, kicked plenty of goals.
A few shots on goal. Risky business there, the kick in. Rapisada was there just to steal it, and he takes the mark, and he'll kick from 45 metres out. 45-degree angle.
Jeez.
Third time lucky it might be for Boronia now.
That's a horror kick, isn't it?
Oh. Get him off.
Drag him.
Tell him it was
Task
terrible.
call.
Put him in the reserves next week.
So
Oh,
Brendan
definitely.
Rapisada. No one's ever made a mistake in the caravan, clearly, as he comes in now on the right boot. He pushes it straight over the goal umpire's head. Third time lucky for the Boronia Football Club, and they regain the lead out here at Tormore Reserve by 2 points. Alana Coleman.
I've never had a defensive thrower that I've thrown straight to the goal shooter, so no, never done that.
So Boronia get the one they were after they kicked the first goal. Ferntree Gully got the next two, Brett Beston, and they sort of owned 5 or 6 minutes there, but in the last couple of moments there, Boronia have really been pressing forward.
It's going to be that sort of game, and we predicted it'd be tight before the game. They're two really even sides, and I think this is going to go right down to the wire. So it's going to to and fro right through the game. You can see it.
Bit clean with their forward 50 entries too, aren't they, with Boronia?
Yeah,
Really direct on the
yeah,
lead, whereas
absolutely.
Ferntree Gully have had to scrap and crime it and try and create a few goals so far.
Yeah, definitely.
Back in the middle of Tormore Reserve, rucks go at it. Morrison holds the ground, taps it to the back of the pack. Ferntree Gully are late to come in on the charge as Boronia look to go through the middle. But they couldn't get a hold of it, and handing the ball over is the Eagles' Grey. So it's still round the centre circle. Here Boronia hosting Ferntree Gully, leading by 2 points. Rapisado left it behind as he claimed it out of the contest. And he'll have to go back in and tackle as the ball's caught up just forward of the centre circle for Boronia.
Just watching these ruck contests, I tell you what, Morrison's not as tall, but he's certainly the bigger body guy, and he could really get a bit of a body edge over Henderson, use his body more.
To fight for the ball around the pack. Morrison comes in again and he takes hold of the ball and he claims it and he goes back to half back for the switch. So Ferntree Gully looking to running into circles is McAleese. His hand pass to the running top has been dropped, so the ball still with Boronia's end as they come in and tackle the next possessor. And as well done by Boronia, just as Ferntree Gully looked to run out of the defence, they got held up. So Morrison again standing tall, taps it down to his Rovers, and now they're going to run through the middle, sharing it nicely. Elms got a nice hand pass off to Godfrey. Godfrey got pushed as he kicked it, so it's centre forward. It was a bit of a dribbler. Running with it is Henderson. His hand pass was a bit of a bouncer, so it's not a clear ball yet. And in defence, Bolton has to work hard in congestion, but Ferntree Gully take it off Boronia. Now they've got an opportunity for Goodman. Goodman drives it into the pocket. Good leading option with Boyle. Got open space. Knew that they're going to get possession, and if you can find space, they'll find him. So it's Boyle in the left pocket looking for his third.
That was really classy, wasn't it, from Goodman? Beautiful kick, and as you say, Boyle all on his own in that forward pocket. He should kick this.
Well, you've said that before, but this is one of the worst angles you can get here at Tormore Reserve.
I picked the easy one, so I'll go for the hard one. He should kick it.
For right footer from the left pocket, difficult kick, but the goal umpire didn't have to work at all. Well called, well predicted, but all the work done by Boyle, putting his third right through the middle from the most acute of angles. And it's 3 goals Boyle, 3 goals Ferntree Gully. They lead by 4 points.
I haven't seen Boyle play before, but so far very, very impressed with his ability to take some strong marks and obviously kick very, very straight. So, and just beautifully set up by Goodman too. He's a wonderful footballer.
Let's cross down boundary side to Tim Fitzsimons.
Yeah, it was just a really smart lead as well, because all the players were streaming in here on our broadcast side, and he identified the space out there where he was able to get free and get on the end of it.
Very special comment there from Brett Beston, predicting the future as it comes out now. Hannon bounces the football up towards centre for Boronia, looking to get the quick answer. Little handball away by Blizzard, but it was chopped off there that time by Fairchild. Inside forward 50 it goes. He was looking for McKernan. It was slapped away from him by Top. Going in after it again was Lachlan McKernan, and the umpire has given him a free kick as well. He hit the deck and players coming in hard. Not too convinced on that one, but he certainly had eyes only for the football, so he deserves to have it. But I'll tell you what, I think he's pretty lucky on that one.
That's a rough call.
Occasion.
Very rough call.
Lachlan McKernan. Well, you take him when they give him to you, and he makes a big mistake by pushing it right. And through for another minor score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 2-3-15 are the Hawks. They've had 5 scoring shots, but they trail. Ferntree Gully have only had 3. They have kicked straight. They are 18.
I was just going to touch on that umpiring decision. Forwards that are playing in front, that are getting first use of the ball and putting their body over the ball, do deserve the free kicks at the end of the day. You've always got to give that person in front the benefit of the doubt, I think.
Long driving kick out of the full back. In good position was Hannon, but he now has to butter up at the foot of the pack. He gets his hand pass as he's harassed by the tacklers. Bart Smith did well, and now will they run it out of defence? Ferntree Gully, no, run down from behind. It's sent off back, but it does fall the way of Goodman. Gets the quick forward, and now Kennedy driving kick. Big push into the back already. Getting in the back was Noops. He in back position, and the defender held up nicely. Well done to Rutherford.
So Rutherford on the right boot sends it out wide. Spots up Collins.
Not many 60s you ever see in the footy record, do you?
Well, I tell you what, the 50s and 60s of Blackburn versus Noble Park last week were the most I've ever seen as it comes in now. The Ferntree Gully up towards the half-forward line. A scrambling kick makes it very difficult for anybody to be able to pick it up. That man, Jaden Collins, got the handball away. That was okay. Charging through Hannon, got the handball also off, but his teammate was quickly met and handing the ball back to the umpire. There in Jared Rutherford. Let's cross down to Damien Watson, boundary side.
The 50s and 60s were the most effective players last week, so it could be a rebuild or a repeat this week.
Can we stop talking about last week?
Comes in now, scooped upon there by Gray. Got it in towards the forward pocket, reaching and stretching Corey Burgess. He takes the mark. Brett Preston still going through that box, his second box of Kleenex tissues after Noble Park going down last week. But just got the handball away to cross to set half back, gets it back, a little kick out wide. This is promising out towards over the top of Johnson's head, but Hannon was there. He'll use Johnson now, leaps away on the right boot up towards the half forward line. It was a good kick too. Just making some good space out in front there was Lachlan Watson, who just goes into the forward pocket. It's almost as easy as you like as Hannon just runs in and slams it home. Boronia get themselves back in front out here at Tormore Reserve, deep into the first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 3-3-21 they are. Ferntree Gully 3 straight 18.
It was a really, really good forward pressure from Ferntree Gully, but as soon as it crossed over to that wing, they just didn't have enough numbers back, and all the backmen were standing stationary and protecting the areas rather than actually manning up. So if you were the Ferntree Gully coach, you wouldn't be too happy with the midfield and backline pressure there.
Yeah. Loving the game from the Hannon brothers too. Both of them really good in this first quarter.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well done, Lana. Good point in terms of the push-up. It's good for pressure, but once it gets out the back, you're done almost, aren't you? You often see in AFL Adelaide, once they get through out the back, they're unstoppable. And working so well for Boronia now on that occasion. It's 3-3-21, Boronia leading by 3 points. Ferntree Gully 3 straight 18, or should I say, Lee Boyle 3 straight 18 for Ferntree Gully. Morrison not only does the rucking, he does the roving. He hands it off to another player who they get the kick, driving it in, and it's now a contested ball. McAlpin escorts it over the boundary line at half back for Boronia, and it's another ruck contest where Morrison will go up against Henderson as we tick past 26 and a half minutes. So not many goals and many stoppages, so it might be a short quarter. Rucks get totally beaten by the
Morrison
throw in.
He just shoved Henderson out of the way. That should have been a free kick.
Anyway, it's Wright who shares it with his team, and they're off and running, and now it's White again. So White from centre half back loads up the kick to Hannon, the goal kicker from only a moment ago. He hand passes over the top. Can they get off on the bike now? Boronia looking to drive it into the goal square. They fly at it. Ferntree Gully do well to bring it to ground. And at ground level, can they clear? Hand passes a sweeping one. Bart Smith just couldn't grab it. It was low to his ankles. And it's now being picked up by Watson. Watson gets it over, finds Fairchild. Fairchild gets it into the corridor. We're doing well is Cox. And Cox got some help. Cox again. Under a heap of pressure. They're sharing it by hand to Morrison at half-back. Morrison has to go back. It's in tight. What a spin-out move. Beautifully done by Bard Smith. Now from half-back, they finally get out of congestion, but there's the siren as it goes to half-forward. It's Ferntree Gully trailing 3 straight goals, 18. The host Boronia 3-3-21, leading at quarter time.
Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on AFL The major goal kicker on the ground so far for Ferntree Gully. Well, he's kicked their whole score at the moment, has Lee Boyle, and he's got 30 goals for the season now. Single goal kickers across the Boronia goal scorers, but they lead by 3 points. 15 other great games as you go local for your football this afternoon. Of course, split rounds in Division 1 and Division 2, but Barry Cotts will come back right after this break with the score centre, with all those important around the ground scores, and of course the second term out here at Tormore.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I could put together a really cool playlist.
Frank Sinatra.
Elton John.
Beethoven.
John Lennon. Boy bands. A lot of 90s.
I'd certainly not be opposed to people dancing.
Finger food.
Party pies.
Homemade pickles. I'd like some cakes. They will be very bread.
Twinks.
I have a thing for pink lemonade.
And lots of coffee.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique, and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Nothing better than a companion to keep you up to date with all the latest when you're at the footy. Better still, one that fits in your back pocket. The Eastern Footballer is a must-read. All the latest information, team lists, feature articles and much, much more. Pick up your copy this weekend as you love it local across the Eastern Football League. EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
My plans for the year, save up for a house so we can build hopefully in November.
Going overseas to Japan.
Recently become a father of a second child.
Finish up baseball season.
Take the kids skiing.
Move into a new house.
Go to the footy a lot.
I am in a tennis tournament in April. Have a hobby farm. That would be my dream.
The beauty of a fixed price funeral plan is that the price never changes and you can celebrate your life the way you want. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Radio Eastern 98.1. Barry Cotts here at the EFL Game Day Score Centre. And the score here at Boronia at quarter time is Boronia 3-3-21 to Ferntree Gully 3 goals straight 18. Let's check some scores of other games being played around. It's a split round this weekend. Firstly to Division 2, and Waverley Blues 3-2-20 is leading Mitcham 2-6-18. Knox and Upper Ferntree Gully, it's Knox 3-4-22 to Upper Ferntree Gully 1-3-9. To Division 3, and a score we've got coming through Churnside Park and Warrandyte. It's Churnside Park 1-3-9 to Warrandyte, 1 goal straight to 6. Division 4, Forest Hill Coldstream, it's Forest Hill 3-1-19 to Coldstream 1-1-7. And also Glen Waverley and Sylvan. Glen Waverley have certainly jumped out of the blocks the first quarter at 6 goals, 8-44 Glen Waverley to Sylvan, 1 behind, 1 point. So a big start by Glen Waverley. Let's check some AFL action that's being played this afternoon. And big game, of course, is between Adelaide over at the Adelaide Oval this afternoon and North Melbourne. And currently it's the 30-minute mark of the first quarter, and Port Adelaide well away, 8-1-49 to North Melbourne, 2 goals straight 12. The other game this afternoon is the big rival match between Geelong and Hawthorn. That's well underway, and it's getting to an interesting stage. Pretty competitive starts. It's Hawthorn in front, 16-minute mark of the second quarter. Hawthorn 6-3-39 to Geelong 5-4-34. And as I said today, it's a split round in Division 1 and Division 2. Only 2 games being played in Division 1 this afternoon and 2 games being played in Division 2. So if you're wondering if your team in Division 1 or 2 is not playing, well, that's because of the split round. And that's all we've got at the moment here at the EFL Game Day Score Centre. And Gavin, first quarter, what did you think?
Yeah, good game. It's actually entertaining. It's a good contest. It's open at parts. Boronia have been pretty efficient going forward, and Ferntree Gully have, through weight of possession, are probably dominating the inside 50s, but in a way I don't think they've dominated the game. So the scoreboard as it reads 3-3-21 to 3 straight 18. Boronia by 3 points. Let's go boundary side for a quarter time interview.
G'day, thanks very much, Gavin. Drew O'Hare's Webby, the Boronia coach. Drew, 3-point lead at quarter time. How did you see that first term?
Yeah, pretty even quarter, which we expected. I think that we probably lost a little bit around the stoppages on the ground ball. They were taking it away pretty easy. So we'll try and rectify that this quarter, but the intensity was there. Tackles were good, which is what we were sort of focusing on before the game. And all in all, it was a pretty good quarter, even as we expected, because Gully are a good side. So we'll see what we can do in the second quarter.
Indeed, and just lastly, you're enjoying the senior coaching gig. You got a taste of it now.
Pete's a senior coach, which is fine with me, but for the day, it'll be fun.
No worries. Thanks very much, Drew.
Thanks to Damien Watson there with the interview, and we always thank the coaches for being involved. I know it's a difficult time after you've had a huddle, and you're walking back and trying to get your position ready. So we always appreciate when people help us out to give voice to the people who are listening.
100%. I know it would be very, very hard as a coach sometimes to answer questions and not to be blurred by your emotion, your passion, and the stats going through your head and the changes that you're thinking about making and all that kind of stuff. So it's really good that they can do that, and they always seem to be quite calm. So they're doing better than what I ever.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's the days of the rabid coach pulling his hair out and gesticulating and shouting. There is still a few of them around, mind you.
We did a Donny East game a few weeks back, and Steve Buckle was down on the sideline, and he was awesome. I was going up to him, and he was very, very fired up, but still managed to get a couple of words out of him on the sideline. So so that you're right, the access is just amazing. It's fantastic.
Well, Ferntree have been held in their huddle for very long in terms of Boronia have been standing waiting for them for at least 2 minutes. So there is time limits due, but I didn't see the umpires hurrying them up. I think they were patient. It was just that Boronia finished what they were talking about. It was obviously one message.
Early,
What do you read into that, guys?
I'm not sure. I think Boronia probably just said what they had to say, got out of it, and maybe Ferntree Gully have, who knows, without being in there.
Oh, we'll get the boundary riders to help us out with insights of what was said in the huddles, but the umpire's ready to go. So Ferntree Gully have had to get in place as quick as they can, and it's ball up in the middle of Tormore Reserve. Morrison, he's not much of a jumper as Henderson comes into him, but he holds his ground and wins the tap, and he comes in and butters up at ground level. Considering he probably doesn't get off the ground that much, he's ready for the second go at it, isn't he?
He certainly is. Contrasting ruck styles, you would have to say. Yeah,
exactly. That's true. So Morrison makes Henderson stand up with him. So he does win that tap, but it's going to be Boronia potentially picking it up in the centre. Bolton runs over the ball, and as soon as he grabs it, he actually becomes the tackler because he allows the one trailing him in Morrison again to come in, and he took the ball underneath the runner, and it's Boronia got the advantage out of that call. No one knew, so Boronia will dash through Hannon into centre forward, but the kick was a bit of a grubber, and it allows Arms to just butter up, and he gets it out wide through Morrison again on the outer halfback flank. He's having a great game, and the spearing pass just to the bounce doesn't find the teammate, and Ferntree Gully, now it's Morrison actually at halfback on the bounce. He's going to be used again as the hand pass comes back to him. He has time to spot up the running option, and he finds Kennedy. Kennedy with the headband. Keeps the hair out of his eyes as he reels onto his right. Goes long into full forward. Boyle nearly had the big grab, but it just spilt out as the pack came with him to take the mark. The clearing kick might not clear as Godfrey comes over the tap, he knocks it down. He's got a teammate there to rove it in Kavara, and Kavara finds someone in the pocket in Boyle. So Boyle looking for his fourth. He's going to have a set shot from the pocket.
Definite free kick there. Bear just got clobbered in the back.
Play on.
So it's a big opportunity for the scores to change again with a 3-point lead for Boronia. If this goes through the middle, it'll be a 3-point lead to Ferntree Gully. From a very acute angle, we might get the Oracle to try to predict this, Brett Beston. Will he get his fourth?
I'm not saying. I don't know.
And he's pulled, and he just about from 20 might have missed everything. He has. The boundary umpire overruled the goal umpire and said that was out on the full. So that is a bad miss for Boyle. He's had 3 goals and 1 out on the full.
Look what happens when you don't back him in, Brett.
It's crossed down boundary side to Tim Fitzsimons.
Yeah, you mentioned that before that Ferntree Gully were pretty late out of their huddle there, but it was mainly positive. They were really happy with the pressure. That's how they're creating their scoring opportunities, and that's how they'll look to continue to play the game.
So Boronia to bring the ball back in, standing strong there. Rutherford took the mark. Little handball over the top. Picked up there by Crow for Ferntree Gully. Sends the ball very deep. A big pack flies at the fall of the ball. What can they do? Kavara was heavily met and then hit the post as well.
Bolton.
Well, but Jess Bolton came charging through, but In the end, it's one behind, and it goes the way of Ferntree Gully. They're first
Have a look
of
at
the
this.
afternoon.
On the backside.
21 plays 19.
Just on his tailbone, I think, guys. I
Yeah.
don't think he was, but it's a nasty place to get a knock, isn't it? As we've all been sort of belted there at some stage.
Number 24 for Boronia.
You must have had strict
Damo
parents.
and Tim, please let us know that one.
Good on you, Kev.
Kick comes in now. It's a neat one too. So the Hawks looking just to set themselves up through the middle of the ground. This is actually looking promising now for them. The kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Streaming out in front and taking a strong mark there was Patterson. Swings around on the right boot, goes inside forward 50, but to no avail. Nicely chopped up there by Michael Topu. Swings around on the right boot, goes out wide. That was okay. Finds Elms, the disciple, on the right boot now. That was a short pass, and he hit up his target nicely. So they'll try and create probably the switch once again here to the Eagles. Still in their defensive arc. Didnado, short passes on, that's okay. Halo on the right boot now. They're spotting up the targets.
A lot of play down that far wing there. The Ferntree Gully boys have been very keen playing it down that far flank.
Jesse Smythe on the right boot, just pops it up in the end. And it was a good kick too, and equal to the challenge there was Simon Godfrey. You heard him talked about on pre-match today. Short passes on. He's Noops on the right boot, kicks the ball inside forward, 50, a great stretch and mark there by Lachlan Kennedy. He might be a little bit too far out to score, so he's going to kick it to the hot spot. Morrison's there, a big fly over the back there by Hannon, couldn't quite pull the mark in, quickly trapped. Lee Boyle's strong tackle there on number 24, hint, nudge, nudge. This is the second time I've asked. As the umpire is going to bounce the ball 15 metres out from goal.
Get Tim onto that.
Straight into the arms there of Ricky Aitken. Legend. The umpire will bounce it again. So 2 points is the margin. It's deep in the Ferntree Gully forward line, going towards the boundary line. Burgess was there, the big man loping after it.
Another head out for Henderson.
Boundary line beats all players and we'll have a throw in.
Got some Division 4 scores. BWS.
Score centre with Barry Cotts.
Very quickly, Forest Hill 6-2-38 to Coldstream 2-4-16. Nonvale 10-5-65. Nunawading 1 behind 1 point. Kilsyth 1-5-11 trailing Whitehorse Pioneers 3-5-23. Glen Waverley 6-8-44 to Sylvan 1 behind 1 point.
Oh. Glen Waverley.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise.
Oh, not really.
Well, not so much in just the margin.
Yes.
Nick Noops comes in and leads over the ball and puts it straight over the goal umpire's head. Ferntree Gully regain the lead out here at Tormore Reserve. 6 minutes into this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 4-1-25 plays 3-3-21.
I really like the way Noops goes about his football. Really versatile, athletic player that, you know, he's hard to stop in the air, but also he's got a fair bit of pace, so good to see him hit the scoreboard and kick a goal for Ferntree Gully.
So the ball's back in the middle of Boronia's Tormore Reserve. It's the visitors leading by 4 points. Ferntree Gully 4-1-25, big tackle in from the Eagles, dispossessing, and Cavaro pick it up, but he wasn't any advantage paid for the tackle, and Cox has to share it out wide, and he finds Morrison right on the boundary line, centre wing. He gets onto his right, comes back into the corridor to centre forward, leading option, crash as they come from both ways. Right was the one for Boronia coming with the fly to the ball. He brings it to ground, but it's Ferntree Gully who've claimed possession at centre forward. Now at the back of the pack, Elms goes and finds out wide on the right flank, another pass. So Ferntree Gully doing well at half forward. Load up to long they go. It just goes over Kennedy's head at the back of the pack. It's all Boronia. Smothered kick at full back. It might be a big opportunity off the ground, and it's a goal to Ferntree Gully. Kavar in the right spot as the smother from the teammate in the goal square was a goal clincher. So I'm just going to see the replay for this big smother. Well done there by McAleese, and at ground level, Kavar is there to pick up the scraps and kick the goal. Ferntree Gully 5-1, 31, 10-point lead over Boronia, 3-3-21.
Not much they could do about that, Boronia. It was just one of those things, although the defenders probably a little bit reactive when the ball went to ground, and Johnny on the spot, good goal by Kavara.
I know I earlier said about Morrison not getting off the ground, but he's been very, very important at grounds level and certainly probably getting the better of Henderson in relation to that so far.
Good start to the second term here by the Eagles. Henderson got the knockdown, quickly met there by Gray. Slams it on his boot up towards centre half forward. Can they get 3 in a row? Using his body nicely. There was Russo. Got the handball back. Streaming forward and dropped it at the crucial stage was Gray. The umpire said play on there. Little handball out there by Kennedy. His teammate was under a lot of pressure. It was met very, very heavily. And the umpire has paid a free kick.
What for?
Too high.
Oh, yeah.
Nearly got his absolute head knocked off.
That's okay, I didn't see it. That's why I was asking what for.
No, the replay was right
Harry
on that.
Burgess tackle met very heavily. As the kick goes in towards the forward pocket. Nice little knock away, but nicely trapped there by Kennedy. He might have a ping from the impossible, but it was touched off the boot and went out of bounds. So right forward pocket here for Ferntree Gully, leading this game by 10 points, 9 minutes in to this second term.
Geez, haven't we seen a change of momentum in this quarter? It was so tight at quarter time, but it's been all Ferntree Gully in this second quarter.
Maybe Boronia needed to spend a bit longer at quarter time, reiterating the message a couple of times.
Hannon went up against Noops. Hannon got the knockdown close towards the boundary line, seen over by Jared Rutherford, and we'll have another boundary throw in.
The small forwards of Ferntree Gully have really livened up in this quarter too.
Still haven't seen a lot of Jess Bolton either. He needs to get himself into this game. Such an important player for Boronia.
Hannon got the knockdown that time. Burgess was there, got dispossessed of the football, but got it away. The umpire said everything was legal. We'll have a ball up. Still about 30 metres out from the Ferntree Gully goal line. They've kicked the last 2. Umpire to start the game once again. Rucks go at a lot of plays around this. Rutherford was there to mop up. Tried to get the handball away to no avail. Wright was there, but dispossessed of that one. And over she goes for a boundary throwing. A few stoppages in the last couple of moments here.
I think the stoppages suit the Ferntree Gully game plan too. I think it suits their style of play and the type of team that they've got, as opposed to Boronia as well. So the tighter the contest, I think the better Ferntree Gully.
Yeah, Boronia, I think they like to play a bit more open. You did right, yeah.
Just Bolton in underneath there. Fresh air shot by Luke Hannon, like Gav Casey at Cape Shank last week. As it comes out now, it'll be a free kick away of Russo for the Ferntree Gully Eagles. And a 15-metre penalty as well. So I'm not too sure what that was for. Maybe potentially a little bit of back chat.
A bit of lip, I'd say, just looking at it.
I'm lucky I don't play football. I would give so many of those away.
Michael Russo. But you'd almost pencil it down from here. Comes in and puts it to the left-hand side.
What were you going to pencil in?
The umpire was standing straight. It looked like it was gun barrel straight, but it was because the umpire was standing next to the post.
Don't blame the umpire, BWS. You call that.
Never blame the umpire. Just trying to paint the picture, as the tennis committee would say. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 32 plays 21. Got Tom Dodd wearing the number 24 for Boronia. Mark that down, everyone. Thank you very much, Damien Watson. As the ball comes out now, right in front of us here on the broadcast position. Morrison almost gave away a high tackle, but the umpire said play on Blizzards. Little handball backwards to go forwards now. The kick on the left boot this time by Jacob Crow up towards the half-forward line. Oh, almost pulling it in there was Boyle. It was almost impossible. It bounced off his chest in the end. Now Boronia had the spoils up towards the wing position. Standing strong that time was Farrell. Couldn't quite take the mark, but they do have the numbers at the fall. The ball do the Eagles this way, that way. Well done by Urin in the long sleeves today. Squeezed to kick off the side of his boot. He certainly didn't mean that, but it's effective anyway. As Gray now up towards the half-forward line. A big stretch and probably should have taken the mark. There was Noops, but he goes after it. Again, good second effort, looking for the handball back towards the Russo direction. He gets to the football just in the nick of time, goes after it again. A strong tackle over the top by Ryan White, brings the ball to ground. We'll have a bounce 60 metres out from the Ferntree Gully goal line.
Noops should have done better there. He really should have taken that mark.
So it's a ball up 60 metres from the goals of Ferntree Gully.
That's a
Boronia
throw nearly.
use the one back out of the pack. Now they try to go through the middle. Rapisado, nice tap on. It worked beautifully out to his teammate in Allen. So they'll go the outer wing. Will Boronia running it through the width of the ground for White. Gets it long, spilt mark, and it's a contest for the ball close to the line. Ferntree Gully might hold up at half back, and doing nicely is Di Donato running through the pack, picks it up, claims it, gets it back to a teammate who's under a bit of pressure, but took enough time just to get it backwards to a free man. Go across ground, very dangerous, is coming with the fly to it. Patterson knocks it to ground. It's got support from right, but the boundary beats them over, and that was a dangerous switch.
Sorry, yeah, that was a really poor option. I think it was Morrison with a kick straight across the face of goals. That's not what you want to be doing in that situation.
So Patterson, who's kicked 7 goals in their round 1 encounter, and has kicked 15 in his last 5 games, so he's on a bit of a hot patch. Haven't seen much of him yet. Out of the packet flies with Henderson, getting a quick kick and a mark taken. Rapisado was just in the right spot, 20 metres out. Just took a low chest mark as he bent down to take it.
Duh. Not oh, duh. He's not a magician, Gav. The great Rapisado.
Yes. Very good. Well, if he pulls a rabbit out of his hat, it will be 6 points. So it's Rapisada. Brendan, who's magically deleted the A in Brendan and put an E there.
He has.
Now we're just making nonsense up. So Brendan Rapisada is going to kick from... Oh, well, he's missed it from 20 metres out. Pulled it to the left. And he's totally disgusted with himself, and a missed opportunity for Boronia. 3-4-22. They trail by 10 points.
Needs to get his magic wand out there, Gav, perhaps.
Get him off.
He feels like he wants to disappear now.
So it'll be Jacob Crow to bring the ball back in for Ferntree Gully. Just hand signals electing he wants to go to the grandstand side. He's going to play to himself and then doubled back and then kicks it out towards the Morrison direction, and Big Billy goes up and takes a strong chest mark.
That looked like a barrel, was it? A big barrel.
Kick goes out towards the wing position now, standing strong there. Kieran Gray takes the mark. So 2 kicks have made them travel about 80 metres here. This is a good setup so far. Short passes on. Here's Kennedy. This is looking promising. The kick goes up towards a half-forward line. Oh, ripping in a cracker. He's just all over it at the moment, Lee Boyle. End-to-end football at its best from Ferntree Gully. And he'll go back to big man and have a ping for his 4th on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we cross down boundary side.
Saw end-to-end play there. There's 2 contrasting zone defences really from the kick-outs. Ferntree Gully electing to go really with a full 18-man zone, but Boronia we saw there going man-on-man, and Ferntree Gully able to clear it and go end-to-end.
Well, he kicked 3 straight, he shanked one, now he's got his kicky boot back on, does he know? He pushes it to the right-hand side. So he's all over the goal face at the moment, isn't he, Lee Boyle? 3 goals today, Ferntree Gully on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They're still sitting on 5-3-33. A handy 11-point lead over Boronia, 3-4-22.
Coast-to-coast point there for Ferntree Gully, as the kick out for Boronia doesn't quite clear the 50 at ground level. McAlpin was swamped, and here Ferntree Gully go from the pocket. Flying shot from Noops, goes right through the middle, and Ferntree Gully stretch out to a bit of a lead. It's 2 for Noops, and it's 6 for Ferntree Gully. 6 goals, 3-39. Boronia 3-4-22. They didn't clear the 50 with the kick out, and in the pocket, Noops was on the spot.
Yeah, just some really good, again, forward line pressure, and those medium, small forwards really applying that pressure, and I suppose just getting free a little bit. Even Lachlan Kennedy up on the wing before delivered that ball to Boyle. Yeah, got the right name. Didn't kick it, but then yeah, with Noops getting that goal, probably made up for the one he didn't take earlier. So looking quite good up forward, Ferntree Gully at the moment.
So ball back in the middle again. Rucks will go at it. Morrison got the handball out. That was okay. Barton Smith, the hyphen, got the looping handball into the middle of the ground. Where tackling it was Sam Goodman, who was tackled himself there by Bolton, and will have a bounce. Moving towards the half-forward line for Ferntree Gully. 17-point lead they have. A very handy one as well, away from home, and a free kick in the ruck contest goes to Billy Morrison. Kick towards the half-forward line, just popped it out in front, and that's the way you want it to go as well. And, well, Lee Boyle, he just keeps leading and he just keeps marking. He's unstoppable at the moment.
They're just getting found out really badly, this Boronia defence. They just did all 6s and 7s. I'm not sure he's playing on Boyle. I think Rutherford's on him, and I think they're going to have to look at making a change there because he's just not doing a job.
Well, he loved the other end of the ground. He's had out of bounds and a point so far this quarter. Which way will this one go? This time it's to the left-hand side. So he's had an out of bounds on the left, a point on the right and a point on the left. But he's absolutely dominating and really enjoying his attack on the football leading out from full forward today.
Keeping them in the game, though, with his inaccurate kicking, because if he kicked even 2 of those, this game would be, well, it's suddenly about to 30 points.
It's almost kicked their whole score.
Big fly from Hannon. Josh couldn't bring it down, so his brother will help him out. Luke at ground level. He has to barge through tackles. Rutherford try to get through tackles, and Ferntree Gully again keep it in the zone from the kick out.
Their forward pressure is just really outstanding at the moment from these kick-ins.
So it's a ball up, 50-metre arc, half forward as Morrison takes control, taps it to a teammate, and then it comes out to him. Rolled out, and as he bent over, he got knocked over from front on, and it was a head-high tackle. And Morrison fights his way to get his feet back up, hands it to the runner, and the kick goes long from Crow. Crow to the goal square, flyers for it. No rover for Ferntree Gully. It's Boronia who rush it, and they'll concede a point, and it's a 19-point lead to Ferntree Gully. They're on a bit of a run, 19 minutes, second term.
Is that about fights his way, Gav? I think it was a bit of an elbow. He's probably a bit lucky there.
So back pocket now, kick squeezed out. Oh, big fly there by Nick Halo. He couldn't pull it in with the one arm. He had a big stretch at it. The kick was intended for Luke Hannon for Boronia. We'll have a bounce right in front of the barbecue here, right in front of the beer tent. Certainly get our scores on the huddle for how good the burger was from Boronia next Friday afternoon.
It's up there apparently.
I'll phone mine through.
I missed the show last night. How was Blackburn? How did we rate them?
Gav can give the one next week.
All right.
Yeah, Blackburn's was very good last week.
If you want to phone one through, you can.
Apparently,
it'll have to just be divided by 2.
Mystery judge, but it got a 10 apparently, Blackburns.
It was right there on the left boot. Going forward there was Russo up to the forward pocket. Good spoil there by Tom Dodd
You
to
can't
force
have a 10.
them behind.
There's no such thing.
Well, if it's between 1 and 10, the stats would say that
No.
10 is available, Alana.
There's never a perfect anything. There's always room for improvement.
It was perfect.
I must say, the sauce was very good.
It was perfect.
I got half of it all over myself, so I should know.
It was perfect.
Finally, Boronia mark a kick out, and now they're going to dash their way out of defence. Can Bolton drive it from half back to half forward? It's opened up for them, and the mark to take it to Fairchild. Open goal coming up. If it just gets to Hannon on the full, he gets it on the bounce, runs into an open goal, and that's coast-to-coast footy at its best. Well done, Boronia, from the kick out. That's 2 to Hannon. It's Josh Hannon kicking his second, 1 in each term, and they close the gap to 14 points.
And what was the key factor in that build-up, boys? Jess Bolton. He's been very, very quiet and not getting that run-off half-back. But he finally got some run-off half-back and back. Look what's happened.
It's amazing what happens when you go straight down the guts, isn't it, as well? It's the closest way home, and that's exactly what they did.
And they cleared the zone defence, didn't they, Alana?
I was about to say that. You just stole my words, Gav. No, beautifully done. It was exactly right. You just hope that Ferntree Gully aren't going to lose their legs from here on in, being that it is such a big ground, and Boronia are accustomed to that and that running game. So it'll be interesting. I reckon they need to put a few goals on before half-time to really build that lead and try and hold on.
Well, they currently lead by 14 points. They'll take every lead that is putting them in front at the moment. 21 points into this second term. And the ball's been thrown in. Ball up, I should say. A little duck and weave, but a free kick has been paid to the Eagles. It goes the way of Halo. Umpire might bring it back. He wanted to go on with it, but
yeah, when he stepped sideways from his free kick, he wasn't behind the mark.
Short passes on. Mark's been taken by Andrew Cavara. Kick goes out wide, looking for Morrison. He was almost held without the football, tried to pull it in with the one arm over. Running it there was Robertson, got the handball away. That was okay there by Wright. Ducked and weave, got the handball over the top. Here's Henderson now, linking up well on the boundary line. And putting themselves under pressure. Fairchild just absolutely crunched in a tackle by Brendan Blizzard. That's what we like to see at the local footy.
And
fantastic stuff. It was all fair, and the umpire will bounce it just inside the boundary line. True centre wing position, grandstand side, Tormore reserve. It might have heated up just a little bit here as the ball comes out. Here's Halo, got the handball backwards. They're using the boundary line here up towards the half forward line or thereabouts over the back there. McAlpine did well there for Boronia, but fumbled at the crucial stage. Kavara's right on his hammer. Will the ball stay alive? It looks like the players are searching for the paint, and the umpire sticks his finger up in the air and says, "Give it to me, boys. We'll throw this one back in."
How good was that? And we could even hear it from those mics. Oh, that is exactly what needs to happen. More of that.
Half forward line now for Ferntree Gully, leading this game by 14 points. At the stoppage, Boronia had the numbers to kick up towards the wing position where big Billy Morrison takes a strong mark for the Eagles. He wants to go into the middle of the ground. That was centimetre perfect. Gray now swings around on the right. A good kick inside forward 50. Just couldn't reach the target. So the Hawks have the numbers to mop up. That was okay. The handball from Burgess over the back. Got it away to Hannon. They link up out wide using the far side through Tom Dodd. On the right boot up towards the wing. Knocked away that time there by Hannon. The Eagles have the numbers here now. Here's Gray. Just couldn't quite trap the football. Nathan Watson was in there. That was fantastic play. Good umpiring as well. Just letting the ball go. Wright picks it up. Kicks an absolute skyscraper inside forward 50. Getting a handy handle on it there for Boronia. Little kick by Garrity into the full pocket. He'll want it to go over. Morrison's there. Morrison was happy to give it a one behind. He gifted them a point in that instance and reduces the margin back to 13 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 24 minutes into this second term, and it's the Gully leading 6-6-42 to 4-5-29.
Boys, I've just noticed there's a number 6 out there for Boronia. Does anyone know who that is?
Fairchild.
Fairchild.
Kicked the first goal of the game, a.k.a. Goodman. Godfrey, I should say.
Yeah, even you get it wrong again. That's twice. It's Ferntree Gully trying to clear their lines as they go from the full back to them now outer wing, and they've got a mark uncontested. So inboard, the kick goes towards Cox. On the bounce, he picks it up, hands it off to a runner. And on the outer side here, Ferntree Gully, big lead. Boyle again. And he's going for 4. Surely he's had enough practice to get this one through the middle.
You'd think so. How exciting is watching a really good full forward play and have a really great game like
he's just today. Finding space and they're hitting him as well. And like he's taken some pack marks also. He's tearing this game apart at the moment. If he could have 6 goals already because he's missed 3 already this term. Hopefully he can put this one through for his 4th.
From 40 odd metres, slight angle, it's a floater, doesn't get the journey, but it's a mark in the goal square to Ferntree Gully, and Russo was the man on the spot, only one probably watching it, because everyone is expecting it to go over their heads in the goal square, and it floats its way to the front of the goal square, and Russo uncontested, marks, then goals. 7-6 Ferntree Gully, 48. Russo's first, Boronia 4-5-29. It's a 19-point lead.
Let's cross down boundary side.
Yeah, it might have been lucky there with a bit of a shank off the boot and just being in the right spot, but it's really what their coach Peter Farrell wanted from their forwards, just to be in front. For them quick kicks coming out of the middle, if you're in front, that's the best way you're going to get the ball, isn't it?
Great to have Tim Fitzsimons on board with the EFL media team in season 2017. Riding the boundary line with the dulcet tones of Damien Watson this afternoon, our game day host. So the ball comes back into the middle here.
Morrison's having a bit of a spell on the bench right now, so it'll be interesting to see who takes the ruck.
Yeah, covered so much ground though, hasn't he, Alana? He must be tired.
Oh, most definitely, yeah. It'll just be interesting to see how the next few minutes goes though.
Pye throws it up now. Elms got the knockdown. They might get the clearance. Here's Elms again, the disciple on his right boot. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. A big fly that time there by Noops. Couldn't pull it down on the second bite, but Dodd was there to mop up for Boronia. Switched the kick out wide to right. That was clever. Had enough curl on it, and Wright takes the mark. Short passes on. That's okay. The mark's been taken by Nathan Allen, who copped one from Gray for his troubles. Nathan Allen been relatively quiet so far in this game. Needs to get alive, and McAlpine takes the mark. Just outside the centre square, grandstand side, goes back towards the right direction. Ball knocked away from him. Hannon was in there. Was he held without the football? He was.
Lucky.
The umpire saw that one. It was right there.
It was a turnover otherwise, wasn't it, BWS?
Certainly was, and it was an absolute shocking kick into the middle of the ground. They're putting themselves under a lot of pressure. Once again, Hannon just banged it on his boot. It was a worm burner up to centre half forward, but a big fly there by Collins. That was a good mark. He'll wind around on the left. He's a little bit indecisive. He's going to kick it to the forward pocket. There's about 4 Ferntree Gully players there just to mop up. Nicely done there by Goodman. It got the handball back and got it back again, and now it's in the arms there of Crow on the left boot. Out of that danger zone, switch it out wide. Gray, hasn't he had a fair bit of the football in this first half?
He's had an absolutely sensational second quarter.
Kieran Gray, the hipster, gets the short pass on to Jacob Farrell. He'll go back to Gray. No, he won't. He'll go back to Blizzard on the left boot. Over the top to Elms. Takes the mark now. He's had a bit of the football too.
I was just going to say, Elms has played well.
Yeah, just rucking now.
Back again, he goes to Blizzard. Brendan with an E, switches the play out wide. And on the right boot, here's Michael Top. On the right boot, just short passes on, that's okay. The hyphen, Barton Smith, sold a little bit of candy and ran it down the wing position, bouncing football. He was looking there for Nick Noops, who's kicked 2 goals in his first half. Good play just to keep the ball alive there. And a strong tackle over the back there by Ryan White for Boronia just to hold the ball up, and we'll have a bounce. Half forward line almost now for the Ferntree Gully Football Club.
And this is where Boronia have absolutely capitulated.
But thankfully for them, it's half time before Ferntree Gully go inside 50 again. Ferntree Gully leading by 19 points at half time, 7-6-48. They trailed by 3 points at quarter time, now by 19 over Boronia, who are 4-5-29.
Great game out here at Tormore Reserve. Division 3 at its best today. 2 potential finalists going at it. Ferntree Gully lead Boronia at half-time. The major goal kickers on the ground. Lee Boyle has 3 for the Gully, all kicked in the first term. He sprayed 4 shots in the second. He could have had 7, but his side still does lead. Nick Noops has 2, and the major goal kicker for Boronia is Josh Hannon with 2 goals. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe on EFL.org.au. Barry Cotts with the Score Centre will be coming up right after this to bring you all those important around the ground scores as you go local for your footy today. There's 15 other absolute crackers across all divisions. Make sure you stay with us.
Oh, I've got a couple of best friends. Just great people with big hearts.
I met him in kindergarten.
We both keep each other grounded.
He's in the Defence Force.
4 best friends, actually. They're like my sisters.
She's really caring and funny.
He runs a mark every weekend, so I haven't seen him that much because I'm married.
We've always just clicked.
Best friend lives in the country.
She's the best.
When celebrating a loved one's life, don't leave it to just anyone to organise. Find out more at turbanbrothers.com.au. Turban Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best. For the best EFL rap on radio, don't miss EFL Sunday. From 10 till 12 every Sunday morning, the EFL media team bring you all the final scores, goal kickers, best players and ladders, following a big round of EFL footy. The gang talk to the biggest names from across the league each and every week. EFL Sunday, from 10 every Sunday morning on 98.1 Radio Eastern.
My plans for the year, save up for a house so we can build hopefully in November.
Going overseas to Japan.
Recently become a father of a second child.
Finish up baseball season.
Take the kids skiing.
Move into a new house.
Go to the footy a lot.
I am in a tennis tournament in April. Have a hobby farm. That would be my dream.
The beauty of a fixed price funeral plan is that the price never changes and you can celebrate your life the way you want. Find out more at turbanbrothers.com.au. Turban Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Radio Eastern 98.1. Barry Cotts here in the EFL Game Day Score Centre here at Boronia this afternoon with the Dandenongs in the background. And at half-time, it's a lead to Ferntree Gully. Ferntree Gully 7-6-48 is leading Boronia 4-5-29 in an interesting game. Let's take a look at some scores and other divisions being played this afternoon. Firstly, to Division 1 in Vermont and Bourne. And Vermont 5-3-33 is leading Bourne 3-1-19. And it's a game this afternoon also between Norwood and Blackburn. We're still trying to get some scores of that. So if you're at the game and you're familiar with Twitter has said 40 EFL, we'd like to get a progress score for that game for Blackburn and Norwood. Turning our attention to Division 2 and Knox and Upper Ferntree Gully. Knox 6-9-45 is leading Upper Ferntree Gully at 3-4-22. Mitcham 5-10-40 is all tied up with Waverley Blues 6-4-40 in that game. And it's a split round in Division 1 and Division 2. And Middlebar, Croydon, Mulgrave, Doncaster, East One, Turner South and Lilydale are not playing today. They'll play next week. Have a look at Division 3 scores this afternoon. And firstly, East Burwood and Scoresby. It's a close game. It's East Burwood 2-5-17 to Scoresby 2-3-15. Ringwood 5-3-33 to the Basin 1 goal straight 6. Templestowe 5-3-33 to Heathmont 2-3-15. Warrandyte and Chirnside Park. Chirnside Park 3-8-26 to Warrandyte 3-2-20. And then we'll have a look at Divisions 4 games being played this afternoon. And Glen Waverley and Sylvan. And last score was actually, in fact, Sylvan was leading. Sylvan 6-8-44 to Glen Waverley Hawks, 1 behind 1 point. Donvale and Nuttawading, and it's Donvale 17-14, 116 to Nuttawading 1-1-7. So there's your scores in Division 4. Let's take a look at some AFL action this afternoon and a couple of interesting games indeed. Of course, the big one is between Geelong and Hawthorn at the MCG this afternoon. It's currently the 3-minute mark of the third quarter, and it's all tied up. It's Geelong and Hawthorn 7-7-49 apiece, so a very interesting game indeed. And another game being played this afternoon is between Port Adelaide and North Melbourne. And currently, it's the 25-minute mark of the second quarter, and Port Adelaide well in front. Port Adelaide 11-3-69 to North Melbourne 5-3-33 in that game. So there we have it. There's your EFL Game Day Score Centre. And Damien, how are you summing up the first half in this game here between Boronia and Ferntree Gully?
Well, it's been an interesting first half, Barry, it must be said. Of course, Ferntree Gully leading by 19 points, 7-6-48 over Boronia, 4-5-29. Tim Fitzsimons is with me in the commentary box. Tim, we've both been on the boundary. I think it's been a good mixture of free-flowing play and also relatively physical play as well. We heard that FUD just before half-time when the two players collided. They're going at it hammer and tong.
Yeah, they are. You mentioned that one right in front of us. I could almost feel it, to be honest. We were that close.
You've never caught one in your playing career, have you?
I don't think I went hard enough. Yeah, but it has been. It's been a pretty entertaining contest, I think. As you said, pretty good mix between free-flowing and hard physical football. I think Ferntree Gully are looking very dangerous when they're inside 50. Obviously, Lee Boyle, 3 goals in that first quarter was outstanding, and then probably should have had another 3 that quarter. A few terrible set shots, but
yeah.
He's really looking like he could tear the game away from Boronia at this stage.
I think the consensus has been Ferntree Gully probably should be further in front. You mentioned Boyle had opportunities from relatively close range, kicked one out in the full, kicked behind as well, which were both gettable opportunities. They could easily be 5 or 6 goals in front, given the dominance in that second term after a relatively even first quarter. Yeah,
you're right, and the ball was definitely trapped in their forward half for a lot of that time. I think their setup behind the ball was pretty good, especially from their kick-ins. They had a full 18-man press going, and yeah, Boronia really struggled to get it out of there. We saw that one time they were able to get it out the back and run into that open end-to-end goal. So if they can find a way out of their defence, I think there's definitely a chance that they could get a few goals out the back and get themselves back in the contest.
I think it was interesting how Boronia did manage to break the zone on that one occasion and kick their only goal for the quarter. Aside from that, as you mentioned, Ferntree Gully locked it into their forward half for most of the term and really dominated play and played on their terms. But 19 points seems a little low for all their dominance, it must be said. What about some of the star players? We've seen Simon Godfrey's been leading from the front. Billy Morrison, I think, has been a standout for the Eagles today.
Yeah, you're right, and I think Nick Nopes as well has been... Noops, sorry. He's definitely came to life in that second quarter as well with a couple of goals. I think he definitely started to, I guess, spread the load a bit for the Ferntree Gully forwards.
Indeed, and you mentioned goal kickers. Of course, Lee Boyle has had an interesting impact on the game. 3 goals, probably could have 5 to his tally at this stage if he had kicked a little straighter. But Boronia perhaps struggling to quell the influence of the Ferntree Gully forwards in that second term.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the Ferntree Gully forwards have been definitely a lot smarter. They've known where the ball's going to go. I think they're really linking up well with their midfielders. I think they're definitely on the same page when the ball's going inside forward 50, really. And I think that's the key. They're really just knowing exactly where to lead, where the space is, and the ball use inside 50 for Ferntree Gully has been pretty good, I think.
What about Boronia in terms of getting back into this game? Do you think they should move the ball through the corridor a little more? I mean, we know how well they play this ground in the expansive spaces, but having said that, they've been more effective, I've found, when making a 4-8-4 by going through the corridor nice and direct.
Yeah, well, that's where we saw their goal that quarter, through the end-to-end play straight up the middle. I think it definitely caught Ferntree Gully a bit off guard. They haven't really been playing that way for most of that first half, and when they did, definitely caught Ferntree Gully off guard on their defensive transition, really.
Yeah, no, exactly right. What about some of the Boronia players that have stood out? I've liked the work of Josh Hannon. Not only has he booted 2 goals, he's been in the thick of the action, accumulating a lot of possessions as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He's definitely looked like they're probably their best player so far in this first half. And yeah, as you said, he's not just getting it done on the scoreboard for them. He's definitely pushing up and definitely making an impact across the whole ground, really.
Well, we mentioned the significance of this game. Of course, both sides looking to get a bit of an edge, a game advantage on the Division 3 table. You think Boronia will probably wake up to themselves in terms of regaining some ascendancy in that third term with that as an incentive? Surely it'd have to be.
Well, it definitely have to be. Obviously, with Division 3 this year, it's been unbelievably close up the top of the table. I think there's 2 games separating first from 7th. So every game, when you're in the games like this where they're playing against sides that are vying for them final spots, it's a 2-game turnaround, really. So they definitely, I think they'd be disappointed if they have to bring it on themselves to use that as motivation. It should be the game itself. But if it comes to it, I think they definitely need to.
What about the crowd? They've been getting into it. We've been down on ground level. It's a good atmosphere and a nice picturesque scene here at Tormore Reserve.
It's been a great day here. Obviously, a pretty big cause in Beyond Blue as well down here. So I think that's drawn a few people to the ground. And, it's creating a pretty good atmosphere both sides playing in. Yeah, as you said, very picturesque ground down here at Boronia. First time I've been here.
Yes.
So it's, been a lovely day so far, I think.
Well, I think Boronia is known for 2 things. It was when Sam Newman got hit in the nether region by a bouncing ball on Street Talk, and of course it's named for the Boronia Footy Club, who've had their fair share of players who've gone on to the highest level. We mentioned, of course, Peter Brown, their senior coach, not with the team today. He's crook, but he played about 5 games for St Kilda. Matty Larkin, of course, the North Melbourne champion, so they have a rich football history here at Boronia. Let's head to the score centre now. Barry Cotts with some more progress scores.
Yes, we got some Division 4 scores, some half-time scores now. Firstly, Surrey Park 7-4-46 to Fair Park 1-6-12. Kilsyth 6-8-44 to Windhouse Pioneers 6-6-42. So a close game there.
Yes.
But surprising, Kilsyth doing very well against the Pioneers.
Indeed, given the Pioneers have that game break on the top of the Division 4 ladder, they have been probably the dominant side in that particular division so far this year. It's interesting, you were at the huddle at quarter time, Tim, for Ferntree Gully, and they stayed for a long time. Do you think that may have had an impact in that quarter in terms of their dominance, and they're back out on the ground first as well for the second half?
I'm not too sure about that. They were in their line huddles for a long time, so obviously when you're in your line huddles, you're really getting into the specifics. So I think they were really harping in on, in their line huddles. And then I guess the main message really from the coach there was just to keep the pressure up. They were really happy with their pressure, which created scoring opportunities, and they were able to capitalise on that even more in that second quarter as well. And another thing that was touched on really was how to really get in front, the forwards really needed to be in front. There's a lot of quick kicks inside forward 50, and we saw that quarter. They're kind of just a step ahead of the Boronia defence, knowing where the ball's going to go, knowing where the space is, and it's just creating a lot more opportunities.
Let's head back to Barry.
Yes, small Division 4 scores. Forest Hill 14-5, 89 is leading Coldstream 7-9, 51. Donvale 17-14, 116 to Narrawonning 1-1-7. So there's some EFL's score centre score updates to this present time.
Indeed, thanks very much to Barry Cotts, who will keep us up to date at the EFL Score Centre with all the progress scores right around the Eastern Football League as you go local for your footy. And of course, make sure you tune in to Baz after the game from 5 p.m. It's probably the most listened to part of the EFL media coverage too, as most of you driving home would want to hear all the results from across all 4 divisions of the EFL. Let's take a quick break. Back with the second half, Boronia v Ferntree Gully, right after this.
Oh, I've got a couple of best friends. Just great people with big hearts.
I met him in kindergarten.
We both keep each other grounded.
He's in the Defence Force.
4 best friends, actually. They're like my sisters.
She's really caring and funny.
He runs a mark every weekend, so I haven't seen him that much because I'm married.
We've always just clicked.
My best friend lives in the country.
She's the best.
When celebrating a loved one's life, don't leave it to just anyone to organise. Find out more at turbanbrothers.com.au. Turban Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best. A new time and a new team, driving you home in 2016. Join a brand new lineup for The Huddle as the gang take a light-hearted look at the Eastern Football League every Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it local.
Probably amongst my friends, I'm known for my sense of humour.
Some people know me for my laid-back attitude.
I work too much and I play too much sport, and I'm a fantastic mum.
Am I striking good looks?
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve Boronia. Third quarter is underway here. Boronia 4-5-29, trailing Ferntree Gully 7-6-48. These sides both in contention for finals this year in Division 3, and it's been a great second term. At quarter time is a 3-point lead to the Hawks, but 4 goals, 6 from Ferntree Gully in that second term has kicked out to a 19-point lead, as Boronia only could get 1 goal in that second term, and it could have been a bit more in terms of Ferntree Gully. Boyle kicked 3 goals in the first term, the spearhead, and he had 4 misses in the second term to have 3-2, 1 falling short and 1 on the full. But it's Boronia getting the free kick on the wing, grandstand side of Tormore Reserve, and the mark now taken by Hannah at half forward, close to the boundary line. He goes inside the corridor, floating kick, has a man out in the open, and it gets to him out in the full. So it is a mark in the pocket for Boronia to have the first shot at goal within the first 90 seconds, and it's in the hands of Lachlan Watson.
That's a much better start from Boronia, something they really struggled to do in that second quarter, but much more direct route to goal, and this will be just the start they needed to get them back into this game.
They definitely need to get a good start in this third term. They trail by 19. Watson from the pocket pulls the kick, never recovers, and it's out to left for a minor score. 4-6-30, trailing Ferntree Gully 7-6-48. Waiting for the ball to come back into the hands of Crow to kick it out. So status of the game, guys, in the special comments. What's your thoughts?
Look, Ferntree Gully looking much the goods at this stage, but so this quarter's really, I mean, the third quarter's always the crucial quarter, isn't it? But a lot's going to be told at three-quarter time whether or not Boronia can get themselves back into this game. On the evidence of what we saw in that second quarter, you'd say no, but, you know, we'll just have to see what happens.
Still only a 3-goal game, as now Crow's got it in hand at fullback, looking what's ahead. It goes out to his left and kicks it long to outside 50 and close to the boundary line. There was a holding potentially in that marking contest. Boronia, though, were free to play on, and on the outer side, the bounce of the ball eludes Lachlan McKernan, and it goes out of bounds 50 metres around from the Hawks' goal.
It's been an interesting start to this quarter from both the ruckmen. They've just been wrestling the whole time and actually haven't touched the ball at any point. It just happened again, so
a bit of a stalemate.
See, here we go again. Yeah. Didn't even touch it.
That's right, Boronia are good outside the pack. Quick kick by White, gets a bit of distance, but no mark taken for Boronia, and it's been punched around like a volleyball. There's no net, but we play on here as Ferntree Gully get wrapped up as they went a bit backwards, and it's 40 metres out for another ball up. So it's a slow start to this quarter But we see how quickly Ferntree Gully were able to build momentum in that second half of the second quarter to establish this lead. And they've got to do some defending for now. Rapasada tries to get out. He pinballs his way through some tackles, and he eventually throws the ball when he was tackled. And it's going to be a turnover free kick going the way of Gray, who's been one of the stars. Gray's got a short option from the lead, and spearing onto it, or racing onto it, is Kennedy. Kennedy takes the mark at half back. Long kick down the line. Boyle just stops and props to see it try to bounce into his hands, but it doesn't do so. Needing support, but it's Rutherford who gets the hand pass backwards and out in the open. Boronia go from half back to half forward. Getting underneath it was Hannon. And at ground level, Gray kicks it off the ground and it pinballs back to his feet, but he didn't know about that when it came back to him on the second time. Now the kick into the middle for Boronia sets up Henderson, who's trying to wheel his way out and finds Johnson out in the open on the wing. But he's been told to play on by the umpire just after he decided not to. So the quick play on means that Boronia have to rush the ball into the forward line where Ferntree Gully set up quite nicely. Morrison helping out the big man, and finally they'll clear to a contest though, and coming in the front, nearly marking was Burgess, brings it to ground for Boronia, and the short pass done by Henderson finds Hannon, or sorry, Collins outside 50. So Collins at centre half forward. Takes the mark about beyond 50. Can he kick the goal that gets them back in the game?
He's had a bit of the ball early in this third term too. He's been relatively quiet in the first half, so hopefully he might be able to be the one to get him back in.
He was not having a shot, and that was well disguised because he found an option in the middle, drifting in to take the mark. Boronia will have the next shot at goal from within 40 instead of outside 50, and it's going to be Robertson who takes the kick at goal.
Yeah, just having a bit of a snooze there, the Ferntree Gully defence. Gray made a despairing effort, but it was too late.
So this is going to be a big kick in terms of momentum and having this game to close to a 2-goal game. You think the home team will get back into it at one stage. If they can convert their opportunities, it'll only be a 12-point margin. It looks straight off the boot. Hasn't got the journey just as Morrison despairingly marked it too far behind the goal line. And it's a goal to Boronia. 5-6-36, 12 points behind Ferntree Gully, 7-6-48.
This is one of my concerns at half-time, was that Ferntree Gully weren't actually up enough. If I was the Ferntree Gully coach, I want them to be up by 40 points after such a really solid first half of football. And now the Boronia are only a couple of kicks away after having a fairly ordinary first half, but they just look like they've got the skill and the run to get themselves back into the game, as their position on the ladder would indicate. So it'll be interesting to see.
Rucks go out at Morrison again. He roves his own rucking and he spoons the hand pass out, but Goodman couldn't get onto it, or did, and gets tackled straight to the ground. So doing well that time was Bolton, and McKernan rushing to stop Goodman going forward. Rucks wrestle their way through it, allows the Rovers just to burst through the pack, and that's Bolton trying to bounce through the ball. He's pushed it forward about 30, runs onto it inside 50, grabbing it on the wing at the start, and now he gets the turnover ball, but gets some help as McKernan grabs the ball close to the line. He's bursting his way through the pack, works it into the middle with Robinson, the goal kicker, just couldn't get onto the ball. It's now in the hands of the Hawks, trying to claim it at half forward, but the numbers are with Ferntree Gully as well now, and they come in tackling hard and keeping a stoppage at half back.
I know I sound like a bit of a broken down record, but Boronia looks so much better whenever Jess Bolton gets involved. He really does spark them. He needs to get heavily involved if they're going to get back in this game.
He was probably smart not to grab the ball when he was pushing it forward.
Hyde throws it up. Rucks went with a bit of a fresh air shot. Strong tackle by Billy Morrison. Everything was okay. McKernan came in over the top. He was trapped by Sam Goodman, and let's have a bounce. Right in front of the Boronia bench, and Peter Brown and co. Good crowd out here at Boronia today. The car park's packed. Big luncheon for Beyond Blue.
I had to park about 500 metres up the road. I had a taxi to get to my car.
Well, you should have got the VIP escort that we got.
If you or anyone you know are tackling anxiety or depression, make sure you get them onto beyondblue.org.au, a fantastic organisation helping many, 1,000 Australians enjoy their lives. We've all got the blue armbands on today. The players are wearing the blue socks. It's a great thing for the Eastern Football League to be involved in as Gray hits the deck. Great work by Wayne Brasher, delivering 10 hot dogs and then going back for a bottle of sauce. to just see walking in front of the caravan now.
I thought you were going to say going back for another 10.
Cavaro couldn't quite take the mark. Good tackle though by Cavaro. Second effort was fantastic, and he's been rewarded as well. No, I'm happy with that, and it should have been a 25-metre penalty as well.
I thought he was going to get picked for in the back.
Garrity went over the man on the mark there, but the umpire didn't see it. Quick kick up towards the boundary line, knocked over and out. Good spoil there by Harry Burgess, and over she goes for a boundary throw in.
You're about to drop the headset, aren't you, BWS? You want to get that hot dog in the mouth?
No, I'm okay. I've got them for everybody else, mate, as the ball comes back into play. Swinging around now is Gray, probably one of the best players on the ground at the moment. Ferntree Gully, big fly there by Noops, couldn't trap it on the chest. Nice handball out wide there by Smythe. He found Cavara inside forward. 50 he goes. What a strong mark, Lee Boyle. And then he hit some wire as well on the fence. Well, I think he's picking himself up. He'll be okay.
He can smell a goal.
I tell you what, that's a good reach as well. Jeez, he's got good jukes, doesn't he?
It's a great mark, but boy, his head hit that fence really hard. But he's all right. He's back on his feet. He's going to do pretty well to kick this. So I have to be a big banana, I'd say. It looks like that's what he's setting up for.
It's his goal kicking end.
Well, he missed some easier shots in the second term. He had four goes at it, but he kicked 3 straight from this end. What can he do now? Oh, it's a beautiful kick. He loves this end. He can't do any wrong. 4 goals on the board now for Lee Boyle for the Ferntree Gully Football Club, and they just creep out a little bit further. Some extra breathing space on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They are 8 goals, 654. Boronia 5-6, 36.
Interestingly, I saw him start that quarter up at centre half forward, and I thought, maybe Peter Farrell said, mate, you're not kicking straight, so we'll push you up to centre half forward and put Noops back at full forward. But he's found his way back down there, and he has done the job again. So liking that far end a lot better than the pavilion side end today.
Ferntree Gully 3 goals ahead, 4 goals to their spearhead in Boyle, and a free kick out of the ruck contest goes the way of Boronia. It won't be Henderson. He'll receive the hand pass. Has to dodge around the man on the mark from the centre circle. He loads up a long kick. Goes all the way to the scoreboard end. No mark taken. Robertson at ground level. Picks the ball up. Puts it on the boot. Bounces it through. What a good goal. Robertson 2 for the quarter. Magic play. Boronia 6-6-42. Ferntree Gully 8-6-54. We've got a game on our hands.
Just what you need as a coach when you've just conceded a goal. You'd be disappointed the Boronia bench, but that's a fantastic reply. Heading straight back, terrific goal, and it just keeps them in touch.
Exciting football. We knew it was going to be close out here today. Fantastic stuff. Just waiting for the ball to come back in now. Back in the centre, 15 great games as you go local for your footy today. Barry Cott's right across the score centre, still waiting for one from Blackburn and Norwood. If you're out there today, keep us abreast of those scores. It's an important one. As the ball hits the deck once again, have a bounce. Nathan Allen on the bottom of the pack, picking himself up, as is Simon Godfrey. Henderson just asking a question of the umpire in the ruck contest with Billy Morrison. And, well, he asked if he could have a free kick by the sounds of things, because he got one in the end. So a short one over the top. He finds Allen on the right boot, sends the ball forward, reaching really strongly there and couldn't pull it in was Farrell, but a free kick has been paid and it's going the way of the Eagles. And the ball's in the arms of Halo. On the right boot, short passes on. It was risky. Little handball out wide there by Cox. Got it away that time. It was Uren, sorry, it wasn't Halo, it was Uren. And yeah, Uren once again, 3 touches in a matter of a minute. Kicks the ball out wide. The foot race ensues. Jesse Smythe, he's chasing after it. It needs to sit up for him. It does this way, that way. Wanted to swing around on the left. Oh, very classy on the right boot now. Goes up towards the half forward line, and getting down and taking a strong mark there was Harrison McAlee. So
he was like a lolly shop selling candy.
He wants to swing around on the right boot and go inside forward 50. A big crunch there. Kennedy was there at the fall of the ball. Nicely done, that little handball over the top. In there is Simon Godfrey. He got dispossessed to the football, hits the deck, and we will have a bounce.
Really dangerous in that position, Simon Godfrey.
So it's a ball up. It's in the forward line of Ferntree Gully's end. Boyle still, standing at full forward, waiting for the next opportunity. Rucks go at it, but at ground level, it's Boronia roving it off the pack. The clearing kick was a bit of a grubber, but it rolls itself out of bounds on the outer side. Half back, closer to the wing, actually, as Boronia try to clear their end. Ball thrown back into play. Morrison versus Henderson. It's been a good battle. I think Morrison around the grounds had the win so far.
I agree with you there. Definitely, Gav.
And even in the ruck, he's just a smart proposition. So it's a ball up from that ball in, resulting as a bit of a neutral effort as Morrison goes in, wins it to ground level. He's got the Rovers there to kick it into centre forward. The bouncing ball just goes over the top and leaves Russo in the wake as Boronia get it to centre forward. Pushing off is Collins. Gets a long leading effort. Nice mark on the lead from centre forward to full forward. And it was actually Hannon getting it to centre forward and gets it to Collins, who gets it to the other Hannon. So it went from Luke Hannon to Collins into Josh Hannon's hands on the lead at full forward and having a shot from 40 metres out. Looking to close the gap to 6 points. Long kick from 45 metres out. Doesn't quite get the distance, does it? No, play on. Chance at the full ball, hit the post. Roving effort from Watson. He had a good opportunity as the kick got short from Hannon, and it's a minor score, 11-point game. Boronia 43, trailing Ferntree Gully 54.
Having a really good game, the Hannon boys, Josh Hannon and the other Hannon as well, whose name just escaped me for the moment, but they're both playing. Luke Hannon, both playing really well.
Well, the ball's going.
It's going to be a ball up for an
back
encroachment.
inside.
Encroachment of the kick out.
Don't see that often, do you? And another chance.
It's a bad error.
Another chance for Boronia here. To
Oh,
get
there's
it
a
down.
chance.
Oh, that is a kick out of nowhere, up and under by Rapisada. He almost marked his own football in the end. Well, he almost did, but it went out of bounds on the full.
He had to jump the fence to do it, but he nearly did.
So it'll be
I think
the
he got
Eagles.
such a surprise that it just fell into his hands. I don't think he was expecting it.
Big reach out wide.
And the other part is it hit the fence, nearly knackered him as it bounced off the fence.
So still about 60 metres out from the Hawks goal line. Trailing this game by 11 points. By 9 points, I should say. Pye throws it in. A bit of holding once again. So these rucks are annoying each other at the moment. Morrison and Henderson. And Henderson's the one winning out. Second free kick in 5 minutes on the right boot. Sloppy in its approach, but it might have hit the target. Jaden Collins just went, thank you very much. It was a floater if ever you've seen one. And he will have a shot from probably just outside the 50 here, but he looks like he's going back and he'll have a crack. And why wouldn't you? It's the grandstand end. The faithful are down that end. They're going to get behind him. He'll come in now. He'll wind up on that left boot. Well, he keeps it straight and he keeps it perfect. That's an absolutely beautiful weighted goal. So Boronia on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard are within 5 points. 49 plays 54. Collins gets his first of the afternoon, and let's cross down boundary side to Tim Collins.
Yeah, you'd think there'd be a massive breeze out here.
Tim Collins, Tim Fitzsimons.
Thanks for that one. Yeah, you'd think there'd be a massive breeze down here since quarter time. I think both sides, Ferntree Gully in the second quarter, were able to trap the ball down there for most of the quarter. And this quarter, Boronia, obviously Ferntree Gully weren't able to capitalise on their dominance, and now Boronia are making the most of the fact that they're still in the game.
Good work, Colo. That's your new nickname.
Well, he's the boss. As Ferntree Gully got torn off the ball and Hannon claims it, gets it running through the hands of White. White drives it long to the goal square, but Ferntree Gully hold up nicely, taking a deep mark there was top at the top of the goal square. Takes a relieving mark, goes out to the wing, but his kick's going to find Hannon, and Luke Hannon will load up again. Is he going sideways off the mark? Is the man on the mark encroaching? The umpire says come back 5 metres towards the boundary and we'll start again. Shorts on. There's Robertson. It's kick 2. Plays on quickly. Rushed effort. Bad effort in the end. And Ferntree Gully turnover. If it gets over the back, the 1 versus 3 will win out for the Eagles. Is that on the full as the player was pushed into it, being Burgess?
Pick on someone your own size, mate.
And Boronia think that was a bit of a dangerous effort, pushing Burgess into the fence, sort of. but not really by Smythe.
I think Billy Morrison's getting a bit frustrated. They've done a bit of a negating job on him in this quarter, not so much dominating, but they're just keeping him out of the game, and he's getting frustrated. Henderson doing a great job.
As Morrison won the tap into his own arms, and then he gets swamped, and he's been tackled high. I thought he got tackled high, but there was so many numbers around it, the umpire couldn't see what happened, and Morrison is...
He definitely copped one on the head.
Yeah, because his head went into so many tacklers, it's not surprising. And his head was actually, he's rolled over his head, somersaulted his body over his head as he was on the ground, so that would be very awkward, neck and head now. So... It's a bit of a Cirque du Soleil sort of effort, but he gets up. But he gets up and plays on. As now play on goes through Goodman. Goodman just kicks it forward, and he finds a teammate, Aitken, on the bounce. They nearly got out in the open, did Ferntree Gully. They dropped the ball when they had it, and Hannon might turn it over. Bump, big bump on Hannon. Now a big tackle. That was a bit dangerous in the end, the run over tackle. But the umpire says, play on, boys. Is that a deliberate hand pass? Yes, it is. And the crowd are up and about. It's getting physical, and now the fans are getting louder as White got a little bit lost on the wing and hand passed it straight out, and Morrison gets the free kick. He might have got a little bit earlier. So the kick finds a teammate inside. Barton Smith goes backwards as they try to do a switch. Will the switch through D. Donato go again, or will he come back grandstand side? He stops of all options, and he just kicks it as long down the corridor as he can. Contest between Aitken and Collins. Goes the outer side now where Boronia claim it. And the kick goes into the corridor for Rapisada to mark it. He's got another short on. It's a dangerous one. Turnover punch comes in from Morrison. Godfrey, sorry. And Godfrey gets it long, and it might be a turnover goal as they fly from 45 metres. Missed the shot was Russo.
No, it's gone through.
I didn't bounce it away. Oh, that's unbelievable. Everyone was deluded by the bounce. The goal umpire had for a second look like I did. Russo's kick was going to miss by all but the bounce. Look at this on the replay. Oh, amazing.
Shane Moore, eat your heart out there.
So Russo kicks his second, and that's a good one for Ferntree Gully as they now lead by 11 again.
They put that one down to Godfrey, boys and girls, of course. It was a terrific, he won the ball in the middle, terrific work, and got it forward. No, a bit of luck at the end, but great play by Godfrey.
Read it beautifully. It's nice to watch him this season and not want him to not do well, like I did last year as a supporter watching against Ferntree Gully. He's a very talented footballer.
If you're going to go for the corridor for short pass, you've got to make it stick, don't you?
100%.
By throws the ball up now. Rucks go at it. Came down, Morrison gave a push off, then knocked it back effectively to himself. Chris Cox was in there as well. We'll have another bounce. 11 points is the margin. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe, efl.org.au this afternoon. 16 great games as you go local for your footy. We picked a cracker.
I just feel like at the moment Ferntree Gully are playing a little bit smarter than Boronia. Maybe it's the success from last season and the more mature heads, but they just seem to be a bit more composed and making better decisions under pressure.
Well, Wright went in hard there for the Hawks, got the handball out wide. That was good plays. McKernan did a little dribbler. That worked out okay for Allen this way, that way. Put his teammate under a fair bit of pressure there, but up to the challenge with McAlpine into the forward pocket, knocked away from Watson, and over the boundary line and out of bounds it goes, 50 metres out. Or probably a little bit closer, 40 metres out from the Boronia goal line.
Don't want to bag the guy out, but I probably am. That wasn't the greatest of hand passes from Allen. He gave it to a player who wasn't necessarily in a better position.
Still able to work the ball forward though, so they'll take it. A short throw in that time. Henderson over the top of Morrison, comes out, here's White for the Hawks, just kicks it into the hot spot. Who's going to stand strong? Nice fist from the back, came through, right on hands and knees. Can he release the football? No, he can't. Little handball over the top. This might work out okay for Donato. He got dispossessed. Once again, the ball's still alive. Picked up there by Allen. Snapped towards the forward pocket, over the back there. Patterson, he's not going to be the first one to meet it because the paint beats all players. Right there was Michael Top for the Gully, and he's happy to see it over and out. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 49-60. The home side trailing here, Ferntree Gully 9-6, 60 to 7-7, 49. Lord Nelson, I'll throw in a Rexism just for your benefit there, Brett Beston, as the umpire will come in and bounce it about 40 metres out from goal. I was waiting for that one last week, so I needed to just get it off my chest as it comes out now.
And we're all very happy for you.
Yeah, it sounds like it as well. As it comes out, Jess Bolton swings around on the right boot in towards the full pocket. It's stayed there for a few moments now. Goodman, little handball over. Good tackle by McKernan. And it's a big effort to bring Blizzard to ground because he is a big unit. The umpire will come in once again and bounce it.
This is much better from Boronia. They're doing to Ferntree Gully what Ferntree Gully did to them a little earlier in the match.
Brought back into play, I should say, is in the front spot. Hannon did well to get the front spot. He's kicked 2 goals today. Morrison goes charging after it. Got down low, paddled it in the path there of Kavaris, who got it away very cleverly to Goodman. And now the Gully are off and running along the wing position. Here's Boyle a long way out from goal. He's kicked 4 so far this match, up towards the half-forward line, towards the Noops direction. He couldn't quite pull the mark in, and over it goes for a boundary throw-in.
It's a really interesting few minutes of football, isn't it? I feel like it could go a long way into deciding the match this next probably 3 minutes or so.
Moved very quickly from the back line up to the half-forward line. Just waiting for the boundary umpire to catch up there. Umpire brings it in. Gully do have the numbers. Nicely done there by Kavari. Gets it away to Gray. Gray on the right boot to the top of the goal square. Which way will this bounce? Boyle, you beauty! He had no time at all, but he slammed it on his boot and he puts through number 5. Fantastic play there. His awareness around the goals is brilliant. His marking has been sensational, and he's going to go a long way in taking out the Tobin Brothers Player of the Day award this afternoon. 5 goals on the board to him. Ferntree Gully have 10-6, 66 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Boronia 7-7, 49. What an important goal that was.
It was good play by Boyle, but having said that, it was a bit of a Hail Mary, the kick forward. I mean, it was just kick and hope, and there was, what, 3, maybe 4 Boronia defenders back there, and somehow he got his hands on the ball and kicked the goal. So there'll be, once again, a bit of an inquest on that Boronia defence.
I think he knew if he got the distance, Boyle was out the back, and did just get over that pack of players you mentioned.
Boyle's obviously really quick because he's troubling everyone that's been playing on him.
So Boronia trying to get this centre clearance. They're fighting hard, and so are Ferntree Gully as the tackler, and the ball's been trapped right next to the centre circle where it was just balled up. It's now a restored lead from Ferntree Gully as Boronia and Ferntree Gully both kicked 3 goals since half-time. But the last 2 to Ferntree Gully has restored their lead to 17. As Morrison, again, what a trooper.
Oh.
And his mate there in Cox, who claimed the ball out of the ruck contest and got tackled as soon as he grabbed it. So it's still at the centre circle of Tormore Reserve. Morrison wins the tap forward, but it's been sharked by White, who's up and under kick, doesn't get too much distance in length, but it's roved by Bolton, who will drive the ball from centre forward. Got the leaper at the back. He went the early leap. He took the mark, still did Rutherford. Patterson, sorry. And Patterson had all the positioning over his defender, had the back position, took the leap and took the mark as well.
There's 2 words for you boys. Jess Bolton again. He's my new love child.
So it's Patterson, who hasn't scored a goal this game.
Such a big kick, this.
It is.
26.5 minutes gone in the third term. 17-point game before Patterson's
Beautiful.
kick. Now it's 11 points the difference. Straight through the middle. Spears it low through the goals. Boronia 8-8-55, trailing Ferntree Gully 10-6-66. 27 minutes gone, third term.
They're just hanging on, aren't they? They're just doing enough to stay in this game. But I just feel like they still just need to do a little bit more if they actually want to take the lead, which is obviously, that's why they're here. They're not here to lose by 10 points, are they? They're here to win the game.
Yeah, you feel like it's been you feel like it's been Boronia's quarter, but they just, what Alana says is right. They get close, but then Ferntree Gully seem to get the next goal. So the next one really absolutely crucial.
Textbook set shot there by Jacob Patterson. What a beautiful release of the football that was. Great to watch. The ball back in the middle, handball over the top there by Goodwin, stolen low by Boronia up towards the half-forward line, reaching out wide. There was Collins, couldn't get a handle on it. Elms did well to mop up and got the handball away to Gray. He's best on ground, there's no doubt about that. Kicks it out to Morrison. The big man had some space, but he just took a little bit too much time. Wormburner into the middle of the ground and was picked up there by Hannon. His handball went askew, and the Gully will be very happy that there's a ball up just inside the centre square, almost centre half forward for them. Quick restart here. Rucks go out at Henderson. There was a fresh air shot by both, but Bolton came in, little handball over the top. He's right now on the right boot, short pass. was on, but his teammate just fell over at the crucial stage there, and Robertson picked up there by McAleese, has support. He'll go for the 1-2, buster tackle in towards the middle of the ground. They're fumbling around with it at the moment as a siren sounds. Boronia will be spewing about that. They were applying the pressure. They trail by 11 points at three-quarter time, an entertaining quarter where the Hawks came out and banged on a couple, and Ferntree Gully were able to challenge that one, square the ledger with the Hawks kicking the last of the term. It's game on out here at Tormore Reserve, Division 3 game day at its best, and it's 11-point margin to the Ferntree Gully Eagles, 10-6-66 to 8-7-55. Lee Boyle has 5 majors for Ferntree Gully. Hasn't he been absolutely sensational today? And 2 goals to Michael Russo and Nick Noops. For Boronia, their major goal kickers are Ben Robertson and Josh Hannon. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on efl.org.au. 15 other great games as you go local for your football today. Our one is game 16. If you're out of those games, keep the scores coming through for the final 30 minutes at Footy EFL via Twitter, because Barry Cotts, he's got his headset on and he's ready to go for the score centre. We'll have all those scores for you right after this.
Probably amongst my friends, I'm known for my sense of humour.
So people know me for my laid-back attitude.
I work too much and I play too much sport, and I'm a fantastic mum.
My striking good looks.
I can sing.
Do a lot of running and swimming and surfing.
My karaoke.
Getting overly passionate about sport.
I try to be there for everyone. I think that's what I would be known for in my group.
Be remembered for the great moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account. The latest news and views on Facebook. Don't miss EFL Game Day or the Match Footage Hub on YouTube. And all those happy snaps on the league's Instagram account. Simply search Footy EFL. Nothing better than a companion to keep you up to date with all the latest when you're at the footy. Better still, one that fits in your back pocket. The Eastern Footballer is a must-read. All the latest information, team lists, feature articles and much, much more. Pick up your copy this weekend as you love it local across the Eastern Football League.
Up the Mitcham Tigers!
Calm the Burners!
Let's go, Panthers! What a mark! Let's go, doggies!
Tobin Brothers Funerals, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Radio Eastern 98.1, Barry Cotts here in the EFL Game Day Score Centre out here at Tormore Reserve in Boronia. The foot of the Dandenongs, as the Dandenongs is being bathed in sunshine for the last quarter. It's three-quarter time, and the score is Ferntree Gully 10-6-66 to Boronia 8-7-55. So 11-point lead to Ferntree Gully going into the last quarter, so a very interesting game indeed. Let's check some other scores that we've got in EFL football this afternoon. Vermont 7-5-47 is leading Bourne 3-4-22 in that game. As we turn our attention to some Division 2 scores this afternoon of games being played, of course, a split round this weekend, so both teams in Division 1 and 2 are not playing. And in Division 2, it's Knox and Upper Ferntree Gully, and it's Knox 9-13-67 to Upper Ferntree Gully 3-6-24. Mitcham 10-14-74 to the Waverley Blues 8-6-54. So Mirrabah, Croydon, Mulgrave, Doncaster, East Turner South and Lilydale not playing today. They'll be playing next week. In Division 3, and it's East Burwood and Scoresby. Last score we had was that East Burwood were ahead. Ringwood and the Baseman. Ringwood 14-6-90 to the Basin 5-3-33. Templestowe and Heathmont. It's Templestowe with the fair lead. Templestowe 8-3-51 to Heathmont 2-6-18. And Warrandyte and Churnside Park. It's Churnside Park 5-10-40 to Warrandyte 4-7-31. So a lead there to Churnside Park, the tune of 9 points. So interesting there. Forest Hill, Coldstream, Division 4, 14-5-89. Forest Hill, Coldstream, 7-9-51. Let's check some AFL this afternoon, and very quickly we'll see that it's a very interesting game between Hawthorn and Geelong, and it's currently the 11-minute mark of the last quarter, and it's Geelong 12-9-81 to Hawthorn 10-12-72. And the other game this afternoon, very interesting game indeed, it's Port Adelaide and North Melbourne, and it's the 20-minute mark of the third quarter. It's Port Adelaide 14-8-92 to North Melbourne 5-3-33 as we cross to the boundary.
Yeah, just here with Ferntree Gully coach Peter Farrell. He's just making a quick change and be with us in a second as the fourth quarter is just about to start.
So as we wait for the interview there, just get back to us when you got the interview, because the ball's about to be held aloft for the fourth quarter. As the siren sounds, it's a 11-point margin. Ferntree Gully leading 10-6-66 to Boronia 8-7-55. Tim, just nudge in when you've got the interview if you can get one question in. But the ball goes straight out of the middle for Boronia, and they get inside 50. It's a big opportunity for Robertson. Hands it over to a runner. Now they've got it through Fairchild from the pocket. He puts it to the other pocket. Goes a bit far for his man in the goal square. And Ferntree Gully might get some numbers on that outer side. The spooned hand pass was a bit of a shovel, but it's play on anyway for Boronia, close to the boundary line. And Rapisada gets wrapped up in the pocket 30 metres out. So it's going to be a ball up with Boronia having first chance to get a score as they trail by 11 points in this coming out of the last change. So I don't know if we're going to get Peter Farrell now. He might be fully concentrating. But it's a big opportunity. Hand pass goes backwards, and Gray just intercepts the Boronia hand pass, and he kicks it out for Ferntree Gully to the wing. Bit of a 1-on-3, but the one's going to win out on the outer side. Beautifully done for the Eagles to get the ball, but the kick's been chopped off at half back. So it's going to be a mark for Boronia on the outer side. Called to play on, high up and under to half forward. Might suit the defenders coming over the top with the punch. It does. As Goodman's getting involved, his hand pass to his teammate who was closely checked by Hannon. And another tackle comes in on the outer side, and Bolton wraps up. Let's go boundary side for that interview.
Yeah, I just didn't quite get the interview. He was pretty preoccupied with a few quick changes at the start of that quarter, but the main message was really just sustain that pressure, which was very similar to the message at quarter time as well. And once they get it forward to centre, they really just want to get the quick kick inside 50 because their forwards are getting the job done.
Henderson gets it to White in the middle of Tormore Reserve. White just marks it before the pressure came in late. Knocks him to the ground, but the mark's taken. Look at those bright fluorescent boots he's got if you're streaming on the website, and the kick's been marked in defence. Chopping it off is Barton Smith's having a good game. He gets it further wider to Noops. Noops further away from goals as he probably likes, but he's got a short across ground. Safely gets it to centre half back. So Ferntree Gully hold the ball nicely. Now the leading options come to half forward. Getting underneath, it's Boyle. Ground levels Russo. Now they're off and racing. Russo, will he get it onto a teammate just as he's tackled? And now flying shot from Kavara. Gets it towards the pocket. It's marked. And nice mark there by Kennedy in the pocket. Haven't seen too much of him, but he's always an option.
Yeah, I thought he had a really good second quarter. A bit quiet in that third quarter, so maybe he's enjoying this pavilion a little bit more too. So Boyle likes the far side.
But Boyle came so far up with that ball to create the contest half forward, and Kennedy was the last man at home.
Really important contest too.
So it's Kennedy from the pocket, important first goal. It might be a good time to speak to Peter Farrell if you get him. If he gets this goal, he might be jubilant. Want to speak to us? And from the pocket, looks like no mistake. The goal umpire didn't work at all for that one, and signals a goal. 11-6-72. Ferntree Gully leading by 17 early in this last term. Boronia 8-7-55. Damien Watson on the boundary.
Yeah, Gav, I was at the Boronia huddle at three-quarter time. Drew O'Hare wouldn't be impressed with that passage of play because he implored his charges to improve their composure. He believed Ferntree Gully felt tired in that third term and are looking vulnerable, but a good start for the Eagles in this final quarter.
Thank you very much to Damien Watson. I think Andrew Kavara's had a good game as well for Ferntree Gully today.
He's a tough
little
player,
number
isn't he?
29.
Yep.
Going up at it, standing still start. Morrison got the knockdown as Henderson came over the top, but we'll do it all again.
It's a big goal, though. It takes the margin out to 3 goals, and suddenly if Ferntree Gully get the next one, you'd think Boronia just about cooked.
Yeah, it's looking that way as the ball bounces inside forward, 50 over the back there. Robertson got it away. Here's the answer through Fairchild. He started the game with a goal and He'd love one in the last, but he hit the pine 3/4 of the way up, and it goes through for one behind. That was the answer they were after. 4 minutes into this final quarter out here at Tormore Reserve. 72 plays 56. And we've got a game on our hands still as the ball's been brought back into play. Gray just takes the mark. There's nothing this guy can't do right this afternoon. On the right boot. Just kicks it up towards the wing position. And another man who's had a ripper in Sammy Goodman takes the mark. He'll see wind around on the left boot now. Kick it along the broadcast position towards a Morrison direction. Henderson was the flyer from the back there. Blizzard did well, got it away. Here's Urin, got the handball away. Kavara backwards to go forwards. Goodman up towards the wing position now, where the man who just hasn't dropped a mark all day, Lee Boyle. It's a long way from home, but he's got the safe hands. He winds around now. We know he can get good purchase on the football. It's a 2-on-3 situation for Ferntree Gully at the spoils. Smythe got the handball out wide. He'll go after and retrieve his own football here. Good second effort there. Fantastic tackle as well. Almost could have been rewarded for holding the football in and under there. Simon Godfrey, umpire, comes in and says, give it to me, boys. We'll bounce this one 50 metres out from goal. It's down Ferntree Gully's end, leading this game as it stands by 16 points, Gav Casey.
So it's a ball up, Boronia looking to get the next goal. It's at the centre forward, though, for Ferntree Gully. Can't claim the ball yet through the hands of McAleese. So Boronia might, at the centre of the ground, pick up the ball. Ball's thrown out wide, and onto it is Patterson. Patterson kicks it to half forward where he's only got Robinson to run at it and 2 run at him. So he goes to ground, but he's over the ball nicely as the defenders come over the top of him. So that was well done by Robertson. He kicked 2 goals in that third term and has had a great second half.
Yeah, I agree. I thought he might have been the one that could kick a couple more goals and perhaps get Boronia over the line. So interesting to see if he can.
At the back, Ferntree Gully are sharing the ball. D. Donato does well again in the back pocket, shares it out. Marked by Morrison at half back. His quick hand pass rushes the Ferntree Gully team a bit, but they steady with through Noops at centre half back. Takes the mark and just drives the ball as long as he can. And on the outer side, Smythe runs into it at half forward. Long searching lead, gets wider, but he's now got the kick inside 50. Here he is, Boyle! 2 grabs at it, but he's now going to play on because 50's his measure. Long to the goal square, man on the open, takes the mark, run in an open goal and convert it, does Russo. That's brilliant play, Ferntree Gully. He's third for Russo, and Boyle did nicely to play on quickly when we're snapped it out to a 28-point lead. 12-6-78, Ferntree Gully, Boronia 8-8-56. Let's go boundary side before special comments.
Yeah, they really just played that smartly there, Ferntree Gully. Boronia had a couple of men on their own behind the ball when Ferntree Gully first got the ball at half back, but they didn't blaze away. They played it smart, hit their targets. I think they hit probably 4 straight targets in a row with long 30, 40-metre kicks. So it was pretty impressive from their half back line. Norwood lead
Blackburn by 60 points going into the final term. Blackburn, no bench left and a player on the ground with a slightly strained hamstring as well. So what a boil over that one is. A huge result in Division 1 football today, ensuing as it comes out. McAlpine got the handball away. Here's Dodd on the right boot up towards the half-forward line. They need to be clean. They need to be neat. Little handball over the top. That's okay. He's Garrity. He's been quiet inside forward 50. A strong pass and a strong mark by Patterson, and he's been pated as well. He went high and he brought it down, and he'll go back to quickly put through a goal for the Hawks, you would hope, to bring them back to within 16 points once again and keep this game alive.
Yeah, it probably hasn't been as dominant as he'd hoped, Patterson. He's had a pretty good season from all accounts, but if he kicks this one, as you say, BWS, it's back to 16 points, and somehow, you don't know how, but Boronia are hanging in there.
So he's already kicked 1 goal this afternoon. You mark that down as 2 in your Eastern footballer, straight over the goal umpire's head. That one goes, and Boronia pull themselves back into this contest on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's 16-point margin, 62 plays 78.
Got to applaud the guys on the scoreboard. They're quicker than the kicks sometimes. Fantastic scoreboard here at Boronia.
They need the next one, Boronia, don't they? I mean, they just got to try and make inroads into the score. I mean, even 16 points behind, if they get the next one, it's back to 10, where it's been sort of around a lot of the day, so they desperately need to get the next one.
Big ruck contest, Henderson versus Elms. Henderson goes over the top, double-fisted palm forward to his teammate McKernan. They work it backwards. It might be trouble if they don't pick it up on the run. Thankfully, Dodd does so, and he gets it to a teammate at the back of the square, and they run it through the middle. McKernan goes long. Big opportunity for Robertson. Finds himself in the back after finding front position. Ground level roving nicely done from Fairchild. Will he get out in the open? Find a short on, just over, hits the kick, and it goes over his intended marking options, and wrapped up the Boronia team in Allen. And it's Ferntree Gully holding on for dear life. That lead of 16 is well earned, but if Boronia gets the next, as we travel towards 10 minutes last term, it'll be game on.
That was brilliant work by Allen. They're great desperation, and there needs to be a lot more of that from some of the other players in this Boronia side.
Another ruck contest will go in as the players are surrounding this ball. Ferntree Gully want to trap it in for the moment. Boronia want to open it up and have a shot. Rucks go at it. Ground level ball is just underneath that ruck contest, so again it's not going too far.
This is such a crucial time for Boronia. You've got Godfrey and Morrison both there on the bench. It's the real opportunity for them to capitalise and hit the scoreboard.
Hannon does a rucking for Boronia 30 metres out, but it's the roving work from Ferntree Gully, and the hand pass finds an open teammate. The kick goes long, out of defence for Ferntree Gully. 2-2 contest. Goodman does well.
Nice.
Gets it to Russo, who's kicked 3, doing some good work off half back. Gray had to try to get out of the pack, but he's been wrapped up. Sparked hand pass. Russo gets in again, and it will be the grubbing kick by Aiken. Gets the centre half back where Dodd picks it up for Boronia. Dodges 1, dodges 2, nearly runs his full measure, getting it to Robertson. He gets it over to right on the outer wing, running in towards 50, right boot, nearly to the goal square, nearly to the line, just hit over the line, conceded point. And they're coming Boronia, 63 plays 78. Ferntree Gully leading by 15, boundary side.
Yeah, the intensity just from ground level, boys, has really lifted in the last few minutes. Both sides knowing there's a lot at stake.
Kick goes out wide, strong mark by Simon Godfrey, very close to the line, asking for 25 for a little nudge.
He's got big shorts, doesn't he?
It's not becoming. Just like nowhere near as big as Dyson Baker's as it goes up towards a wing position where a big fly over the back there from Smythe, couldn't pull the mark down. Comes in now, pack forms, and we will have a bounce.
I think there is 2016 shots.
Well, they go down to his knees.
Starts it again. Elms versus Henderson came out looking for a graze in there on the bottom of the pack, Garrity over the top. We'll have another bounce right in front of Pete Farrell on the Ferntree Gully interchange. See the sea of head blue hoodies. No Blazers this week. We're waiting for Brush to whip that one out before he goes to the States for a month.
Be a reefer jacket.
Want him to put it on though, but he doesn't want to ruin it. It'll split as it comes out now up towards the half forward line. Still down Boronia's end. He would agree. It's not being harsh, it's being truthful. As the umpire bounces it. Going up against it, a little bit of shepherding there against Henderson, so Elms is the recipient, takes the mark. He's had a good game, Elms. I've been really impressed with it. He kicks it up towards the halo direction, who took it on the second bite, the little man. Did well, short passes on. His kick didn't live up to these marks' expectations. It comes out now. He's Jesse Smythe. He'll go back. That's okay. Series of handballs in the arms of Godfrey now up towards the half forward line. Swings it around on the left, but going back with courage. Jared Rutherford takes a strong mark. Wanted to go sideways. Saw an opponent there, so he needs to go straight down the middle towards the right direction. Who was in the back spot, gave a little nudge. Umpire said it was okay. Came down Garrity up towards the half forward line, knocked away from him. Ricky Aiken was the man to pick it up, got it away to top. Now for Ferntree Gully up towards inside forward 50, standing strong. Russo, call him Russo, I call him Russo, over the boundary line. It's about to go as the kick goes that way, and we'll have a ball in.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
Potato.
Yeah.
Top's been fantastic in the past few minutes. He's got quite a few really important defensive fists in there. He can't be underestimated in a tight game like this.
No one says potato?
Yeah.
What about yogurt and yogurt?
Yeah.
Well, it depends if you're English or Australian.
My nan says yogurt.
Rucks go at it. Elms wins a tap. Done nicely for a slender man against Henderson. So the back of the pack, Ferntree Gully load up, but the numbers are with Boronia, and Bolton Go ahead, Brett, you're loving it. As Boronia go from centre back to centre forward with one big kick. But the spoil was good, and at ground level of might, Halo, he has to be brave. He just gets a hand pass out, but he's under pressure with Fairchild picking it up. Giving it to Allen, who drives the ball with a rush kick. Bouncing ball, nice tap on there done by Hannon. Gets it to his teammate in Watson from the pocket around the corner! It's a goal, and Boronia have closed the gap. Game on. 10-9-69, that's Vibro goal of the day. 10-9-69 Boronia, only trail by 9. Ferntree Gully 12-6-78. Well done, Watson. You might have won yourself a prize. Not you, Damo.
That's a stunning effort, isn't it? Absolutely unbelievable. And just maybe, and it's a piece of play like that that can sometimes inspire a side. So let's see what happens.
Fantastic.
Oh, yeah. When you lift the intensity, we'll know.
Play of the day, one times Brash's blazer. He's going to bring it out. We can hear him in the effects mic too, Brash. He's enjoying sitting on the steps of the caravan this afternoon. So it comes out now. Nicely roved there by Cox. Can Ferntree Gully get the answer? Kick up towards the half-forward line. Whistle's been blown. It'll come back.
He called the trick there, didn't he?
Kick goes inside forward, 50 now looking for Morrison. He was held without the football. The umpire didn't see. Kavara ran over it. He'll go after it again. Morrison was in there, picked it up, got the handball away. Elms, the big man, got down on hands and knees. He was wrapped up in a tackle by Allen. That was good play. Boronia, a quick kick into the middle of the ground, but it's been chopped off. Here's Halo on the left, up towards the half-forward line. Bouncing football, right's the first one to meet it for the Hawk. Just keeps it alive. It should be downfield. It doesn't matter anyway, because a strong mark has been taken across the half-back line there by his Damon Fairchild as he kicks it up towards the half-forward line, up towards the Watson direction, coming into this game late. What an absolute cracking goal only moments ago. He's going to kick it into the pocket. The sun gets in everybody's eyes. It comes out for the first time this afternoon. The sun just at the wrong moment for the Boronia Football Club as the ball trickles over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Anyone want to change their tip?
40 metres out from goal.
No, I'm going with mine.
What are you getting at?
Well, if you're on Ferntree Gully 5 minutes ago, it's looking like a contest now.
Well, I picked Boronia, so I'm not changing mine.
It comes out now. Rapisada to the forward pocket, 2-on-1 situation. It's getting towards the top of the goal square. Who's got that little toe poke out? I don't know where that's came from. It looked like it was from Ferntree Gully to me. I'm not sure. Boronia are claiming it. I'm not sure what's actually happened here.
Go to the videotape.
Oh no, it looks like Rutherford's got the side of the boot. That should be a goal.
They've given it as well.
It's a goal.
Without video.
That is an amazing, and when we talked about Watson getting the prize, you're Gonski, Watson. Rutherford's got this one. What an absolute cracking goal from the outside of his boot, 15 metres out from goal. I don't know how that happened.
Collins.
That was a magnificent, Jaden Collins for his second, the 60 and the 66 looking similar, but I tell you what, you couldn't even pick that.
No.
We had to wait for Lockie Green and his slow motion brilliant effects to bring that one into play for us to give the goal to Jaden Collins. And I tell you what, it is game on here, centre half forward once again for the Boronia Football Club in there. Wright goes in after it, charging through and getting the handball away. Just in time there was Crow. Couldn't find a teammate. Henderson knocked it over. Here's Watson, ripped down in a tackle. And it was very fast to pay, that one, Gav Casey.
It was a team dismissal, that one, as the kick goes to centre forward, and Ferntree Gully, sigh of relief, take the mark through Noops. Noops drives the ball from the middle of the ground. Where's his teammate? Coming in late. The numbers are with Boronia. Will they pick it up before the Ferntree Gully there, pass through. Kavara was going to be touched as he was about to dribble it through. It was all happening. Just as soon as you're about to say one, the other team come in. Rutherford dropped it. Kavara picked it up. He looked like he had an open goal, but the smother. Tell us who it was, guys.
I think it was Rapisada. It was a brilliant piece of work. It may well be a game changer. That was brilliant play. I'm pretty sure it was Rapisada.
And the goal umpire was right on the money as well from the get-go, which is great to see as the big kick comes out wide. Top was a big spoiler over the back for Ferntree Gully. It goes very close to the boundary line where Nick Halo will see it over and out.
So it's an amazing game now, isn't it?
Geez, it's really got up in intensity now, hasn't it? It's really on the line. You wouldn't like to call it.
How good were the umpires to get the right decision without video? We went to the videotape. They didn't when Collins got credit of the goal. Just
I
only
think
a minute
the question
ago.
just needed to be asked in the end as Bolton comes out, slams it on his boot out towards the wing position. They've got a bit of a run, don't they? The Hawks, as Ben Robertson, who's kicked 2 goals this afternoon, takes the mark, sends the ball long. There's only one way home, and that's to go long up towards centre half forward. There's still 2 kicks away. The kick goes inside forward, 50 now, and up and under one once again. The sun getting in players' eyes, and the Gully have the numbers at the back of the pack, and the quick kick out's going to find Billy Morrison, who wants to waste no time. They'll use the grandstand side now. The Eagles up towards the wing position. Now they go. Strong mark taken by Lachlan Kennedy. He's already kicked a goal today. He'll be looking up for a suitor. Across half forward, just pops it up to a big, huge contest. Henderson dropped the mark in the front spot over the top there. Collins, the man of the moment. Little look away handball. That was okay. Got it away to Hannon. They're putting themselves under pressure. Collins got it away again. Selling a little bit of candy. Collins will go after it again. Jeez, he's having a fair bit of touches, isn't he? Kicks it up towards the weak position. Picked up there by Fairchild. Squeezed to kick up to half forward. Sun still getting in everyone's eyes. Well done by Watson. He got it to Robertson, who just found a teammate out in space all by himself, Jacob Patterson, and he'll go back to put Boronia in front. Can you believe it? We're at the 20-minute mark, time on in this final term, Division 3 game day, and it's absolutely all happening as we cross down boundary side.
Yeah, Ferntree Gully were caught a bit napping there in their back line. The ball was contested here on the wing for ages, and Boronia just had 2 loose in the goal square for about at least a minute or 2.
Well, they looked done and dusted only 10 minutes ago, but Patterson, to put his side back in front, comes in now and slams it home. Listen to the crowd get around that one. That's his 3rd of the afternoon, Patterson. And Boronia have hit the front of the Bendigo back scoreboard.
Well, what a turn-up. Boronia have just gone up a notch. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And you'd have to think with all the momentum going their way at the moment that they've got to be odds on to take this game now.
Have Ferntree Gully run out of legs? Is it exactly what the coach said at 3/4 time? Run over the top of them.
You may well be right, because it's just been an incredible turnaround. I mean, Ferntree Gully looked to be home and hosed, and suddenly it's all the run with Boronia.
Could be any saying of yours, all the run.
I've just invented a new word.
21 minutes, final term. Scoreboard reads Boronia 12-9-81 who've trailed for most of the day. Another centre clearance. They lead by 2 points as they go through half forward. Look at the run. Here they go through that man Bolton. Spears the ball into the corridor. Bouncing ball, not good for the leading options. And Ferntree Gully get to go through the middle, and Morrison's there. Hands it off to Goodman. Goodman just spills it for a moment. He gets onto the left boot. He just torpedoes it as far as he can. Was that a push out in the making contest? Smythe says thanks and give it to me. As Boronia concede the free kick. Smythe's got it. Got an option out wide. Will it get to the leading option? Boyle. Bouncing ball. Bud Smith comes in to tackle as he couldn't get it. But it's Goodman. It's Jess Bolton who's got it at halfback, dancing around, sharing it out. And now the kick from Hannon goes all the way outside 50. Late fly from Watson. Couldn't take the mark on the wing. And it's at ground level. And it's a ball up. Let's go boundary side for comment.
Yeah, Bud Smith won't be happy there. He was streaming from the wing inside forward 50 all on his own, but they just couldn't see him.
Yeah, that's right. There was a long kick needed, though, to get to him, to be honest. As at the back of the pack, Gray picks it up, hands it to Barton Smith. He's been tackled, throws it! And that's a great turnover to Bolton, and he's happy to slow it down, Will Bolton, at half forward. And it's a free kick turnaround, and a 25!
Oh, come on!
No, he's got the ends wrong, and it's a 25 for not giving the ball back.
No, Henderson just threw it to the ground in the end. He wouldn't give it up. And when they were trying to throw it back, he got in the way. He was trying to be cheeky.
So it's Bolton getting 25.
Sorry, Gray, I should say. Bolton.
So Bolton from outside 50 puts it to the hot spot, gets it to the area. Ferntree Gully kick it back, and it's McKernan from 30. Can't pick it up and have a shot. Gets it over to his teammate in Garrity. Around the corner, goal line saving mark.
But look how many Ferntree Gully defenders they've got back there. They're just being outnumbered on that forward 50 at the moment, Boronia.
Barton Smith takes the mark in the back pocket now for Ferntree Gully. Kick it up towards the wing position there. 2-on-1 situation. Well done there by Gray at the ball, who
Boyle
got heavily met very quickly. The umpire quickly called a bounce on that one. So he'll bounce it again. Billy with a big knock. It was worth every bit of 20 metres. It comes out now, though. Hannum was there to mop up, though, for the Hawk. Short passes on. That's not far enough, but the umpire said okay. McKernan takes it. Only went about 6 metres in the end, but nonetheless, play goes on. Mark's been taken by Ryan Henderson. Wants to kick it into the middle of the ground. It's got to be centimetre perfect to do so, and he does so because Tom Dodd was there. So Dodd looking further afield. Short passes on. Bolton hasn't he come alive in this second half? Jess Bolton this way, that way. Oh, takes him on. If you don't mind, sends the ball inside forward 50. Who can pull him down? Well, absolutely sensational there by Patterson, who's kicked 3 goals already, and he stepped up, and he might put the last, he put the last one through to put him in front, and this will be another one.
Yeah, it's Hannon, not
It's Josh Hannon.
Oh, it's Hannon, sorry, yeah.
Number 8.
You guys are killing me in the van today when I'm asking for a hand. I only asked 3 times for the day, and you're killing me each time as it comes in now. Josh Hannon, he's kicked 2 goals. Make that 3. You can't miss it from there. Drop punt, go for it behind. Oh, my God, you would not believe it. 24, almost 25 minutes gone. He was only 25 metres out, directly in front.
I tell you what, they could well turn out to be their own worst enemies, Boronia, because, boy, they've missed some opportunities.
3 points is the margin, Gav Casey.
4-3 for this last term to come over the top as they trailed by 11
Mark.
at 3/4 time. Good mark at centre back, and they'll rush. And Barton Smith's all on his own. It might elude him to the boundary. Just gets it in time on the wing. Got time to run on. Dodds his tackle. Oh, he didn't.
Right.
Hannon got him. Just got the kick out. Spoil on Gray, but Gray claims the mark. So Gray from half forward runs around. He falls to the ground and he just gets tackled high. It was an accident. It wasn't deliberate ducking. So he has to get the free kick, does Gray. So a reload from half forward. There's a siren! Boronia! What a big comeback that is. They trailed by just under 3 goals with 15 minutes to go, and they flew home to win this game. 82-79. Boronia now holding on to that 5th place.
Oh, that is a fantastic victory to Boronia. They had everything against them. They lost their coach pre-game. They were trailing at 3/4 time. They looked out of it, but that is just pure guts. What a great win.
Fantastic stuff by the Boronia Football Club. They were almost written off by everyone here at this ground, and then just to come back to answer the challenge, they decided to play attacking football once it hit that midway mark of that final term. And I tell you what, the closest way home is to go down the middle, back yourself, take some risks, and when you do that, Gav Casey, they come off, and well, they'll be absolutely stoked to find themselves in front at the end of this game, because Ferntree Gully, for all concerned, they had the points almost wrapped up here.
Well, just imagine if Ferntree Gully took a mark just in that late. That's why the quick play on was tried there by Ferntree Gully.
Short quarter, very short quarter.
Yeah, only 26.5 minutes or 25.5 minutes, but that missed opportunity by Patterson nearly gave us a heart-stopping finish. Well, it was a heart-stopping finish, but just imagine if Ferntree Gully took that last mark.
I mean, I'm absolutely in shock, because sitting here watching this game, Boronia were pretty putrid most of the game. No, I'm being honest. They weren't that great. Well, there was no real standout players in the first half.
Putrid's harsh, Alana.
Putrid's harsh, a little bit ordinary.
Cross down boundary side, Damien Watson. I tell you what, I think he's got a very happy man in Jacob Patterson with what a game he had in kicking the sealer as well.
Indeed, Jacob, how did you feel going in for that last shot on goal?
Yeah, not too bad. I'd had a pretty dirty day up till then, but yeah, just had to keep toiling away until we come to the last quarter and we got close enough to finish it. And yeah, that's my job. I come into the team to kick goals, so when I get the opportunity at the end of a game, I've got to do it. So happy to put it through.
And at 3/4 time, you boys were very bullish about your chances. You knew that Ferntree Gully were tiring even after they kicked the first goal of the final term. Where does that self-belief come from?
Yeah, look, we got a spray at half time. We went in, we were pretty disappointed. I think we were 3 or 4 goals down, and yeah, we weren't playing the footy that we wanted to play. And yeah, you know, coming into the 3rd quarter was just a matter of clawing it back to you know, less than maybe 2 kicks, and then we gave ourselves a massive chance to run over the top. So, yeah, that's about it.
Jacob, it's Brett Bested up here in the box, mate. Well done, a terrific victory. You lost your coach. He went home crook, of course, Peter Brown. So a little bit of a disrupted start. But boy, that last quarter, things really changed around. You would have won the contested ball, I think, if we'd seen the stats. You went in really hard and you really showed some intensity in that last quarter.
Yeah. Brownie rocked up a bit crook this morning, but we had Drewy step in, which was great. And yeah, our tackle pressure was good in the last quarter, the second half. And yeah, we really ramped up the pressure, and our midfield started to get first use of the ball, which was good. And yeah, it makes our job down forward a lot easier and took a bit of the burden off the back line. So yeah, it was great.
And he was a bit quiet earlier in the game, but one of my favourite players, Jess Bolton, he really sparked you in that last term.
Yeah, the old fella in the team. We're all young and he's the old fella. Nah, he's fantastic. He steps up every week, One of the more senior players in the team, and yeah, we can't really ask much more out of him. He gives his all every week, so yeah, he's great.
Great game by you, Jacob. Go in and sing the song loud and proud, my friend. And Boronia, let's hope you can string a couple of games in a row together next week.
Yeah, that's it. So some games we go in, we don't know what we're going to dish up, but yeah, it was nice today to get the win. Thanks, boys.
Thank you very much to Jacob Patterson, who kicked 3 goals this afternoon.
Yeah, 2 in the last quarter.
Fantastic. Let's talk about those major goal kickers on the ground. Let's start with Boronia. 3 goals to Jacob Patterson. He was their major goal kicker. 2 goals each to Ben Robertson, Jaden Collins, and of course Josh Hannon. We're over at Ferntree Gully. Lee Boyle, who couldn't kick a goal down the which way we're calling it, the west side of the ground. But he kicked 5 goals nonetheless. A fantastic effort by him. Nick Nukes kicked 3, and Michael Russo 2 goals apiece. And I'll go with you, Gav. So if you want to correct me, just do it.
Russo 3 and Nukes 2.
Yeah, I've got the same. I've got Russo with 3 and Nukes with 2 as well.
Well, they were numbers 16 to 17, but I'll put my hand up and say I was wrong for that one there, Gav. But I'm looking forward to, hopefully we can get some coverage inside the rooms, because this is a song we want to hear get belted out, because I tell you what, they came from absolutely nowhere in the end to just really step it up. A little bit too far away, and
can we move the caravan?
Week after week, Bruce Press tells us how good our technology is, and every week we can't hear the theme song inside the room.
We need to get them to sing it out in the middle of the ground.
So maybe there is room for improvement on that front, Alana.
Yeah, I was just going to say, can I finish where I was going before? Because you all just had a big old crack at me. When I said they were putrid, I was then going to finish off with...
It's a harsh word.
Well, they would not have been happy, and they copped an absolute baking at halftime, which we just found out anyway, and rightfully so. The third quarter, they were able to absorb the pressure and just hang tight. And that last quarter, they actually played some really good football, and the kind of football that I think would scare a lot of teams comes finals time. So if you can win a game playing 2.5 quarters of not particularly good football and still get over the line to a team that's higher on the ladder than you, you've had a pretty successful day at the office.
Well, the question that has to be asked, I suppose, is why didn't they play like that in the first 2.5 quarters? I mean, you would have almost written them off, and suddenly it's just like something just sparked in them, and in a quarter and a half, they've played the game that we all sort of wanted them to play or thought they would play, and they've won the game. It is a gutsy win. That is a fantastic victory with so much on the line, particularly.
I think it's the age. They're a very young side.
Yeah, they are.
Patterson even said that. So that's possibly, playing against the bigger bodies, the older guys. It took them a while to stabilise, realise that, maybe we can outrun these guys. And then we can outrun these guys. We are really skillful. We have got a good game plan, and they are tiring, and now's our opportunity to capitalise and play a really solid 25 minutes of football and get the job done.
So just some big moments. 22-point lead early in the last term, Ferntree Gully are up by. Kavara had a shot smothered very late.
Great smother.
That was Rapisado.
The one that was touched?
Yeah.
Rapisado, yeah.
That went through for a minor score when it looked like he was just going to dribble the ball in, because he was the last man standing. Rapisado saved the day. That's as good as a goal, because it kept him in the match.
And did they then go back down the other end and score a goal?
Maybe pretty quickly after.
I mean, Robertson, maybe?
Yeah, well, he didn't kick a goal in last, but he passed it off.
I think that's the play I'm
thinking of. When he roved off centre forward, and then that spearing pass, he could have blazed away as well, that goal you're talking about, Robertson, because he kicked 2 goals. He was on fire in that third term, but he decided he had 2 men out in the open. I'll get it to one of them, and that's when the goal kicker was Patterson, I think. with one of his goals in the final term, and he converted. So that's why we interviewed Patterson. But I reckon Robertson, I don't even notice him in the first half. Magnificent second half. And he was a live wire across half forward. And he was that connection they probably didn't have from centre to full forward.
So many of the guys stepped up in that last quarter. The other guy I liked too in that last quarter was Lockie McKernan.
Yes,
I thought he came into the game really well as well. So, I mean, you know, they all stood up and they showed they could do it for a quarter. As I say, the coach will be saying... Sorry, Kev. Yep.
I think they're a running side, that's all.
Yeah, and as you say, I mean, Alana made a good point. So, I mean, they're a very young team, and that makes a big difference because it's just an inexperienced thing, and you've got to learn how to be able to stay in the game. But, I mean, having said that, to turn a game around that you virtually look like losing and win, and that's not a side that's a lot. That's going to give them a lot of confidence going towards finals if they make it.
Physically, Ferntree, and you've alluded this to Lana, how physically imposing they are around the contest. I think they tire because of that. That effort to be around the contest is very tiring. Morrison tired.
Yes.
He couldn't get to every contest by the end. Apart from Gray, I don't think they moved through the lines very well in that second half. Or second half of the third quarter.
Yeah, 100%. And I think maybe the ground like a Ferntree Gully and some of the smaller grounds in Div 3 would really suit Ferntree Gully to play there. But this ground we know is one of the bigger grounds in the division and probably didn't suit them as much.
Let's go boundary side for our first interview post-match.
Yes, indeed. A very jubilant Boronia Rooms, I must say. They sang the song with great gusto, and I have their coach with me, Drew O'Hare, their caretaker coach, and he's victorious in his first game of the year as coach. How does it feel, mate?
Oh, couldn't ask for anything better. It was fantastic. I mean, it was a bit heart-stopping for the, for the 4 quarters, but obviously to get the result at the end was a fantastic result for the boys. A lot of hard work in the second half because I thought Gully were clearly a better side in the first half, and they did well to dig deep and got the result, so it was fantastic.
Did it add a few grey hairs to your beard there?
I haven't got a lot of hair and probably lost a bit more. So, no, at the end of the day, look, just really proud of the boys. They fought it out, obviously, to the end, and it's that sort of game. You had to just grind it out, so it was a great effort.
I'll throw it up to the boys.
Drew, it's Brett Beston up here in the box, mate. Congratulations. That is a win of just full of guts and determination. That last quarter was quite incredible. You started to get back into the game. You looked down and out, but you won the contested ball and you got yourself back into the game. The likes of Jess Bolton. We've touched on Lockie McKernan. He was great as well. What do you reckon the catalyst was for getting yourself over the line in the end?
Yeah, I think the boys were a bit disappointed at half-time with the way they'd gone about it. We thought we gave Gully a fair bit of easy ball around stoppages. So we really put it on them for particularly the mids and the half-backs to sort of roll up onto the stoppages and put a bit more pressure and try and get a bit of contested footy. So, yeah, we had a real focus on winning the contested ball. And once I thought we got back into the game in that third quarter, a couple of breaks went against us in terms of easy goals out the back. But once we got back into the game, I felt that we got the run going. And ideally, that's the game style we play on this big ground. So we got running and got back into the game.
Just another question. Bill Morrison was really dominant probably for the first 3 quarters. He was very, very good. But I felt in that last quarter, Henderson played more of a negating role. He didn't necessarily get the better of him, but he really negated what he was doing around the ground. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, absolutely. Billy, he was a great player in the first half, really dominated, took a lot of ball actually out of the air in the stoppages, which was tough to stop, and he's a great player, we know that, so we have to put a fair bit of work into guys like that, and we put it on Hendo to actually do that, to sort of stay with him, whether if Billy dropped behind the ball for Hendo to play in our forward line and just try and negate him a bit. And I thought that certainly in the second half, I felt that Hendo at least broke even with him, which was great for us.
And what about, I thought Robertson was crucial in just getting that goals and that pass he did in the last term, just around half forward. You needed that sort of live wire influence.
Yeah, look, Robbo ended up playing across half forward. We had him going through the middle in the first half and it wasn't really working for us. He's a traditional centre half forward, so we sort of kept him at centre half forward. In the last quarter, we sort of ended up getting a bit of a match-up on I think it was Jacob Farrell, and obviously the two clubs know each other really well, and Jacob used to play here, and we thought that Robbo would probably have a bit of a size advantage on Jacob, being a young fella, and it turned out that way, and he got a couple of key possessions, so that was really important for us.
And we can talk about goals at one end, but Rapasada's smother that only conceded a point when they were going to kick a goal in the last term could be the most influential play of the day.
Yeah, absolutely, and I was just speaking to Rapper after the game in the rooms there, and he was pretty happy with himself. I can still see him going through it now,
Rightfully
telling
so.
the boys how he got the smother. So he's pretty happy with it. Yeah, look, he got a forearm to it, and as you say, at the end of the day, when it's a 3-point result, it's a massive play. So, there's a lot of plays across the 4 quarters that could go either way, and they determine games. But certainly when the whips are cracking at the end, those sort of plays stand out. So he did a great effort to get across and get that smother.
What about the Hannon brothers? I thought they were terrific. Josh, of course, in the ruck, he did really well. Gave Henderson a bit of a chop out, and I thought just both the Hannons were fantastic. Luke was good as well. Yeah,
Luke certainly. I thought Luke was fantastic today in the middle. Certainly, second half, I thought he worked really hard. Got a lot of ball inside and contested footy, and was really working hard and both ends of the ground, which is great. Josh, he was really crook last week, and he actually lost 4 kilos through that sickness over the week.
Wow.
So
what's his secret?
Yeah, that's right. Well, I don't know whether it was too good, because I think there was he was pretty crook. But at the end of the day, he's done well to get back on the track this week, and so we couldn't really afford to play him on the ball for too long because he didn't have a lot of tickets. But he normally gives Hendo a fair chop out. But today, when he did go in there, he was good. And down forward, he obviously he was pretty tall, and tall guys, they don't get any shorter over the game, so he was good too.
Drew, it's been a big month for the football club, up and down every other week at the moment, but you come up against the Basin and then Chirnside Park over the next few weeks. It's so important to win games at this pointy end of the season when the top 8 sides can still play finals in Division 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's so close that every game and every win is just vital at this stage. Look, we've taken the challenge and the fact that we're sort of, in control of our own destiny now. We've just got to keep winning. We don't have a great percentage, but if we just keep winning, and I said before pre-game that, with the points differential of the 2 points because of the draw we had a few weeks back, the
percentages are relevant then, yeah.
Yeah,
really.
that's right.
Yeah.
So we've just got to keep winning. So the next 2 weeks are winnable games, but still, when we have the up and down season we've had, those games become difficult as well. So we have to go in respecting those clubs and certainly have a real crack. If we get those 2 wins, and it gives us a chance with the last 3 weeks, and those 3 weeks will be tough against current top 5 sides. So really important to just keep winning, and that's all we can do.
With Brownie being sick, probably listening to 98.1 right now, do you brush up your resume and hand it in to the president? 100% record?
No, look, I've, as you guys know, I've been around this club for a long time. Mm-hmm. I've probably been assistant now to about 4 senior coaches. Brownie's fantastic. He's really sort of helped me out, helped me grow as well. Couldn't be happier working with him, and I'm happy being his second string.
How many times did he ring you during the game?
No, he actually was parked just behind the box, so we had a runner going between the window and the box. So
well played.
He was really good. No, look, Brownie's good. He let me go, and obviously as the game plays out, you've got to make quick decisions, and he's okay. He certainly gave me some ideas on what he was looking at, and it wasn't bad actually to have a different perspective on the game. He sort of had a look at things from a different sort of point of view. But no, he'll certainly be right to go next week.
Well, let's hope him for a quick recovery, and along with your boys for a recovery to take on the Basin next week. A great day for the football club, hosting the big lunch and the Beyond Blue organisation, and taking home the Beyond Blue Cup as well. The club must be very proud taking home that honour today, Drew.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously... It is really special. We've been doing a fair bit of work with mental health with our boys, and I know Ferntree Gully do too. Obviously, they had a bit of tragedy last year, and because the clubs know each other really well and the players all know each other, I think those boys actually might have played through Boronia Juniors as well. So it's certainly it's a big issue in the community, and when you've got a group of 22 blokes or 60 blokes on your list, all that sort of age demographic, it's important that we cover those areas now, and we're working with SALT and Beyond Blue and places like that just to make sure that we cover off on those mental health issues. So it's a really important issue, and we are really proud.
Fantastic stuff, mate. That's 2 games we've seen Boronia play this year for 2 wins, so you'll be hoping we come along come finals time.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the evening, and congratulations once again.
Thanks, boys.
Thank you very much to Drew O'Hare, acting senior coach, permanent assistant coach at the Boronia Football Club for a very long time, and
well spoken.
Yeah, very very well spoken, and the club will be rapt to have a man like him being able to step in at the last minute. Brett Beston.
Absolutely, I don't think you can underestimate that. I mean, he was, as I say, I know I've been harping on about it, but he's sitting back there thinking, "Yep, I'm going to be the assistant," and an hour or so before the game, suddenly he's in control. So he's got to change his whole mindset. And I think that's a fantastic coaching performance. And he did everything right. I mean, to get them over the line in that last quarter was just brilliant.
I think it just shows that it's not just one coach who knows everything.
Exactly.
He actually,
exactly.
assistant coaches probably have more talk time with the players than the coach sometimes, because they're the ones maybe starting the drills, having a chat about positional play. So they know their players as well as the senior coach does. So it's a team effort in that regard.
It was an early game out here today, but there are some final scores filtering through the other 15 great games as you go local for your football today. And Barry Cotts has got some updates for us, Baz.
Yes, here at the EFL Game Day Score Centre. Division 1 and Vermont and Bourne. It turned out to be a close game in the end. And it was Vermont the winners. Vermont 9-8-62 to Bourne 6-12-48. So a 14
low scoring.
A 14-point win to Vermont on that game. Now, Norwood and Blackburn, bit of a blowout today. Norwood all over Blackburn. The final score was Norwood 18-14, 122. Have defeated Blackburn 9-10-64, so a win to the tune of 58 points.
Unbelievable.
Why couldn't Blackburn play like that last week?
Which Blackburn does turn up, and we know they are decimated, but that's massive from Norwood, and do you know what? Just still gives them the sneakiest of chances. Let's cross down boundary side once again. To our boundary rider there in Tim Fitzsimons. Who have you got for us, Tim? It looks like you've got Brendan Rapisada down there.
Yeah, we do. And first things first, talk us through that smother, mate.
Oh, bit of luck, mate. Right place at the right time, I guess. So, yeah.
Must be. Yeah, he's being a bit modest down here. It must be important, huge win for the club today. Obviously, pretty big day, and obviously against a side that's around you on the ladder as well. It's a very important win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been the few top teams have played each other in the past 2 weeks, so we dropped a disappointing game against Scoresby, so really, really important to get this one. So should keep us in good stead coming into the last couple of games of the year.
What do we got for us in the van?
Brendan, it's Brett Beston up here. Well done, mate. That really is a gutsy victory for you. How do you feel? I mean, I guess without being disrespectful, you're one of the older players on the side, and you've got a lot of young guys. Do they sort of turn to you for a bit of advice and a bit of a pat on the back from time to time?
Mate, I'm only 21.
No, but
he's saying you look like an old fossil, Brendan.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, but you've got some other. When I say younger, I mean younger than yourself, and you've been on the side for 2 or 3 years. So yeah.
Oh, so they know what they're doing. Got a lot of older boys here, like Jess Bolton and whatnot. They keep in good stead.
Little bit different for the boys today with Peter Brown coming up crook and the boys having to go through the motions of the senior coach not being there. But Drew O'Hare being able to step up. He's been such a great servant of the football club for a long time. So you guys were able to respond to Drew today, weren't you?
Yeah, well, he's been coaching here for a while now. Everyone knows Drew. He's been reserves coach, whatnot. Pretty sure he's coached seniors and whatnot. So everyone's got a lot of respect for him and make sure they listen to him. So.
What was the feeling like at halfway through that final term when you were almost 4 goals down? And I suppose a lot of people sitting around the ground might have written you off that stage. What was the spark at ground level that really made you guys all of a sudden lift and be able to get back into the game? Because you definitely turned it.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of grunt work in the midfield from our boys. We were getting smashed around in the first half. So coming to that last quarter, it was just really do or die. So full credit to the midfield, really. They got it going, and thank God the forwards could fucking kick him through.
Well, I reckon Jaden Collins will be talking about that goal on the outside of his boot for quite some time in those final moments where it was a little bit controversial, but we had it in slow motion, and he certainly kicked the goal. That was an absolute cracker, and that's what a team lifting goal's all about.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He's good. He slots them, so can't complain.
Well, mate, it's been a great performance by the Boronia Football Club today, and let's hope you can make it 2 in a row next week. You take on the Basin Football Club, but you find yourself back in the top 5 this evening, which is exactly where you needed to be. It's oh so close in Division 3. All the best for the rest of the season, and we can't wait to call you boys again.
All right, thanks, boys.
Thank you very much. Down boundary side with Brendan Rapisada. Needs to give a couple of dollars to the swear jar as well.
And I was going to remind him about his missed shot in the second quarter, but I thought better of it. What are you drawing out of them, Tim?
They mustn't be happy with me, I don't think.
You might need to pre-warn them before you ask them the question.
Now, Rod Wacker Paisley has been trying to call me in. God forbid Wacker knows that I'll be on air for the last 10 years till 5 p.m. But yes. He's obviously a very, very excited man tonight because Kilsyth have beaten the Whitehorse Pioneers
you are kidding.
by 3 points, 12-8 to 11-11. an amazing result. The Whitehorse Pioneers flying only a month ago.
Yeah.
They've dropped some really crucial games over recent weeks. And Kilsyth, where has that win come from? We can't wait to have a chat with Paul Newlands tomorrow on EFL Sunday. They will be our Division 4 guests. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Barry, you've got some more scores from around the grounds?
Yes, we excuse me, we certainly have in Division 2 today. Mitcham and the Waverley Blues, and it was a win to Mitcham. Mitcham 11-15-87 have defeated the Waverley Blues 4-7-31. And in Knox and Upper Ferntree Gully, the only two games in Division 2 to be played today. It's 9-16-70 Knox to Upper Ferntree Gully 4-7-31. To Division 3, Ringwood and the Basin. It's Ringwood 19-9, 123 to the Basin 7-5-47. Still waiting a score, final score, East Burwood and Scoresby. Radio game today, if you just tuned in, it was a 3-point win, a thriller to Boronia, 12-10-82 to Ferntree Gully, 12-7-79. South Belgrave and Park Orchards are still waiting on a final score. Templestowe, we have a final score. Templestowe 11-4-70 to Heathmont 3-11-29.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes. To Division 4 in the Forest Hill Coldstream game. Now, this game is running relatively late because a Forest Hill player was injured and had to be taken to the hospital. So there was a delay in that game. So the last score was Forest Hill 15-7-97 to Coldstream 11-12-78. So there'll be a very late finish for that game indeed. Donvale and Nunawanning. Donvale 30-25, 205 to Nunawanning 2-3-15. Surrey Park and Fair Park, almost a confirmed score, 14-7-91 to Fair Park 4-10-34. As we said, Kilsyth 12-8-80 had a 3-point win over Whitehorse Pioneers 11-11-77, and Glen Waverley 13-8-86 to Sylvan 6-9-45. So this is your EFL score update.
The Kilsyth closed to within 2 points of the top 4 as well, Barry. So and Glen Waverley Hawks are up there now. So this top 6 is very tightly packed in Division 4.
A very important win for Kilsyth, that 3-point win today. That will certainly make a big effect on the rest of the season in Division 4.
Time to go through some of our awards we have here on EFL Game Day, and the Vibro goal of the day is a $50 voucher for the Vibro Gym out in Croydon, which can get you a deep tissue massage. Apparently that's pretty handy for the athletes of today, not yesteryear, like yourself, Brett and Ray Baird. But I thought I'd throw you in on that one. Mate, you're turning 50 this year. I just turned 35.
He's got a different...
Speak to me with that when I'm within a decade of you.
35, looking like about 55. Thanks very much.
Got a very different deep tissue massage.
Oh, how could I have forgotten Bruce Prest, who's clearly in his 60s as well? So.
Now, come on, boys, keep it G-rated, please.
Okay, guys. I think, look, we had a couple of contenders laid. We thought Patterson kicked an absolute fantastic goal, but I think Jaden Collins from the outside of his boot,
that was
from about 15 metres out from goal, was absolutely brilliant there. And you can see that on the replay at the moment. Somehow he got boot to ball there. It was a bit of controversy whether it had gone through for a goal, but given the 4 points in the end, and fantastic goal by him. So he wins the $50 voucher for the Vibro goal of the day. Time to go through our votes now. 3, 2 and 1 for the Tobin Brothers player of the day, winning a $50 voucher, a Coles Myer voucher as well to spend at any of the outlets associated with those brands. I know I'd be spending it at Liquorland or Vintage Cellars, but everyone has their own choices as well. Target, no, I'd probably go to Kmart before Target. Went for a job at Target early in the year. They didn't give it to me, so I'm a Kmart man from here on in. Let's start the votes though. 3, 2 and 1. Alana Coleman in the special comments chair today. Did a great job. Welcome back to the team in Division 3 as well. Usually our Division 4 specialist did a great job. And how did you see your votes pan out today, Alana?
Oh, it was such a hard one to vote. There really wasn't too many players that played 4 quarters of football, so I tried to pick who played most of the quarters and who was most influential at any point in time. So I've given 1 vote to Josh Hannon, I've given 2 votes to Billy Morrison, and 3 votes to, I forgot to write his first name down, I've got his surname, just let me find it, Kieran Gray. Here's my 3.
Okay, you went through it quicker than most of us. So you want to go into more detail why you gave these players some votes? Where you don't just get away with it that easy. They got votes for a reason. So starting with Hannon, what impressed you about him today?
Oh, well, I thought that he tried hard all of the quarters. However, in the last quarter, he probably had quite an influence over the turning point of the game and was one of those ones in the midfield that probably...
Which Hannon?
Number 8, Josh.
Okay.
Yep. So he was one in the midfield, wasn't he? No, I've picked the wrong one, sorry.
Luke. It's the other one, Liam.
Sorry.
Luke, number 2.
Yeah, number 2, the one in the midfield. My
Yes,
apologies.
okay.
Yeah, sorry. Luke Hannon, my apologies.
Thought I saw the wrong game for a second.
No, but for the same, but for those reasons,
Yes.
I just picked the wrong number. My apologies. And you know, they would have had a fair bit of energy left in that last quarter because I felt like they probably didn't do too much in those other quarters. So he was really able to hit his straps and be a game breaker and really do well in that last quarter. So that's why he got 1. If he had done that for 4 quarters, he would have got 3 votes.
Billy Morrison in the ruck, 2 votes.
Yep, especially that first half. If he had done it for 4 quarters, again, he would have got 3 votes, but he didn't. And Gray, I thought that he was probably the most even contributor over the 4 quarters. Even in that last quarter, he was still pretty solid. Just probably the rest of the teammates around him ran out of a bit of legs. But defensively, he was strong, in and under, around the grounds. His foot skills are really good as well, and his vision down the ground impressed me. So he got 3 votes.
Brett Beston, you're 3, 2, and 1.
Oh, geez, it's a really hard one. I've left a few of those guys out. In the Ferntree Gully side, I mean, Gray was fantastic. There's no doubt about that. But I gave...
3 to Jess Bolton.
Yes.
Shut up. I gave Lee Boyle my 1 vote. I mean, he did kick 5 goals after all, and he was a colossus. He went out of the game a little bit later, but he was very, very good. But, I mean, Gray was up there. Morrison as well. It was really tough. My 2 votes I went for... Jess Bolton.
I already wrote it down.
Jess Bolton, who really turned the game in that last quarter with his one-off half-back. He was a little bit quiet earlier, but he really sparked it. It was really tough to go for the best on ground. I went for Jacob Patterson only because he kicked 2 big goals in that last term, which really iced the game. I mean, it was, you probably could have gone for any one of probably 5 or 6 guys, but Jacob Patterson for me.
Gavin Casey, how did you see it today in the co-commentator's chair? 3, 2, and 1. At the moment, there are 6 players that have received
I'm
votes.
going to add some more in for you. At half-time, Morrison and Gray were clearly the 2 best players on the ground, but only 1 vote goes to Billy Morrison for being clearly best on ground to half-time. But he dropped off after they tagged him out of the game. 4 game changes, and this is why Boronia getting the votes. I struggled before half-time to even notice them. McKernan got 2 votes from me in the midfield. Line breaker, liked his game. And for someone who, looking back, for me, was a 4-quarter performer for Boronia, playing against the tide a little bit in the first half, dropping into defence, was Luke Hannon. He, around the packs, was when they started to win around the stoppages, which they weren't doing in the first half. It was Hannon and McKernan for me. So 1 to Morrison, 2 to McKernan, and 3 to Luke Hannon.
Oh, it's all pretty tight on the leaderboard here. 3 votes at the moment has you the lead, and Patterson.
He's actually on 4 votes, Hannon.
Oh, he's actually on 4 votes. So, pardon my French. He leads it at the moment.
Have you got the right Hannon BWS?
Luke Hannon, number 8.
Yeah, I was the one with the
number
wrong
2.
Hannon.
Sorry. That's number 8 is what Lada said, wasn't it?
I meant to. Sorry, guys.
We know what you meant. We know what you meant. You're
I'm
all
blonde.
Brothers should be banned from football teams.
They should do.
Well, imagine
if we had triplets.
Or one has to have blonde hair and one has to have brunette hair or something.
Yeah.
1 vote today I give to McKernan for the Boronia Football Club. I thought he was absolutely fantastic. Really stood up when needed to be, and goes in hard and really created a bit of play even when under a fair bit of pressure as well. 2 votes I give to the big man Boyle, who kicked 5 goals up forward. I tell you what, if Ferntree Gully had have won this game, I'm pretty sure he would have received more than 1 vote right about now.
Well, they would have won the game if he had have kicked the ones that he didn't kick.
True.
They would have won by 4 goals if he had a kick straight.
Well, they wouldn't have been in with it. They wouldn't have been within a snowflake's chance in hell if he hadn't kicked the 5 that he actually did put through Alana. So I'm going to give him my 2 votes this afternoon. I thought he marked everything that came his way, and yes, he did spray a few out there, but I can't remember really a point in time where he was on the lead and didn't actually, if it was kicked to him correctly, he didn't actually pull the mark in. And I thought today the best player on the ground, and it's from a losing side. I thought Kieran Gray was absolutely fantastic today. He gets my 3 votes. He was here, there, and absolutely everywhere. Always put his body on the line, had the clean skills, had the good eyes, the good jukes. He was the complete package, and he gets my 3 votes, which means it takes him to 6 votes overall, and Kieran Gray is the EFL Game Day Player of the Day out here at Tormore Reserve as well. So he'll receive a $50 voucher from Coles and Myer, and he can spend that whichever way he likes. So congratulations to you, Kieran. It's a little bit somber when you get an award once your team's just gone down, especially only by a very narrow margin of 3 points, but nonetheless.
I'd like to just say I'd like to lodge an official protest that Jude Bolton only got 2 votes. That was
Jude Bolton is retired.
Oh, I mean,
he won't get any votes.
He'll be commentating tonight at the GWS game.
Jess Bolton. No.
Certainly
two love childs.
He certainly stepped up late. Of course, Boronia winning today 12-10-82.
Maybe he gets the toolkit.
Ferntree Gully 12-7-79. The final award we give out on the afternoon is the Trojan Toolkit, $150 worth of incredible Trojan tools, and it goes to a player, a 4-quarter performer on the ground who doesn't get noticed probably as much as all the big names in the side, but certainly did their job. And I'm looking around the caravan for some nominations this afternoon for this great award.
Look, I'm actually going to throw one out, and it was the guy that we were talking to that did the really good smother, Brendan Rapasada, because I thought even when...
Not after that interview.
Well,
he blotted his copy, but big time.
Not happening. Not happening. Sorry. I agree with what you're saying, that he had a good game, but yeah, we're not rewarding what was accidentally said. We just can't do that.
Oh, fair enough. I didn't realise it had anything to do with what he said. It was about what he did. But
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's a lesson to be learned for any of the players out there on the field. When knowing that they're talking on the radio airwaves, we don't have any time to cut people off or to bleep things out. So you need to just be mindful of that.
That's fine. The only other one that I can think of then, because there wasn't really anyone that played 4 quarters, would maybe be Andrew Cavara from Ferntree Gully. But other than that, I don't know.
No, Beston, your nomination?
It's really tough.
I thought Andrew Cavara was very good today, but I'm probably thinking that we've given the best on ground to Ferntree Gully. Boronia have come on top. Is there somewhere where we can sway that way?
Well, either McKernan or Hannon would be my...
I know you tried, Alana. I know you tried.
Yeah, I'd probably lean a bit towards. I don't know. It's tough.
They didn't play 4 quarters.
All right, we're being too indecisive. The dictator wins. Lachlan McKernan wins the Trojan workhorse for this afternoon. I'm sure you'd agree with that one, Gav Casey. Congratulations to Lachlan McKernan, the big number 17 from the Boronia Football Club. He'll take home the Trojan Toolkit, valued at $150. A great day out here in the caravan, perched up on the wing position. It was Beyond Blue round, playing for the Beyond Blue Cup today. If you know anybody who's tackling anxiety or depression, please contact beyondblue.org.au. Send your friends and your family in the right direction. Help them get back on track. They do such a fantastic job, and it's great from the Eastern Football League to be behind such a thing also. So we're all wearing the blue armbands. The players have been wearing the blue socks as well. So a great effort by the Boronia Football Club to... we've got some special guests in the caravan at the moment. Tim Curry's just swanned on in. He didn't bring me a traveller. I'm a bit disappointed by that, even though he's drinking one himself. But it's been great to be out here. Let's start thanking the teams. Let's round up, because Barry Cotts has got all these scores coming through from around the other 15 games as you go local for your football this afternoon. Alana Coleman, thanks very much for joining us with your presence in the caravan on this fine Saturday afternoon.
Thank you. I don't know if that grin is being facetious or not, but I'll take it anyway.
I'm always smiling.
I know that's true. Thank you very much for having me, and it was good to be back.
Looking forward to having you riding shotgun again in a couple of weeks' time for the big Donvale Whitehorse Pioneers Clash as well.
I'll be sobered up for my brother's wedding nicely by then.
Only 7 days later. Brett Beston, another man who'll be on that game, but actually in the calling at chair. Great to have you sitting beside and watching what panned out to be a really entertaining game of football, which we came out here
we expecting it to be?
It was a cracking game. We said it'd be close, didn't we, when we previewed the game, and it looked like it wasn't going to be at one stage. But boy, Boronia came back brilliantly in that last quarter. One of the great last quarter performances. They were up against it, and that's just a really meritorious victory, and it puts them in really good stead for the rest of the season.
Our boundary riders this afternoon have made their way into the
One of
caravan. I think Tim
Timmy's
Fitzsimons
gone home,
had to go home. Hopefully he's tuned in the car. A great job by him. Our EFL intern this year as well. So he's
doing a great job
in the office, and he'll be with us for the rest of the season on game day. So really looking forward to that. But Damo, mate, you do it all. There's no doubt about that. From game day host to special comments to co-commentating to then going onto the boundary line, there is no challenge that is not as great that you can't perform at it, mate. Great effort today. And how did you enjoy being down there at ground level?
That was good weather. I'm just very glad it didn't rain, as you would expect, but it was a fantastic contest, and I enjoyed the weather too.
Well, look at Wayne Brasher out here. If only we still had the camera on this clown. He looks a picture too, Brash, as well.
He does.
He'd be glad the camera isn't on him at the moment.
Yeah, I think so.
Gav Casey, been a couple of weeks now, but great to have you sitting beside me, mate, for another great game of football.
Yeah, seen some great games together this year at BWS. Good choice. Beyond Blue, great cup to have honour today's game. And what a fantastic game of footy it was. And Boronia played really well in that second half. If they do that for 4 quarters more often than not, they'll be a real danger to this premiership tilt.
We always love coming out to Boronia, and we're back here for the Division 2 final series later on in the year. Always a fantastic time of year. Of course, we need to thank the cameraman today, and a chip off the old block, Lockie Green stepping in for his old man Leroy today. What a fantastic job he did. Well, we might have to make a hard decision over the next couple of weeks, Leroy. But what's that? Great job working in tandem, father and son duo there, and we're looking forward to having them back on board tomorrow afternoon. And of course, Bruce Press Giggles, the man who makes everything happen. He loves the fact now when we come out to Boronia, he doesn't have to set the Christmas tree lights up right across the ground just to make sure that we're plugged in for the day. Dan Sensick working feverishly on Twitter right throughout the afternoon, and of course Barry Cotts on the score centre doing a marvellous job, as he will do so for the next 45 to 50 minutes on the score centre as we go local for your football, bringing you all those important around the ground scores. And we'll be back. Well, if Bruce Prest actually came back into the caravan, we might be able to go to a break just to round out the rest of this show. So I'll just give him a little bit of a shout out now.
In your own time, Bruce.
And our time.
Signing off here from Tormore Reserve out at Boronia. This has been EFL Game Day. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've certainly have. Well done to the Boronia Football Club. Final scores out here, 12-10-82. A 3-point margin over Ferntree Gully, 12-7-79. The Hawks, they're back in the top 5.
That's you, BWS.